The Last Coyote by Michael Connelly. This is for Marcus Grupa. Any thoughts that you'd like to start with? Thoughts on what? Well, on anything. On the incident. On the incident. Yes, I have some thoughts. She waited, but he didn't continue. He had decided before he even got to Chinatown that this would be the way he would be. He'd make her have to pull every single word out of him. "Could you share them with me, Detective Bosch?" she finally asked. "That is the purpose of—" "My thoughts are that this is bullshit. Total bullshit. That's the purpose, that's all." "No, wait. How do you mean, bullshit?" "I mean, okay, I pushed the guy. I guess I hit him. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I'm not denying anything. So fine, suspend me, transfer me, take it to a board of rights, whatever, but going this way is bullshit. ISL is bullshit. I mean, why do I have to come here 3 times a week to talk to you like I'm some kind of... You don't even know me. You don't know anything about me. Why do I have to talk to you? Why do you have to sign off on this?" "Well, the technical answer is right there in your own statement. Rather than discipline you, the department wants to treat you. You've been placed on involuntary stress leave, which means—" "I know what it means, and that's what's bullshit. Somebody arbitrarily decides I'm under stress, and that gives the department the power to keep me off the job indefinitely, or at least until I jump through enough hoops for you." "Nothing about this was arbitrary. It was predicated on your actions, which I think clearly show—" "What happened had nothing to do with stress. What it was about was—" "Never mind. Like I said, it's bullshit. So why don't we just cut through it and get to the point? What do I have to do to get back to my job?" He could see the anger flare behind her eyes. His total disavowal of her science and skill cut to her pride. Quickly, the anger was gone, though. Dealing with cops all the time, she had to be used to it. "Can't you see that all of this is for your own welfare? I have to assume the top managers of this department clearly see you as a valued asset, or you wouldn't be here. They'd have put you on a disciplinary track and you'd be on your way out. Instead, they are doing what they can to preserve your career and its incumbent value to the department." "Valued asset? I'm a cop, not an asset. And when you're out there on the street, nobody's thinking about incumbent value. What does that mean, anyway? Am I going to have to listen to words like that in here?" She cleared her throat before speaking sternly. "You have a problem, Detective Bosch, and it goes far beyond the incident that resulted in you being placed on leave. That's what these sessions are going to be all about. Do you understand? This incident is not unique. You have had problems before. What I am trying to do, what I have to do before I can sign off on your return to duty in any capacity, is get you to take a look at yourself. What are you doing? What are you about? Why do these problems happen to you? I want these sessions to be an open dialogue where I ask a few questions and you speak your mind, but with a purpose, not to harass me and my profession or the leadership of the department, but to talk about you. This is about you in here, no one else." Harry Bosch just looked at her silently. He wanted a cigarette, but would never ask her if he could smoke. He would never acknowledge in front of her that he had the habit. If he did, she might start talking about oral fixations or nicotine crutches. He took a deep breath instead and looked at the woman on the other side of the desk. Carmen Hinojos was a small woman with a friendly face and manner. Bosch knew she wasn't a bad person. He'd actually heard good things about her from others who had been sent to Chinatown. She was just doing her job here, and his anger was not really directed at her. He knew she was probably smart enough to know that, too. "Look, I'm sorry," she said. "I should not have started with that kind of open question. I know that this is an emotional subject with you. Let's try to start again. By the way, you can smoke if you like." "Is that in the file, too?" "It's not in the file. It didn't need to be. It's your hand, the way you keep bringing it up to your mouth. Have you been trying to quit?" "No, but it's a city office. You know the rules." It was a thin excuse. He violated that law every day at the Hollywood station. That's not the rule in here. I don't want you to think of this as being part of Parker Center or part of the city. That's the chief reason these offices are away from that. There are no rules like that here. Doesn't matter where we are. You're still working for the LAPD. Try to believe that you are away from the Los Angeles Police Department. When you are in here, try to believe that you're just coming to see a friend, to talk. You can say anything here. But he knew she could not be seen as a friend. Never. There was too much at stake here. Just the same, he nodded once to please her. That's not very convincing. He hiked his shoulders as if to say it was the best he could do, and it was. By the way, if you want, I could hypnotize you, get rid of your dependency on nicotine. If I wanted to quit, I could do it. People are either smokers or they're not. I am. Yes, it's perhaps the most obvious symptom of a self-destructive nature. Excuse me, am I on leave because I smoke? Is that what this is about? I think you know what it's about. He said nothing else, remembering his decision to say as little as possible. Well, let's continue then, she said. You've been on leave, let's see, Tuesday a week? Right. What have you been doing with your time? Filling out FEMA forms, mostly. FEMA? My house was red-tagged. The earthquake was 3 months ago. Why have you waited? I've been busy. I've been working. I see. Did you have insurance? Don't say I see, because you don't. You couldn't possibly see things the way I do. The answer is no. No insurance. Like most everybody else, I was living in denial. Isn't that what you people call it? I bet you had insurance. Yes. How bad was your house hit? Depends on who you ask. The city inspectors say it's totaled and I can't even go inside. I think it's fine, just need some work. They know me by name at Home Depot now, and I've had contractors do some of it. It'll be done soon and I'll appeal the red tag. I've got a lawyer. You're living there still? He nodded. Now that's denial, Detective Bosch. I don't think you should be doing that. I don't think you have any say about what I do outside my job with the department. She raised her hands in a hands-off manner. Well, while I don't condone it, I suppose it serves its purpose. I think it's good that you have something to keep you occupied, though I'd much rather it be a sport or a hobby or maybe plans for a trip out of town. I think it's important to keep busy, to keep your mind off the incident. Bosch smirked. What? I don't know. Everybody keeps calling it the incident. It kind of reminds me of how people called it the Vietnam conflict, not the war. Then what would you call what happened? I don't know. But incident, it sounds like, I don't know, antiseptic. Listen, Doctor, let's go back a minute. I don't want to take a trip out of town, okay? My job is in homicide. It's what I do, and I'd really like to get back to it. I might be able to do some good, you know. If the department lets you. If you do, you know it's going to be up to you. Perhaps. Do you notice that you speak of your job as if it's a mission of some sort? That's about right. Like the Holy Grail. He said it with sarcasm. This was getting intolerable, and it was only the first session. Is it? Do you believe your mission in life is to solve murders, to put bad people in jail? He used the shoulder hike to say he didn't know. He stood up and walked to the window and looked down on Hill Street. The sidewalks were crowded with pedestrians. Every time he had been down here, they were crowded. He noticed a couple of Caucasian women walking along. They stood out in the sea of Asian faces like raisins and rice. They passed the window of a Chinese butcher shop, and Bosch saw a row of smoked ducks hanging whole by their necks. Further up the road, he saw the Hollywood freeway overpass, the dark windows of the old sheriff's jail and the criminal courts building behind it. To the left of that, he could see the City Hall tower. Black construction tarps hung around the top floors. It looked like some kind of mourning gesture, but he knew the tarps were to hold debris from falling while earthquake repairs were made. Looking past City Hall, Bosch could see the glass house, Parker Center, police headquarters. "Tell me what your mission is," Hinojos said quietly from behind him. "I'd like to hear you put it in words." He sat back down and tried to think of a way to explain himself, but finally just shook his head. "I can't." "Well, I want you to think about that. Your mission. What is it, really? Think about that." "What's your mission, Doctor?" "That's not our concern here." "Of course it is." "Look, Detective, this is the only personal question I will answer. These dialogues are not to be about me, they are about you. My mission, I believe, is to help the men and women of this department. That's the narrow focus. And by doing that on a grander scale, I help the community, I help the people of this city. The better the cops are that we have out on the street, the better we all are, the safer we all are, okay?" "That's fine. When I think about my mission, do you want me to shorten it to a couple sentences like that and rehearse it to the point that it sounds like I'm reading out of the dictionary?" "Mr. Detective Bosch, if you want to be cute and contentious the whole time, we are not going to get anywhere, which means you are not going to get back to your job anytime soon. Is that what you're looking for here?" He raised his hands in surrender. She looked down at the yellow legal pad on the desk. With her eyes off of him, he was able to study her. Carmen Hinojos had tiny brown hands she kept on the desk in front of her. No rings on either hand. She held an expensive-looking pen in her right hand. Bosch always thought expensive pens were used by people overly concerned with image, but maybe he was wrong about her. She wore her dark brown hair tied back. She wore glasses with thin tortoise-shell frames. She should have had braces when she was a kid, but didn't. She looked up from the pad and their eyes locked. "I am told that this situation coincided with or was close to the time of the dissolving of a romantic relationship." "Told by who?" "It's in the background material given to me. The sources of this material are not important." "Well, they are important because you got bad sources. It had nothing to do with what happened. The dissolving, as you call it, was almost 3 months ago." "The pain of these things can last much longer than that. I know this is personal and may be difficult, but I think we should talk about this. The reason is that it will help give me a basis for your emotional state at the time the assault took place. Is that a problem?" Bosch waved around with his hand. "How long did this relationship last?" "About a year." "Marriage?" "No." "Was it talked about?" "No. Not really. Never out in the open." "Did you live together?" "Sometimes. We both kept our places." "Is the separation final?" "I think so." Saying it out loud seemed to be the first time Bosch acknowledged that Sylvia Moore was gone from his life for good. "Was this separation by mutual agreement?" He cleared his throat. He didn't want to talk about this, but he wanted it over with. "I guess you could say it was mutual agreement, but I didn't know about it until she was packed. You know, 3 months ago we were holding each other in bed while the house was shaking apart on the pad. You could say she was gone before the aftershocks ended. They still haven't. Just a figure of speech." "Are you saying the earthquake was the cause of the breakup of this relationship?" "No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that's when it happened, right after. She's a teacher up in the valley and her school got wrecked. The kids were moved to other schools and the district didn't need as many teachers. They offered sabbaticals and she took one. She left town." "Was she scared of another earthquake, or was she scared of you?" She looked pointedly at him. "Why would she be scared of me?" He knew he sounded a little too defensive. "I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Did you give her a reason to be scared?" Bosch hesitated. It was a question he had never really touched on in his private thoughts about the breakup. "If you mean in a physical way, no, she wasn't scared. and I gave her no reason to be. Hinojos nodded and wrote something on her pad. It bothered Bosch that she would make a note about this. Look, it's got nothing to do with what happened at the station last week. Why did she leave? What was the real reason? He looked away. He was angry. This was how it was going to be. She would ask whatever she wanted, invade him wherever there was an opening. I don't know. That answer is not acceptable in here. I think you do know, or at least have your own beliefs as to why she would leave. You must. She found out who I was. She found out who you were. What does that mean? You'd have to ask her. She said it. But she's in Venice, the one in Italy. Well, then what do you think she meant by it? It doesn't matter what I think. She's the one who said it, and she's the one who left. Don't fight me, Detective Bosch, please. There is nothing I want more than for you to get back to your job. As I said, that's my mission. To get you back there if you can go, but you make it difficult by being difficult. Maybe that's what she found out. Maybe that's who I am. I doubt the reason is as simplistic as that. Sometimes I don't. She looked at her watch and leaned forward, dissatisfaction with the session showing on her face. Okay, Detective, I understand how uncomfortable you are. We're going to move on, but I suspect we will have to come back to this issue. I want you to give it some thought. Try to put your feelings into words. She waited for him to say something, but he didn't. Let's try talking about what happened last week again. I understand it stemmed from a case involving the murder of a prostitute. Yes. It was brutal? That's just a word. Means different things to different people. True. But taking its meaning to you, was it a brutal homicide? Yes, it was brutal. I think almost all of them are. Somebody dies, it's brutal. For them. And you took the suspect into custody? Yes, my partner and I. No, he came in voluntarily to answer questions. Did this case affect you more than, say, other cases have in the past? Maybe. I don't know. Why would that be? You mean why did I care about a prostitute? I didn't. Not more than any other victim, but in homicide there is one rule that I have when it comes to the cases I get. What is that rule? Everybody counts or nobody counts. Explain it. Just what I said. Everybody counts or nobody counts, that's it. It means I bust my ass to make a case, whether it's a prostitute or the mayor's wife. That's my rule. I understand. Now, let's go to this specific case. I'm interested in hearing your description of what happened after the arrest and the reasons you may have for your violent actions at the Hollywood Division. Is this being taped? No, Detective. Whatever you tell me is protected. At the end of these sessions, I will simply make a recommendation to Assistant Chief Irving. The details of the sessions will never be divulged. The recommendations I make are usually less than half a page and contain no details from the dialogues. He wielded a lot of power with that half page. She didn't respond. Bosch thought for a moment while looking at her. He thought he might be able to trust her, but his natural instinct and experience was that he should trust no one. She seemed to know his dilemma and waited him out. You want to hear my side of it? Yes, I do. Okay, I'll tell you what happened. Bosch smoked along the way home, but realized that what he really wanted was not a cigarette, but a drink to deaden his nerves. He looked at his watch and decided it was too early to stop at a bar. He settled for another cigarette and home. After negotiating the drive up Woodrow Wilson, he parked at the curb a half-block from the house and walked back. He could hear gentle piano music, something classical, coming from the home of one of his neighbors, but he couldn't tell which house. He didn't really know any of his neighbors, or which one might have a piano player in the family. He ducked under the yellow tape strung in front of the property and entered through the door in the carport. This was his routine, to park down the street and literally hide the fact that he lived in his own house. The house had been red-tagged as uninhabitable 2 days after the earthquake. It was later ordered demolished by a city inspector, but Bosch had ignored both orders and had been living in it now for 3 months. It was a small house with redwood siding that stood on steel pylons anchored in the sedimentary bedrock folded and formed as the Santa Monica Mountains rose out of the desert during the Mesozoic and the Cenozoic eras. The pylons had held true in their moorings during the quake, but the overlying house had shifted atop them, breaking partially free of the pylons and seismic bolts. It slid, all of about 2 inches. Still, it was enough. Though short on distance, the slide was long on damage. Inside, the wood frame house flexed, and window and door frames lost their square. The glass shattered. The front door became terminally closed, frozen in a frame that had canted to the north with the rest of the house. If Bosch wanted to open that door, he would probably need to borrow the police tank with the battering ram. As it was, he'd had to use a crowbar to open the carport door. Now that door served as the main entrance to his home. Bosch had paid a contractor $5,000 to jack the house up and then over the 2 inches it had moved. It was then put down in its proper space and rebolted to the pylons. After that, Bosch was content to work as time allowed on reframing windows and interior doors himself. The glass came first, and in the months after that he reframed and rehung the interior doors. He worked from books on carpentry and often had to do individual projects 2 and 3 times until he had them reasonably correct. But he found the work enjoyable and even therapeutic. Working with his hands became a respite from his job in homicide. He left the front door as it was, thinking that somehow it was fitting, that it was a salute to the power of nature, and he was content to use the side door. All of his efforts did not save the house from the city's list of condemned structures. Gowdy, the building inspector who had been assigned to this section of the hills, kept it red-tagged as condemned despite Bosch's work, and so began the hiding game, in which Bosch made his entrances and exits as surreptitiously as a spy's to the foreign embassy. He tacked black plastic tarps over the inside of the front windows so they would emit no telltale light, and he always watched for Gowdy. Gowdy was his nemesis. In the meantime, Bosch hired a lawyer to appeal the inspector's edict. The carport door granted entry directly into the kitchen. After he came in, Bosch opened the refrigerator and retrieved a can of Coca-Cola, then stood in the doorway of the aging appliance, letting its breath cool him while he studied its contents for something suitable for dinner. He knew exactly what was on the shelves and in the drawers, but still he looked. It was as if he hoped for the surprise appearance of a forgotten steak or chicken breast. He followed this routine with the refrigerator often. It was the ritual of a man who was alone. He knew this also. On the back deck, Bosch drank the soda and ate a sandwich consisting of 5-day-old bread and slices of meat from plastic packages. He wished he had potato chips to go with it because he would undoubtedly be hungry later after having only the sandwich for dinner. He stood at the railing looking down at the Hollywood freeway, near capacity now with the Monday evening commute. He had gotten out of downtown just before the crest of the rush-hour wave had broken. He would have to guard against going overtime on the sessions with the police psychologist. They were scheduled for 3:30 p.m. on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Did Carmen Hinojos ever let a session go over, he wondered? Or was hers a 9 to 5 mission? From his vantage on the mountain, he could see almost all northbound lanes of the freeway as it cut through the Cahuenga Pass to the San Fernando Valley. He was reviewing what had been said during the session, trying to decide whether it was a good or bad session, but his focus drifted, and he began to watch the point where the freeway came into view as it crested the pass. Absent-mindedly, he would choose 2 cars that came over about even with each other and follow them through the mile-long segment of the freeway that was visible from the deck. He'd pick one or the other and follow the race, unknown to its drivers, until the finish line, which was the Lancashire Boulevard exit. After a few minutes of this, he realized what he was doing and spun around, away from the freeway. "Jesus," he said out loud. He knew then that keeping his hands busy would not be enough while he was away from his job. He went back inside and got a bottle of Henry's from the refrigerator. Right after he opened the beer, the phone rang. It was his partner, Jerry Edgar, and the call was a welcome distraction from the silence.
Harry, how's things in Chinatown?
Because every cop secretly feared that he or she might one day crack from the pressures of the job and become a candidate for therapy sessions at the department's behavioral sciences section, the unit was rarely spoken of by formal name. Going to BSS sessions was more often referred to as going to Chinatown because of the unit's location there on Hill Street, several blocks from Parker Center. If it became known about a cop that he was going there, the word would spread that he had the Hill Street blues. The 6-story bank building where the BSS was located was usually known as the 5150 building. This was not its address. This was the police radio code number for describing a crazy person. Codes like this were part of the protective structure used to belittle and therefore more easily contain their own fears. "Chinatown was great," Bosch said sarcastically. "You ought to try it someday. It's got me sitting here counting cars on the freeway."
Well, at least you won't run out.
"Yeah. What's going on with you?"
Pounds finally did it.
"Did what?"
Stuck me with somebody new.
Bosch was silent a moment. The news gave him a sense of finality. The thought that maybe he would never get his job back began to creep into his mind. "He did?"
Yeah, he finally did. I caught a case this morning, so he stuck one of his suck-ups with me. Burns.
"Burns? From autos? He's never worked homicide. Has he ever even worked caps?" Detectives usually followed one of two paths in the department. One was property crimes and the other was crimes against persons. The latter included specializing in homicide, rape, assault, and robbery. Caps detectives had the higher profile cases and usually viewed property crime investigators as paper pushers. There were so many property crimes in the city that the investigators spent most of their time taking reports and processing the occasional arrest. They actually did little detective work. There was no time to.
He's been a paper guy all the way. But with Pounds, that doesn't matter. All he cares about is having somebody on the homicide table who isn't going to give his shit back to him. And Burns is just the guy. He probably started lobbying for the job the minute the word went out about you.
Well, fuck him. I'm going to get back to the table and then he goes back to autos. Edgar took his time before answering. It was as if Bosch had said something that made no sense to him.
You really think that, Harry? Pounds ain't gonna stand for you coming back. Not after what you did. I told him when he told me I was with Burns that, no offense, but I'd wait until Harry Bosch came back. And he said if I wanted to handle it that way, then I'd be waiting until I was an old man.
He said that? Well, fuck him, too. I still got a friend or two in the department.
Irving still owes you, doesn't he?
I guess maybe I'll find out. He didn't go further with it. He wanted to change the subject. Edgar was his partner, but they had never gotten to the point that they completely confided in each other. Bosch played the mentor role in the relationship, and he trusted Edgar with his life, but that was a bond that held fast on the street. Inside the department was another matter. Bosch had never trusted anyone, never relied on anyone. He wasn't going to start now. "So, what's the case?" he asked, to divert the conversation.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to tell you about it. This is weird, man. First, the killing's weird, then what happened after. The call-out was to a house on Sierra Bonita. This is about 5 in the a.m. The citizen reports he heard a sound like a gunshot, only muffled like. He grabbed his deer rifle out of the closet and goes outside to take a look. This is a neighborhood that's been picked clean lately by the hypes, 4 B&Es on his block alone this month. So he was ready with the rifle. Anyway, he goes down his driveway with the gun. The garage is in the back, and he sees a pair of legs hanging out of the open door of his car. It was parked in front of the garage.
He shoots him?
No, that's the crazy thing. He goes up with his gun, but the guy in his car is already dead, stabbed in the chest with a screwdriver.
Bosch didn't get it. He didn't have enough of the facts, but he said nothing.
The airbag killed him, Harry.
What do you mean the airbag killed him?
The airbag. This goddamn hype was stealing the airbag out of the steering wheel, and somehow the thing went off. It inflated instantly like it was supposed to and drove the screwdriver right into his heart, man. I've never seen anything like it. He must have been holding the screwdriver backwards, or he was using the butt end to bang on the wheel. We haven't exactly figured out that part yet. We talked to a guy at Chrysler. He says that you take the protective cover off like this dude had, and even static electricity can set the thing off. Our dead guy was wearing a sweater. I don't know. Could have been it. Burns says it's the first death by static cling.
While Edgar chuckled at his new partner's humor, Bosch thought about the scenario. He remembered a department info bulletin going out on airbag thefts the year before. They had become a hot commodity in the underground market, with thieves getting as much as $300 apiece for airbags from unscrupulous body shops. The body shops buy it for $300 and turn around and charge a customer $900 to install it. That was double the profit derived when ordering one from the manufacturer. So it goes down as accidental? Bosch asked.
Yeah, accidental death. But the story ain't over. Both doors of the car were open.
The dead guy had a partner.
That's what we figure. And so, if we find the fucker, we can charge him, under the felony homicide law. So we had SID laser the inside of the car and pull all the prints they could. I took him down to Layton's and talked one of the techs into scanning them and running them on the AFIS, and bingo!
You got the partner?
Dead bang. That AFIS computer has got a long reach, Harry. One of the nets is the U.S. Military Identification Center in St. Louis. We got a match on our guy out of there. He was in the Army 10 years ago. We got his ID from that, then got an address from the DMV and picked him up today. He copped on the ride in. He's gonna go away for a while.
Sounds like a good day, then.
It didn't end there, though. I haven't told you the weird part yet.
Then tell me.
Remember I said we lasered the car and took all the prints?
Right?
Well, we got another match, too. This one on the crime indexes. A case out of Mississippi. Man, all days should be like this one was.
What was the match? Bosch asked. He was growing impatient with the way Edgar was parceling out the story.
We matched prints put on the net 7 years ago by something called the Southern States Criminal Identification Base. It's like 5 states that don't add up in population to half of L.A. Anyway, one of the prints we put through today matched the doer on a double homicide in Biloxi all the way back in '76. Some guy the papers there called the Bicentennial Butcher on account he killed 2 women on July 4th.
The car's owner? The guy with the rifle?
Damn right. His fingerprints were on the cleaver left in one girl's skull. He was a bit surprised when we came back to his house this afternoon. We said, "Hey, we caught the partner of the guy who died in your car. And, by the way, you're under arrest for a 2-bagger, motherfucker." I think you blew his mind, Harry. You should have been there.
Edgar laughed loudly into the phone, and Bosch knew, after only 1 week of being grounded, how much he missed the job. Did he cop?
Nah, he kept quiet. You can't be that stupid and get away with a double murder for almost 20 years. That's a nice run.
Yeah. What's he been doing?
Looks like he's just been laying low. Owns a hardware on Santa Monica. Married and has a kid and a dog. A total reform case. But he's going back to Biloxi. I hope he likes Southern cooking, 'cause he won't be coming back here anytime soon.
Edgar laughed again. Bosch said nothing. The story was depressing because it was a reminder of what he was no longer doing. It also reminded him about what Hinojos had asked about defining his mission.
Got a couple of Mississippi State troopers coming out tomorrow. Talked to them a little while ago, and they are happy campers.
Bosch didn't say anything for a while.
Harry, you still there?
Yeah, I was just thinking about something. Well, sounds like a hell of a day of crime fighting. How's the fearless leader taking it?
Pounds? Jesus. He's got a hard-on over this the size of a Louisville slugger. You know what he's doing? He's trying to figure out a way to take credit for all 3 clearances. He's trying to put the Biloxi cases on our rate.
It didn't surprise Bosch. It was a widespread practice among department managers and statisticians to add positive credit to crime clearance levels whenever and wherever possible. In the airbag case, there was no actual murder. It was an accident. But because the death occurred during the commission of a crime, California law held that an accomplice to the crime could be charged with his partner's death. Bosch knew that based on the partner's arrest for murder, Pounds intended to add a case to the murder clearance chart. He would not balance this by adding a case to the murder occurrence chart because the death by airbag was an accident. This little statistical two-step would result in a nice little boost for the Hollywood Division's overall homicide clearance rate, which in recent years had continually threatened to dip below 50%. But, unsatisfied with the modest jump this accounting deception would provide, Pounds intended to boldly add the 2 Biloxi murders to the clearance chart as well. After all, it could be argued, his homicide squad did clear 2 more cases. Adding a total of 3 cleared cases to one side of the chart without adding any to the other would likely add a tremendous boost to the overall clearance rate, as well as to the image of Pounds as a Detective Bureau commander. Bosch knew that Pounds was probably delighted with himself and the accomplishments of the day.
He said our rate would jump 6 points. He was a very pleased man, Harry, and my new partner was very pleased he had pleased his man.
I don't want to hear any more.
I didn't think so. So, what are you doing to keep busy besides counting cars on the freeway? You must be bored stiff, Harry.
Not really, Bosch lied. Last week I finished fixing the deck. This week
Harry, I'm telling you, you're wasting your time and money. The inspectors are going to find you in there and kick you out on your ass. Then they'll tear the place down themselves and hand you the bill. Your deck and the whole house will be in the back of a dump truck then.
I hired a lawyer to work on it.
What's he going to do?
I don't know. I want to appeal the red tag. He's a land use guy. He said he can work it out.
I hope so. I still think you ought to tear it down and start over.
I didn't win the lotto yet.
The feds have got disaster loans. You could get one and...
I've applied, Jerry, but I like my house the way it is.
Okay, Harry. I hope your lawyer works it out. Anyway, I gotta go. Burns wants to have a beer over at the shortstop. He's there waiting.
The last time Bosch had been at the shortstop, a hole-in-the-wall cop bar near the Academy and Dodger Stadium, it had still had "I support Chief Gates" bumper stickers on the wall. For most cops, Gates was a dying ember of the past, but the shortstop was a place where old liners went to drink and remember a department that no longer existed. Yeah, have fun over there, Jerry.
Take care, man.
Bosch leaned against a counter and drank his beer. He came to the conclusion that Edgar's call had been a cleverly disguised way of telling Bosch that he was choosing sides and cutting him loose. That was okay, Bosch thought. Edgar's first allegiance was to himself, to surviving in a place that could be treacherous. Bosch couldn't hold that against him. Bosch looked at his reflection in the glass of the oven door. The image was dark, but he could see his eyes in the shadow and the line of his jaw. He was 44 years old, and in some ways looked older. He still had a full head of curly brown hair, but both the hair and the mustache were going to gray. His black-brown eyes seemed tired and used up to him. His skin had the pallor of a night watchman's. Bosch was still leanly built, but sometimes his clothes hung on him as if they had been issued at one of the downtown missions, or he had recently been through a bad illness. He broke away from his reflection and grabbed another beer out of the refrigerator. Outside on the deck, he saw the sky was now brightly lit with the pastels of dusk. It would be dark soon, but the freeway below was a bright river of moving lights, its current never ebbing for a moment. Looking down on the Monday night commute, he saw the place as an anthill with the workers moving along in lines. Someone or some force would soon come along and kick the hill again. Then the freeways would fall, the houses would collapse, and the ants would just rebuild and get in line again. He was bothered by something, but was not quite sure what it was. His thoughts swirled and mixed. He began to see what Edgar had told him about his case in the context of his dialogue with Hinojos. There was some connection there, some bridge, but he couldn't get to it. He finished his beer and decided that 2 would be enough. He went to one of the lounge chairs and sat down with his feet up. What he wanted to do was give everything a rest, mind and body. He looked up and saw the clouds had now been painted orange by the setting sun. It looked like molten lava moving slowly across the sky. Just before he dozed off, a thought pushed through the lava. Everybody counts or nobody counts. And then, in the last moment of clarity before sleep, he knew what the connecting ribbon that had run through his thoughts had been, and he knew what his mission was. In the morning, Bosch dressed without showering so he could immediately begin work on the house and blank out the lingering thoughts from the night before with sweat and concentration. But clearing the thoughts away was not easy. As he dressed in old, lacquer-stained jeans, he caught a glimpse of himself in the cracked mirror over the bureau and saw that his T-shirt was on backwards. Printed across his chest on the white shirt was the Homicide Squad's motto, "Our day begins when your day ends." It was supposed to be on the back of the shirt. He pulled it off, turned it, and put it back on. Now, in the mirror, he saw what he was supposed to see. A replica of a detective's badge on the left breast of the shirt and the smaller printing that said, LAPD Homicide. He brewed a pot of coffee and took it and a mug out to the deck. Next, he lugged out his toolbox and the new door he had bought at Home Depot for the bedroom. When he was finally ready and had the mug filled with steaming black coffee, he sat on the footrest of one of the lounge chairs and placed the door on its side in front of him. The original door had splintered at the hinges during the quake. He had tried to hang the replacement a few days earlier, but it was too large to fit the door jamb. He figured he needed to shave no more than 1/8 of an inch off the open side to make the fit. He set to work with the plane, moving the instrument slowly back and forth along the edge as the wood peels fell away in paper-thin curls. Occasionally he would stop and study his progress and run his hand along the area of his work. He liked that he could see the progress he was making. Few other tasks in life seemed that way to him. But still, he could not concentrate for long. His focus on the door was interrupted by the same intrusion that haunted him the night before. Everybody counts or nobody counts. It was what he had told Hinojos. It was what he had told her he believed. But did he? What did it mean to him? Was it merely a slogan like the one on the back of his shirt, or was it something he lived by? These questions mingled with the echoes of the conversation he'd had the night before with Edgar, and with a deeper thought that he knew he had always had. He took the plane off the door edge and ran his hand along the smooth wood again. He thought he had it right and carried it inside. Over a drop cloth in an area of the living room he had reserved for woodworking, he ran a sheet of small-grain sandpaper over the door edge until it was perfectly smooth to his touch. Holding the door vertically and balancing it on a block of wood, he eased it into the hinges and then dropped the pins in. He tapped them home with a hammer, and they went easily. He had oiled the pins and hinges earlier, and so the bedroom door opened and closed almost silently. Most important, though, was that it closed evenly in the jamb. He opened and closed it several more times, just staring at it, pleased with his accomplishment. The glow of his success was short-lived, for having completed the project left his mind open to wander. Back out on the deck, the other thoughts came back as he swept the wood shavings into a small pile. Hinojos had told him to stay busy. Now he knew how he would do it. And in that moment he realized that no matter how many projects he found to take his time, there was one job he still had to do. He leaned the broom against the wall and went inside to get ready. The LAPD storage facility and Aero Squad headquarters, known as Piper Tech, was on Ramirez Street in downtown, not far from Parker Center. Bosch, in a suit and tie, arrived shortly before 11 at the gate. He held his LAPD identification card out the window and was quickly waved in. The card was all he had. The card, along with his gold badge and gun, were taken from him when he was placed on leave the week before, but the card was later returned so that he could gain entry to the BSS offices for the stress therapy sessions with Carmen Hinojos. After parking, he walked to the beige-painted storage warehouse that housed the city's history of violence. The quarter-acre building contained the files of all LAPD cases, solved or unsolved. This was where the case files came when nobody cared anymore. At the front counter, a civilian clerk was loading files onto a cart so that they could be wheeled back into the expanse of shelves and forgotten. By the way she studied Bosch, he knew it was rare that anyone ever showed up here in person. It was all done by telephones and city couriers. "If you're looking for city council minutes, that's Building A, across the lot, the one with brown trim." Bosch held up his ID card. "No, I want to pull a case." He reached into his coat pocket while she walked up to the counter and bent forward to read his card. She was a small, black woman with graying hair and glasses. The name tag affixed to her blouse said her name was Geneva Beaupre. "Hollywood," she said. "Why didn't you just ask for it to be sent out in dispatch? There ain't no hurry on these cases." "I was downtown over at Parker. I wanted to see it as soon as I could anyway." "Well, you got a number?" From his pocket he pulled a piece of notebook paper with the number 61-743 written on it. She bent to study it, and then her head jerked up. 1961? You want a case from... I don't know where 1961 is. "It's here. I've looked at the file before. I guess there was someone else clerking here back then, but it was here." "Well, I'll look. You're going to wait?" "Yeah, I'll wait." This seemed to disappoint her, but Bosch smiled at her in the most friendly way he could muster. She took the paper with her and disappeared into the stacks. Bosch walked around the small waiting area by the counter for a few minutes and then stepped outside to smoke a cigarette. He was nervous for a reason he could not exactly place. He kept moving, pacing.
Harry Bosch?
He turned and saw a man approaching him from the helicopter hangar. He recognized him but couldn't immediately place him. Then it hit him. Captain Dan Washington, a former Hollywood patrol skipper who was now commander of the Aero Squadron. They shook hands cordially, and Bosch immediately hoped Washington did not know of his ISL situation.
"How's it going in the wood?"
Same old, Captain."
Yeah, I miss that place."
"You're not missing much. How is it with you?"
"Oh, can't complain. I like the detail, but it's more like being an airport manager than a cop, I guess. It's as good a place to lay low as any other."
Bosch recalled that Washington had gotten into a political scrap with the department wait and took the transfer as a means of survival. The department had dozens of out-of-the-way jobs like Washington's, where you could lay up and wait for your political fortunes to change.
"What are you doing over here?"
There it was. If Washington knew Bosch was on leave, then admitting he was pulling an old case file would be admitting he was violating the leave order. Still, as his position in the Aero Squad attested, Washington was not a straight-line company man. Bosch decided to run the risk. "I'm just pulling an old case. I got some free time and thought I'd check a few things." Washington narrowed his eyes, and Bosch knew that he knew.
"Yeah. Well, listen, I gotta run, but hang in there, man. Don't let the bookmen get you down."
He winked at Bosch and moved on. "I won't, Captain. You either." Bosch felt reasonably sure Washington wouldn't mention their meeting to anybody. He stepped on his cigarette and went back inside to the counter, privately chastising himself anyway for having gone outside and advertised that he was there. 5 minutes later, he started hearing a squeaking sound coming from one of the aisles between the stacks. In a moment, Geneva Beaupre appeared, pushing a cart with a blue 3-ring binder on it. It was a murder book. It was at least 2 inches thick, dusty, and with a rubber band around it. The band held an old green checkout card to the binder. "Found it!" There was a note of triumph in her voice. It would be the major accomplishment of her day, Bosch guessed. "Great. She dropped the heavy binder on the counter. Marjorie Lowe, homicide 1961? Now... She took the card off the binder and looked at it. Yes, you were the last to take this out. Let's see, that was 5 years ago. You were with robbery homicide then. Yes, and now I'm in Hollywood. You want me to sign for it again? She put the card down in front of him. Yes. Put your ID number there, too, please. He quickly did as he was told, and he could tell she was studying him as he wrote. A lefty? Yeah. He slid the card back across the counter to her. Thanks, Geneva. He looked at her, wanting to say something else, but decided it might be a mistake. She looked back at him, and a grandmotherly smile formed on her face. I don't know what you're doing, Detective Bosch, but I wish you good luck. I can tell it's important, you coming back to this after 5 years. It's been longer than that, Geneva. A lot longer. Bosch cleared all the old mail and carpentry books off the dining room table and placed the binder and his own notebook on top of it. He went to the stereo and loaded a compact disc, Clifford Brown with Strings. He went to the kitchen and got an ashtray, then he sat down in front of the blue murder book and looked at it for a long time without moving. The last time he'd had the file, he had barely looked at it as he skimmed through its many pages. He hadn't been ready then, and had returned it to the archives. This time, he wanted to be sure he was ready before he opened it, so he sat there a long time just studying the cracked plastic cover as if it held some clue to his preparedness. A memory crowded into his mind. A boy of 11 in a swimming pool, clinging to the steel ladder at the side, out of breath and crying, the tears disguised by the water that dripped out of his wet hair. The boy felt scared, alone. He felt as if the pool was an ocean that he must cross. Brownie was working through Willow Weep for Me, his trumpet as gentle as a portrait painter's brush. Bosch reached for the rubber band he had put around the binder 5 years earlier, and it broke at his touch. He hesitated only another moment before opening the binder and blowing off the dust. The binder contained the case file on the October 28, 1961 homicide of Marjorie Phillips Lowe, his mother. The pages of the binder were brownish yellow and stiff with age. As he looked at them and read them, Bosch was initially surprised at how little things had changed in nearly 35 years. Many of the investigative forms in the binder were still currently in use. The preliminary report and the investigator's chronological record were the same as those presently used, save for word changes made to accommodate court rulings and political correctness. Description boxes marked Negro had sometime along the line been changed to Black and then African American. The list of motivations on the preliminary case screening chart did not include domestic violence or hatred/prejudice classifications, as they did now. Interview summary sheets did not include boxes to be checked after Miranda warnings had been given. But aside from those kinds of changes, the reports were the same, and Bosch decided that homicide investigation was largely the same now as back then. Of course, there had been incredible technological advances in the past 35 years, but he believed there were some things that were always the same and always would remain the same. The legwork, the art of interviewing and listening, knowing when to trust an instinct or a hunch, those were things that didn't change, that couldn't. The case had been assigned to 2 investigators on the Hollywood homicide table, Claude Eno and Jake McKittrick. The reports they filed were in chronological order in the binder. On their preliminary reports, the victim was referred to by name, indicating she had immediately been identified. A narrative on these pages said the victim was found in an alley behind the north side of Hollywood Boulevard between Vista and Gower. Her skirt and undergarments had been ripped open by her attacker. It was presumed that she had been sexually assaulted and strangled. Her body had been dropped into an open trash bin located next to the rear door of a Hollywood souvenir store called Startime Gifts and Gags. The body was discovered at 7:35 a.m. by a foot patrol officer who walked a beat on the boulevard and usually checked the back alleys at the beginning of each shift. The victim's purse was not found with her, but she was quickly identified because she was known to the beat officer. On the continuation sheet, it was made clear why she was known to him. Victim had a previous history of loitering arrests in the Hollywood. See AR 55-002, 55-913, 56-111, 59-056, 60-815, and 60-1121. Vice Detective Gilchrist and Stano described Victim as a prostitute who periodically worked in the Hollywood area and had been repeatedly warned off. Victim lived at El Rio Efficiency Apartments located 2 blocks northerly of crime scene. It was believed that the victim had been currently involved in call-girl prostitution activities. RO 1906 was able to make identification of the victim because of familiarity of having seen victim in the area in previous years. Bosch looked at the reporting officer's serial number. He knew that 1906 belonged to a patrolman then who was now one of the most powerful men in the department, Assistant Chief Irvin S. Irving. Once Irving had confided to Bosch that he had known Marjorie Lowe and had been the one who found her. Bosch lit a cigarette and read on. The reports were sloppily written, filled with careless misspellings and perfunctory. In reading them, it was clear to Bosch that Eno and McKittrick did not invest much time in the case. A prostitute was dead. There was a risk that came with her job. They had other fish to fry. He noticed on the death investigation report a box for listing the next of kin. It said, Hieronymus Bosch, Harry, son, age 11, McLaren Youth Hall. Notification made 10/28, 1500 hours. Custody of Department of Public Social Services since 7/60, UM. See Victim's Arrest Report 60-815 and 60-1121. Father unknown. Son remains in custody pending foster placement. Looking at the report, Bosch could easily decipher all of the abbreviations and translate what was written. UM stood for unfit mother. The irony was not lost on him even after so many years. The boy had been taken from a presumably unfit mother and placed in an equally unfit system of child protection. What he remembered most was the noise of the place, always loud, like a prison. Bosch remembered McKittrick had been the one who came to tell him. It was during the swimming period. The indoor pool was frothing with waves as 100 boys swam and splashed and yelled. After being pulled from the water, Harry wore a white towel that had been washed and bleached so many times that it felt like cardboard over his shoulders. McKittrick told him the news, and he returned to the pool, his screams silenced beneath the waves. After quickly leafing through the supplemental reports on the victim's prior arrests, Bosch came to the autopsy report. He skipped most of it, not needing the details, and settled on the summary page where there were a couple of surprises. The time of death was placed at 7 to 9 hours before discovery, near midnight. The surprise was in the official cause of death. It was listed as blunt force trauma to the head. The report described a deep contusion over the right ear with swelling but no laceration that caused fatal bleeding in the brain. The report said the killer may have believed he strangled the victim after knocking her unconscious, but it was the coroner's conclusion that she was already dead when the killer wrapped Marjorie Lowe's own belt around her neck and tied it off. The report stated further that while semen was recovered from the vagina, there were no other injuries commonly associated with rape. Rereading this summary with an investigator's eyes, Bosch could see the autopsy conclusions only muddied the waters for the original 2 detectives. The initial assumption based on the appearance of the body was that Marjorie Lowe was the victim of a sex crime. That raised the specter of a random encounter, as random as the couplings of her profession, leading to her death. But the fact that strangulation occurred after death and that there was no convincing physical evidence of rape raised another possibility as well. They were factors from which it could also be speculated that the victim had been murdered by someone who then attempted to disguise his involvement and motivation in the randomness of a sex crime. Bosch could think of only one reason for such misdirection, if that had been the case. The killer knew the victim. As he moved on, He wondered if McKittrick and Eno had made any of the same conclusions he had made. There was an 8x10 envelope next in the file, which was marked as containing crime scene and autopsy photos. Bosch thought about it a long moment and then put the envelope aside. As with the last time he had pulled the murder book out of archives, he couldn't look. Next was another envelope with an evidence inventory list stapled to it. It was almost blank. Evidence recovered, case 61-743. Latent fingerprints taken from leather belt with silver seashells. SID report number 1114, 11-661. Murder weapon recovered, black leather belt with seashells attached, property of victim. Victim's clothing, property, filed with evidence custodian, locker 73B, LAPD headquarters. One blouse, white, bloodstained. One black skirt, torn at seam. One pair black high-heel shoes. One pair black sheer stockings, torn. One pair undergarments, torn. One pair gold-colored earrings. One gold-colored hoop bracelet. One gold chain necklace with cross. That was it. Bosch studied the list for a long time before jotting the particulars down in his notebook. Something about it bothered him, but he couldn't draw it out. Not yet. He was taking in too much information, and he would have to let it settle some before the anomalies floated to the surface. He dropped it for a moment and opened the evidence envelope, breaking the seal of a red tape that had cracked with age. Inside was a yellowed print card on which 2 complete fingerprints from a thumb and an index finger and several partials had been taped after being lifted with black powder from the belt. Also in the envelope was a pink check card for the victim's clothes, which had been placed in an evidence locker. The clothes had never been retrieved because a case had never been made. Bosch put both items aside, wondering what would have happened to the clothing. In the mid-60s, Parker Center was built, and the department moved out of the old headquarters. It was long gone now, falling to the wrecking ball. What happened to the evidence from unsolved cases? Next in the file was a group of summary reports on interviews conducted during the first days of the investigation. Most of these were of people with peripheral knowledge of the victim or the crime. People like other residents in the El Rio apartments and other women in the same profession as the victim. There was one short summary that caught Bosch's eye. It was from an interview conducted 3 days after the murder with a woman named Meredith Roman. She was described in the report as an associate and sometime roommate of the victim. At the time of the report, she also lived in the El Rio, 1 floor up from the victim. The report had been typed up by Eno, who seemed to be the clear-cut winner in illiteracy when comparing the reports of the 2 investigators assigned to the case. Meredith Roman, 10-9-30, was interviewed at length this date at her apartment in the El Rio Efficiencies, where she lived 1 floor above the victim's apartment. Miss Roman was able to provide this detective with very little useful information in relation to the activities of Marjorie Lowe during the period of the last week of live. Miss Roman acknowledged that she has engaged in prostitutional acts while in the company of the victim on numerous occasions, both words misspelled, in the previous 8 years, but she has no booking record to date, later confirmed. She told the undersigned detective that such engagements were scheduled, spelled with a K, by a man named Johnny Fox, 2233, who resides at 1110 Ivar in Hollywood. Fox, age 28, has no records of arrests, but Vice Intelligence confirms he has been a suspect previously in cases of pandering, malicious assault, and sales of heroin. Miss Roman states that the last time she saw the victim was at a party on 2nd floor of the Roosevelt Hotel on 10/21. Miss Roman did not attend party with victim but saw her there momentarily for a short conversation. Miss Roman states that she now has plans to retire from the business of prostitution and leave Los Angeles. She stated that she will provide detectives with a forwarding address, misspelled, and telephone number so that she can be contacted if necessary. Her demeanor, misspelled, was corporative with the undersigned. Bosch immediately looked through the summaries again for the report on Johnny Fox. There was none there. He flipped to the front of the binder to the chronological record and looked for an entry that would indicate whether they had even talked to Fox. The CR was just a log of one-line entries with references to other reports. On the second page, he found a single notation. 11/3, 800 to 2000 hours. Watched Fox apartment, no show. There was no other mention of Fox in the record, but as Bosch read through the CR to the end, another entry caught his eye. 11/5, 0940 hours. A. Conklin called to schedule, spelled with a K, meeting. Bosch knew the name. Arno Conklin had been a Los Angeles district attorney in the 1960s. As Bosch remembered it, 1961 was too early for Conklin to have been DA, but he would have still been one of the office's top prosecutors. What his interest was in a prostitute's murder was curious to Bosch, but there was nothing in the binder that held an answer. There was no summary report of a meeting with Conklin. Nothing. He noted that the misspelling of the word schedule in the CR entry had been made earlier in the summary of the Roman interview typed by Eno. Bosch concluded from this that Conklin had called Eno to set the meeting. However, the significance of this, if any, he didn't know. He wrote Conklin's name down at the top of a page in his notebook. Getting back to Fox, Bosch could not understand why he was not located and interviewed by Eno and McKittrick. It seemed that he was a natural suspect, the victim's pimp. Or, if Fox had been interviewed, Bosch could not understand why there was no report in the murder book on such a key part of the investigation. Bosch sat back and lit a cigarette. Already he was tense with the suspicion that things were amiss with the case. He felt the stirring of what he knew was outrage. The more he read, the more he believed the case had been mishandled from the start. He leaned back over the table and continued flipping through the pages of the binder while he smoked. There were more meaningless interview summaries and reports. It was all just filler. Any homicide cop worth his badge could churn out reports like these by the dozens if he wanted to fill a binder and make it look like he'd done a thorough investigation. It appeared that McKittrick and Eno were as skilled at it as the best, but any homicide cop worth his badge could also tell filler when he saw it, and that's what Bosch saw here. The hollow feeling in his stomach grew more pronounced. Finally, he came to the first follow-up homicide investigation report. It was dated 1 week after the murder and written by McKittrick. Homicide of Marjorie Phillips Lowe remains open at this time, no suspects identified. Investigation at this time has determined that victim was engaged in prostitution in the Hollywood area and may have fallen victim to a customer who committed the homicide. Preliminary suspect John Fox denied involvement in the incident and has been cleared at this time through fingerprint comparison and confirmation of alibi through witnesses. No suspects at this time have been identified. John Fox states that on Friday, 10/27, approximately 2100 hours, the victim left her residence at the El Rio Apartments to go to an unknown location for the purposes of prostitution. Fox states the arrangement was made by victim and he was not made privy to it. Fox said it was not unusual practice for victim to make arrangements for liaisons without his knowledge. Victim's undergarment was found with body in ripped condition. Noted, however, a pair of stockings also belonging to the victim showed no tears and were believed to possibly have been removed voluntarily. Experience and instinct of investigators leads to the conclusion that the victim met with foul play at the unknown location after voluntarily arriving and possibly removing some clothing. The body was then transported to the trash bin in the alleyway between Vista and Gower, where it was discovered the following morning. Witness Meredith Roman was re-interviewed this date and asked to amend her earlier statement. Roman informed this investigator that it was her belief that the victim had gone to a party in Hancock Park the night previous to the discovery of her body. She could provide no address or name of party at the location. Miss Roman said her plan was to attend with victim, but on the previous evening she was assaulted by John Fox in a dispute over money. She could not attend the party because she believed a bruise on her face made her unpresentable. Fox readily acknowledged striking Roman in subsequent telephone interview. Roman refused charges. Investigation is termed at standstill as no further leads have been provided at this time. Investigators are currently seeking the aid of vice section officers in regard to knowledge of similar incidents and/or possible suspects. Bosch read the page again and tried to interpret what was really being said about the case. One thing that was clear from it was that regardless of whether there was an interview summary report in the binder, Johnny Fox had obviously been interviewed by Eno and McKittrick. He had been cleared. The questions Bosch now had was why did they not type up a summary report, or had it been typed up and later removed from the murder book? And if so, who removed it, and why? Lastly, Bosch was curious about the lack of any mention of Arno Conklin in the summary or any other report, save for the investigative chronology. Maybe, Bosch thought, more than just the Fox interview summary had been lifted from the binder. Bosch got up and went to his briefcase, which he kept on the counter near the kitchen door. From it, he took his personal phone book. He didn't have a number for LAPD archives, so he called the regular records number and was transferred. A woman answered after 9 rings. Mrs. Beaupre? Geneva?
Yes?
Hello, this is Harry Bosch. I was there earlier today to pick up a file?
Yes, from Hollywood, the old case.
Yes. Could you tell me, do you still have the checkout card there at the counter?
Hold the line, I already filed it.
A moment later she was back.
Yes, I have it here.
Could you tell me, who else has checked this binder out in the past?
Why would you need to know that?
There are pages missing from the file, Mrs. Beaupre. I'd like to know who might have them.
Well, you checked it out last. I mentioned that
Yes, I know. About 5 years ago. Is there any listing of it being taken out before that, or since then? I didn't notice when I signed the card today.
Well, hold the line and let me see.
He waited, and she was back quickly.
Okay, I've got it. According to this card, the only other time that file was ever taken out was in 1972. You're talking way back.
Who checked it out back then?
It's scribbled here. I can't... It looks like maybe... Jack McKillick?
Jake McKittrick?
Could be.
Bosch didn't know what to think. McKittrick had the file last, but that was more than 10 years after the murder. What did it mean? Bosch felt confusion ambush him. He didn't know what he had been expecting, but he'd hoped there would have been something other than a name scribbled more than 20 years ago. Okay, Mrs. Beaupre. Thanks very much.
Well, if you've got missing pages, I'm going to have to make a report and give it to Mr. Aguilar.
I don't think that'll be necessary, ma'am. I may be wrong about the missing pages. I mean, how could there be missing pages if nobody's looked at it since the last time I had it? He thanked her again and hung up, hoping his attempt at good humor would persuade her to do nothing about his call. He opened the refrigerator and looked inside while he thought about the case, then closed it and went back out to the table. The last pages in the murder book were a due diligence report dated November 3rd, 1962. The department's homicide procedures called for all unsolved cases to be reviewed after a year by a new set of detectives with an eye toward looking for something that the first set of investigators might have missed. But, in practice, it was a rubber stamp process. Detectives didn't relish the idea of finding the mistakes of their colleagues. Additionally, they had their own caseloads to worry about. When assigned DDs, as they were called, they usually did little more than read through the file, make a few calls to witnesses, and then send the binder to archives. In this case, the DD report by the new detectives named Roberts and Jordan drew the same conclusions as the reports by Eno and McKittrick. After 2 pages detailing the same evidence and interviews already conducted by the original investigators, the DD report concluded that there were no workable leads, and the prognosis for successful conclusion of the case was hopeless. So much for due diligence. Bosch closed the murder book. He knew that after Roberts and Jordan had filed their report, the binder had been shipped to archives as a dead case. It had gathered dust there until, according to the checkout card, McKittrick pulled it out for unknown reasons in 1972. Bosch wrote McKittrick's name under Conklin's on the page in the notebook. Then he wrote the names of others he thought it would be useful to interview, if they were still alive and could be found. Bosch leaned back in his chair, realizing that the music had stopped and he hadn't even noticed. He checked his watch. It was 2:30. He still had most of the afternoon, but he wasn't sure what to do with it. He went to the bedroom closet and took the shoebox off the shelf. It was his correspondence box, filled with letters and cards and photos he had wished to keep over the course of his life. It contained objects dated as far back as his time in Vietnam. He rarely looked in the box, but his mind kept an almost perfect inventory of what was in it. Each piece had a reason for being saved. On top was the latest addition to the box, a postcard from Venice, from Sylvia. It depicted a painting she had seen in the Palace of the Doges, Hieronymus Bosch's The Blessed and the Damned. It showed an angel escorting one of the blessed through a tunnel to the light of heaven. They both floated skyward. The card was the last he had heard from her. He read the back. Harry, thought you'd be interested in this piece of your namesake's work. I saw it in the palace. It's beautiful. By the way, I love Venice. I think I could stay forever. S. But you don't love me, Bosch thought as he put the card aside and began to dig through the other pieces in the box. He wasn't distracted again. About halfway through the box, he found what he was looking for. The midday drive out to Santa Monica was long. Bosch had to take the long way, the 101 to the 405 and then down, because the 10 was still a week away from being reopened. By the time he got into Sunset Park, it was after 3. The house he was looking for was on Pierce Street. It was a small craftsman bungalow set on the crest of a hill. It had a full porch with red bougainvillea running along the railing. He checked the address painted on the mailbox against the envelope that contained the old Christmas card on the seat next to him. He parked at the curb and looked at the card once more. It had been addressed to him 5 years earlier, care of the LAPD. He had never responded to it. Not until now. As he got out, he could smell the sea and guessed that there might be a limited ocean view from the house's western windows. It was about 10 degrees cooler than it had been at his home, and so he reached back into his car for the sport coat. He walked to the front porch while putting it on. The woman who answered the white door after one knock was in her mid-60s and looked it. She was thin with dark hair, but the gray roots were beginning to show, and she was ready for another dye job. She wore thick red lipstick, a white silk blouse with blue seahorses on it over navy blue slacks. She readily smiled a greeting, and Bosch recognized her, but he could see that his own image was completely alien to her. It had been almost 35 years since she had seen him. He smiled back anyway. Meredith Roman? She lost her smile as quickly as she had found it before. "That's not my name," she said in a clipped tone. "You have the wrong place." She moved to close the door, but Bosch put his hand on it to stop her. He tried to be as unthreatening about it as he could, but he could see panic starting in her eyes. "It's Harry Bosch," he said quickly. She froze and looked Bosch in the eyes. He saw the panic go away. Recognition and memories flooded her eyes like tears. The smile came back. "Harry? Little Harry?" He nodded. "Oh, darling, come here." She drew him into a tight hug and talked in his ear. "Oh, so good to see you after... Let me look at you." She pushed him back and held her hands wide as if appraising a room full of paintings at once. Her eyes were animated and sincere. It made Bosch feel good and sad at the same time. He shouldn't have waited so long. He should have visited for reasons other than the one that brought him here now. "Oh, come in, Harry. Come in." Bosch entered a nicely furnished living room. The floor was red oak, and the stucco walls were clean and white. The furniture was mostly matching white rattan. The place was light and bright, but Bosch knew he was there to bring darkness. "Meredith is no longer your name?" "No, Harry, not for a long time." What do I call you? My name is Catherine, with a K. Catherine Register. Spelled like the cash register, but you pronounce it re, as in reefer. That's what my husband used to say. Oh, boy, he was so straight. Outside of me, the closest that man ever came to something illegal was to say the word. He used to say that? Have a seat, Harry, for crying out loud. Yes, used to. He passed away 5 years ago last Thanksgiving. Bosch sat down on the couch, and she took the chair across the glass coffee table. I'm sorry. It's okay, you didn't know. You never even knew him, and I've been a different person for a long time. Can I get you something? Some coffee, or maybe something stronger? It occurred to him that she had sent him the card on the Christmas soon after her husband's death. He was hit with another wave of guilt for having not responded. Harry? Oh, no, I'm fine. Do you want me to call you by your new name? She started laughing at the ridiculousness of the situation, and he joined in. Call me any damn thing you want. She laughed girlishly, a laugh he remembered from a long time before. Oh, it's great to see you. You know, to see how, I turned out. She laughed again. I guess so. You know, I knew you were with the police because I had read your name in some of the news stories. I know you knew. I got the Christmas card you sent to the station. That must have been right after your husband died. I'm sorry I never wrote back or visited. I should have. Oh, that's okay, Harry. I know you're busy with the job and the career and all. I'm glad you got my card. Do you have a family? No. How about you? Any children? Oh, no children. You have a wife, don't you? A handsome man like you? No, I'm alone right now. She nodded, seeming to sense that he wasn't here to reveal his personal history to her anyway. For a long moment they just both looked at each other, and Bosch wondered what she really thought of him being a cop. The initial delight in seeing each other was descending into the uneasiness that comes when old secrets come close to the surface. I guess... He didn't finish the thought. He was grappling for a way into the conversation. His interviewing skills had deserted him. You know, if it's not too much trouble, I'd take a glass of water. It was all he could think of. Be right back. She got up quickly and went to the kitchen. He heard her getting ice out of a tray. It gave him time to think. It had taken him an hour to drive to her house, but he hadn't given one thought to what this would be like, or how he would get to what he wanted to say and ask. She came back in a few minutes with a glass of ice water. She handed it to him and put a round coaster made of cork on the glass-topped coffee table in front of him. If you're hungry, I can bring out some crackers and cheese. I just didn't know how much time... No, I'm fine. This is great. Thanks. He saluted her with the glass and drank half of it, then put it down on the table. Harry, use the coaster. Getting rings out of the glass is murder. Bosch looked down at what he had done. Oh, sorry. He corrected the placement of his glass. You're a detective. Yes, I work in Hollywood now. But I'm not really working right now. I'm on sort of a vacation. Oh, that must be nice. Her spirits seemed to lift, as if she knew there was a chance he was not here on business. Bosch knew it was time to get to the point. Catherine, I need to ask you about something. What is it, Harry? I look around here and I see you have a very nice home, a different name, different life. You're no longer Meredith Roman, and I know you don't need me to tell you that. You've got... I think what I'm saying is the past may be a difficult thing to talk about. I know it is for me. And believe me, I don't want to hurt you in any way. You're here to talk about your mother. He nodded and looked down at the glass on the cork coaster. Your mother and I were best friends. Sometimes I think I had almost as much a hand in raising you as she did, until they took you away from her, from us. He looked back up at her. Her eyes were looking hard at distant memories. I don't think a day goes by that I don't think about her. We were just kids, having a good time, you know. We never thought either of us could get hurt. She suddenly stood up. Harry, come here, I want to show you something. He followed her down a carpeted hallway and into a bedroom. There was a 4-poster bed with light blue coverings, an oak bureau, and matching bedside tables. Catherine Register pointed to the bureau. There were several photos in ornate stand-up frames on top. Most of them were of Catherine and a man who seemed much older than her in the photos. Her husband, Bosch guessed. But she pointed to one that...
You are not just a listener, but a part of this journey. Take this interlude as your time to relax and enjoy. This audiobook is shared freely with you in mind.
was to the right side of the grouping. The photo was old, its color faded. It was a picture of two young women with a tiny boy of 3 or 4. I've always had that there, Harry. Even when my husband was alive. He knew my past. I told him it didn't matter. We had 23 great years together. You see, the past is what you make of it. You can use it to hurt yourself or others, or you can use it to make yourself strong. I'm strong, Harry. Now, tell me why you came to visit me today. Bosch reached for the framed photo and picked it up. He looked up from the photo to her. I'm going to find out who killed her. An undecipherable look froze on her face for a moment, and then she wordlessly took the frame out of his hands and put it back on the bureau. Then she pulled him into another deep embrace, her head against his chest. He could see himself holding her in the mirror over the bureau. When she pulled back and looked up at him, he saw the tears were already down her cheeks. There was a slight tremor in her lower lip. Let's go sit down, he said. She pulled 2 tissues out of a box on the bureau, and he led her back to the living room and to her chair. Do you want me to get you some water? Oh, fine. I'll stop crying. I'm sorry. She wiped at her eyes with the tissues. He sat back down on the couch. We used to say we were the 2 musketeers, both for one and one for both. It was stupid, but it was because we were so young and so close. I'm starting from scratch with it, Catherine. I pulled the old files on the investigation. She made a dismissing sound and shook her head. There was no investigation. It was a joke. That's my sense of it, too. But I don't understand why. Look, Harry, you know what your mother was? He nodded, and she continued. She was a party girl. We both were. I'm sure you know that's the polite way of saying it. And the cops really didn't care that one of us ended up dead. They just wrote the whole damn thing off. I know you're a policeman now, but that's the way it was then. They just didn't care about her. I understand. Things probably are not too much different now, believe it or not. But there has to have been more to it than that. Harry, I don't know how much you want to know about your mother. He looked at her. The past made me strong, too. I can handle it. I'm sure it did. I remember that place where they put you, McAvoy or something like McLaren. That's it. McLaren. Oh, what a depressing place. Your mother would come home from visiting you and just sit down and cry her eyes out. Don't change the subject, Catherine. What is it I should know about her? She nodded, but hesitated for a moment before continuing. Mar knew some policeman, you understand? He nodded. We both did. It was the way it worked. You had to get along to go along. That's what we called it anyway. And when you have that situation and she ends up dead, it's usually best for the cops to just sweep it under the rug. Let sleeping dogs lie, as they say. You pick the cliché. They just didn't want anyone embarrassed. Are you saying you think it was a cop? No, I'm not saying that at all. I have no idea who did it, Harry. I'm sorry, I wish I did. But what I'm saying is, I think those two detectives that were assigned to investigate this knew where it could lead, and they weren't going to go that way because they knew what was good for them in the department. They weren't stupid in that way, and like I said, she was a party girl. They didn't care. Nobody did. She got killed, and that was that. Bosch looked around the room, not sure what to ask next. Do you know who the policemen she knew were? It was a long time ago. You knew some of the same policemen, didn't you? Yes. I had to. That was the way it worked. You used your contacts to keep you out of jail. Everybody was for sale. Back then, at least. Different people wanted different forms of payment. Some of them money, some of them other things. It said in the file that you never had a record. Yes, I was lucky. I was picked up a few times, but never booked once. They always turned me loose once I could make a call. I kept a clean record because I knew a lot of policemen, honey. You understand? Yes, I understand. She didn't look away when she said it. All these years in the straight life, and she still had a whore's pride. She could talk about the low points of her life without flinching or batting an eye. It was because she had made it through, and there was dignity in that, enough to last the rest of her life. Do you mind if I smoke, Harry? No, not if I can. They took out cigarettes, and Bosch got up to light them. You can use that ashtray on the side table. Try not to get ashes on the rug. She pointed to a small glass bowl on the table at the other end of the couch. Bosch reached over for it, and then held it with one hand while he smoked with the other. He looked down into it as he spoke. The policeman you knew, he said, and who she probably knew. You don't remember any names? I said it was a long time ago, and I doubt they had anything to do with this, with what happened to your mother. Irvin S. Irving. Do you remember that name? She hesitated a moment as the name rolled around in her mind. I knew him. I think she did too. He was on the beat on the boulevard. I think it would have been hard for her not to know him. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Bosch nodded. He was the one who found her. She hiked her shoulders in a "what's that prove" gesture. Well, somebody had to find her. She was left out there in the open like that. What about a couple of vice guys, Gilchrist and Stano? She hesitated before answering. Yes, I knew them. They were mean men. Would my mother have known them? In that way? She nodded. What do you mean that they were mean? In what way? They just didn't care about us. If they wanted something, whether it was a little piece of information you might have picked up on a date or something more personal, they just came and took it. They could be rough. I hated them. But could they have been killers? My feeling at the time and now is no. They weren't killers, Harry. They were cops. True, they were bought and paid for, but it seemed everybody was. But it wasn't like it is today, where you read the paper and you see some cop on trial for killing or beating or whatever. Sorry. It's okay. Anybody else you can think of? No. No names? I put that all out of my mind a long time ago. Okay. Bosch wanted to take out his notebook, but he didn't want to make this seem like an interview. He tried to remember what else he had read in the murder book that he could ask about. What about this guy, Johnny Fox? Yes, I told those detectives about him. They got all excited, but then nothing ever happened.
This free audiobook experience includes time for you to pause, to rest, and to enjoy something beautiful. Thank you for being part of it.
As long as we're honey, make me become true. Honey, make me come to you. It's the last thing that I do. As long as
happened. He was never arrested. I think he was, but then he was let go. His fingerprints didn't match the killer's. She raised her eyebrows. Well, that's news to me. They never told me anything about any fingerprints. On your second interview with McKittrick, you remember him? Not really. I just remember that there were police, you know? 2 detectives. One was smarter than the other, that's what I remember. But I don't remember which one was which. It seemed like the dumber one was in charge, and that was par for the course in those days. Well, anyway, McKittrick talked to you the second time. In his report, he said you changed your story and you told about this party in Hancock Park. Yes, the party. I didn't go because that Johnny Fox hit me the night before and I had a bruise on my cheek. It was gorgeous. I played around with makeup, but I couldn't do anything about the swelling. Believe me, there wasn't much business in Hancock Park for a party girl with a knot on her face. Who was having the party? Oh, I don't remember. I don't know if I even knew whose party it was. Something about the way she answered bothered Bosch. Her tone had changed, and it came across as almost a rehearsed answer. Are you sure you don't remember? Of course I'm sure. Catherine stood up. I think I'm going to get some water now. She took his glass to refill and left the room again. Bosch realized that his familiarity with the woman, his emotion in seeing her again after so long, had blocked most of his investigative instincts. He had no feel for the truth. He could not tell whether there was more to what she was telling him or not. He decided he had to somehow steer the conversation back to the party. He thought she knew more than she had said all those years ago. She came back with 2 glasses filled with ice water and placed his back down on the cork coaster. Something about the way she was so careful about putting the glass down gave him a knowledge about her that had not come through in her spoken words. It was simply that she had worked hard to attain the level she was at in life. That position and the material things it brought with it, like glass coffee tables and plush carpets, meant a lot to her and were to be taken care of. She took a long drink from her glass after sitting down. Let me tell you something, Harry, she said. I didn't tell them everything. I didn't lie, but I didn't tell them everything. I was afraid. Afraid of what? I became afraid on the day they found her. You see, I'd gotten a call that morning. Before I even knew what had happened to her, it was a man, but a voice I didn't recognize. He told me if I said anything, I would be next. I remember he said, "My advice to you, little lady, is to get the hell out of Dodge." Then, of course, I heard the police were in the building and had gone to her apartment. Then I heard she was dead. So I did what I was told. I left. I waited about a week until the police said they were done with me. Then I moved to Long Beach. I changed my name, Changed my life. I met my husband down there, and then years later we moved here. You know, I've never been back to Hollywood, not even to drive through. It's an awful place. What was it that you didn't tell Eno and McKittrick? Catherine looked down at her hands as she spoke. I was afraid, you see, so I didn't tell everything. But I knew who she was going to see there at the party. We were like sisters, lived in the same building, shared clothes, secrets, everything. We talked every morning, had our coffee together. We had no secrets between us. And we were going to go to the party together. Of course, after that, after Johnny hit me, she had to go alone. Who was she going to meet there, Catherine? Bosch prompted. You see, that is the right question. But the detectives never asked that. They only wanted to know whose party it was and where it was. That didn't matter. What was important was who was she going to meet there, and they never asked that. Who was it? She looked away from her hands and to the fireplace. She stared at the cold, blackened logs left from an old fire the way some people stare, mesmerized by a burning fire. It was a man named Arnold Conklin. He was a very important man in the... I know who he was. You do? His name came up in the records. But not that way. How could you not tell the cops this? She turned and looked at him sharply. Don't you look at me that way. I told you I was scared. I'd been threatened, and they wouldn't have done anything with it anyway. They were bought and paid for by Conklin. They wouldn't go near him on just the word of a call girl who didn't see anything but knew a name. I had to think of myself. Your mother was dead, Harry. There was nothing I could do about it. He could see the sharp edges of anger in her eyes. He knew it was directed at him, but more toward herself. She could list all her reasons out loud, but inside, Bosch thought she paid a price every day for not having done the right thing. You think Conklin did it? I don't know. All I know is that she'd been with him before and there was never anything violent. I don't know the answer to that. Any idea now who called you? No, none. Conklin? I don't know. I didn't know his voice anyway. Did you ever see them together, my mother and him? Once, at a dance at the Masonic. I think it was the night they met. Johnny Fox introduced them. I don't think Arno knew anything about her, at least then. Could it have been Fox who called you? No. I would have recognized his voice. Bosch thought a moment. Did you ever see Fox again after that morning? No. I avoided him for a week. It was easy because I think he was hiding from the cops. But after that, I was gone. Whoever called me, he put the fear of God in me. I left town for Long Beach the day the cops said they were done with me, packed one suitcase and took the bus. I remember your mother had some of my clothes in her apartment, things that she had borrowed. I didn't even bother to try to get them. I just took what I had and left. Bosch was silent. He had nothing else to ask. I think about those days a lot, you know, Catherine said. We were in the gutter, your mother and I. But we were good friends, and we had fun in spite of it all. You know, all my memories, you're in a lot of them. You were always there with her. We had a lot of laughs in spite of everything, she said wistfully. And you were the highlight of it all. You know, when they took you away from her, it nearly killed her right then. She never stopped trying to get you back, Harry. I hope you know that. She loved you. I loved you. Yes, I know that. But after you were gone, she wasn't the same. Oh, sometimes I think what happened to her was sort of inevitable. Sometimes I think it was like she had been heading toward that alley for a long time beforehand. Bosch stood up, looking at the sorrow in her eyes. I better go. I'll let you know what happens. I'd like that. I'd like to stay in touch. I'd like that too. He headed toward the door, knowing that they wouldn't stay in touch. Time had eroded the bond between them. They were strangers who shared the same story. On the outside step, he turned and looked back at her. The Christmas card you sent? You wanted me to look into this back then, didn't you? She brought out the faraway smile again. I don't know. My husband had just died and I was taking stock, you know? I thought about her and you. I'm proud of how I turned out, little Harry. So I think about what there could have been for her and you. I'm still mad. Whoever did this should... She didn't finish, but Bosch nodded. Goodbye, Harry. You know, my mother, she had a good friend. I hope so. Back in his car, Bosch took his notebook out and looked at the list. Conklin, McKittrick and Eno, Meredith Roman, Johnny Fox. He drew a line through Roman's name and studied those left on it. He knew that the way he had ordered the names was not the same order in which he would attempt to interview them. He knew that before he could approach Conklin or even McKittrick and Eno, he needed more information. He took his phone book out of his coat pocket and his portable from his briefcase. He dialed the Department of Motor Vehicles law enforcement line in Sacramento and identified himself to the clerk as Lieutenant Harvey Pounds. He gave Pounds's serial number and asked for a license check on Johnny Fox. After checking his notebook, he gave the appropriate date of birth. As he did this, he ran the numbers and figured that Fox was now 61 years old. As he continued to wait, he smiled because Pounds would have some explaining to do in about a month. The department had recently begun to audit use of the DMV trace service. Because the Daily News had reported that cops all over the department were secretly doing the traces for friendly reporters and private detectives with liberal expense accounts, the new chief cracked down by requiring all calls and computer link-ups to DMV to be documented on the newly implemented DMVT form, which required attribution of traces to a specific case or purpose. The forms were sent to Parker Center and then audited against the list of traces provided each month by the DMV. When the lieutenant's name showed up on the DMV list in the next audit and there was no corresponding DMVT form, he'd get a call from the auditors. Bosch had gotten the lieutenant's serial number off of his ID card one day when Pounds had left it clipped to his jacket on the coat rack outside his office. He'd written it down in his phone book on a hunch that one day it would come in handy. The DMV clerk finally came back on the line and said there was no driver's license presently issued to a Johnny Fox with the birth date Bosch had provided. Anything close?
No, honey.
That's Lieutenant, miss. Lieutenant Pounds.
That's Ms. Lieutenant. Ms. Sharp.
And I bet you are. Tell me, Ms. Sharp, how far back does that computer run go?
7 years. Anything else?
How do I check the years before that?
You don't. If you want a hand records search, you drop us a letter, Lieutenant. It will take 10 to 14 days. In your case, count on the 14. Anything else?
No, but I don't like your demeanor.
That makes us even. Goodbye.
Bosch laughed out loud after flipping the phone closed. He was sure now that trace wouldn't get lost in the process. Ms. Sharp would see to that. The name Pounds would probably be on the top of the list when it came into Parker Center. He dialed Edgar's number on the homicide table next and caught him before he had left the bureau for the day.
Harry, what's up?
You busy?
No, nothing new.
Can you run a name for me? I already did DMV, but I need somebody to do the computer. Look, can you or can't you? If you're worried about Pounds, then...
Hey, Harry, cool it. What's wrong with you, man? I didn't say I couldn't do it. Just give me the name.
Bosch couldn't understand why Edgar's attitude enraged him. He took a breath and tried to calm down. The name's John Fox. Johnny Fox.
Shit, there's gonna be 100 John Foxes. You got a D.O.B.?
Yeah, I got a D.O.B. Bosch checked his notebook again and gave it to him.
What'd he do to you? Say, how you doing?
Funny. I'll tell you later. You gonna run it?
Yes, I said I'll do it.
Okay, you got my portable number. If you can't get through, leave me a message at home.
When I can get to it, Harry.
What? You said nothing's happening.
Nothing is, but I'm working, man. I can't be running around doing shit for you all the time.
Bosch was stunned into a short moment of silence. Hey, Jerry, fuck you, I'll do it myself.
Hey, look, Harry, I'm not saying I'm...
No, I mean it. Never mind. I don't want to compromise you with your new partner or your fearless leader. I mean, after all, that's what it's about, isn't it? So don't give me this shit about working. You're not working, you're about to go out the door for home and you know it. Or, wait a minute, maybe it's drinks with Burnsy again tonight.
Harry.
Take care, man. Bosch flipped the phone closed and sat there, letting the anger work out of him like heat from the grill of a radiator. The phone rang while it was still in his hand, and he immediately felt better. He flipped it open. Look, I'm sorry, okay? He said. Forget it. There was a long silence.
Hello?
It was a woman's voice. Bosch felt immediately embarrassed. Yes?
Detective Bosch?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought it was someone else.
Like who?
Who is this?
It's Dr. Hinojos.
Oh. Bosch closed his eyes, and the anger came back. What can I do for you?
I was just calling to remind you that we have a session tomorrow, 3:30. You will be there?
I don't have a choice, remember? And you don't have to call to remind me about our sessions. Believe it or not, I have an appointment calendar, a watch, an alarm clock, all of that stuff now. He immediately thought he had gone over the top with the sarcasm.
Sounds like I caught you at a bad time. I'll let...
You did.
You go. See you tomorrow, Detective Bosch.
Goodbye. He snapped the phone closed again and dropped it on the seat. He started the car. He took Ocean Park out to Bundy and then up toward the 10. As he approached the freeway overpass, he saw the eastbound cars on top weren't moving, and the on-ramp was jammed with cars waiting to wait. Fuck it, he said out loud. He went by the freeway ramp without turning, and then under the overpass. He took Bundy up to Wilshire and then headed west into downtown Santa Monica. It took him 15 minutes to find street parking near the 3rd Street Promenade. He had been avoiding multi-level parking garages since the quake and didn't want to start using them now. What a walking contradiction, Bosch thought as he prowled for a parking spot along the curb. You live in a condemned house the inspectors claim is ready to slide down the hill, but you won't go into a parking garage. He finally found a spot across from the porno theater about a block from the promenade. Bosch spent the rush hours walking up and down the 3-block stretch of outdoor restaurants, movie theaters, and shops. He went into the King George on Santa Monica, which he knew was a hangout for some of the detectives out of West L.A. Division, but didn't see anybody he knew. After that, he ate pizza from a to-go joint and people-watched. He saw a street performer juggling 5 butcher knives at once, and he thought he might know something about how the man felt. He sat on a bench and watched the droves of people pass him by. The only ones who stopped and paid attention to him were the homeless, and soon he had no change or dollar bills left to give them. Bosch felt alone. He thought about Catherine Register and what she had said about the past. She said she was strong, but he knew that comfort and strength could come from sadness. That was what she had. He thought about what she had done 5 years ago. Her husband dead, she had taken stock of her life and found the hole in her memories, the pain. She had sent him the card in hopes he might do something then, and it had almost worked. He had pulled the murder book from the archives but didn't have the strength, or maybe it was the weakness, to look at it. After it got dark, he walked down Broadway to Mr. B's, found a stool at the bar, and ordered a draft with a Jack Daniels depth charge. There was a quintet playing on the small stage in the back, the lead on tenor saxophone. They were finishing up Do Nothing Till You Hear From Me, and Bosch got the idea he had come in at the end of a long set. The sax was draggy. It wasn't a clean sound. Disappointed, he looked away from the group and took a large swallow of beer. He checked his watch and knew he'd have clear driving if he left now, but he stayed. He picked the shot up and dropped it into the mug and drank deeply from the brutal mix. The group moved into What a Wonderful World. No one in the band stepped up to sing the words, but, of course, nobody could touch Louis Armstrong's vocals if they tried. It was okay, though. Bosch knew the words. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The song made him feel lonely and sad, but that was okay. Loneliness had been the trash can fire he huddled around for most of his life. He was just getting used to it again. It had been that way for him before Sylvia, and he could be that way again. It would just take time and the pain of letting her go. In the 3 months since she had left, there had been the one postcard and nothing else. Her absence had fractured the sense of continuity in his life. Before her, his job had always been the iron rails, as dependable as the sunset over the Pacific. But with her, he had attempted to switch tracks, the bravest jump he had ever made. But somehow he had failed. It wasn't enough to keep her, and she was gone. And now he felt he had run clear off the tracks. Inside, he felt as fragmented as his city. Broken, it seemed at times, at every level. He heard a female voice from nearby singing the words of the song. He turned to see a young woman a few stools away, her eyes closed as she sang very softly. She sang only to herself, but Bosch could hear. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright, blessed day, the dark, sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. She wore a short white skirt, a t-shirt, and a brightly colored vest. Bosch guessed she wasn't older than 25, and he liked the idea that she even knew the song. She sat straight, her legs crossed. Her back swayed with the music of the saxophone. Her face was framed by brown hair and was turned upward, her lips slightly apart, almost angelic. Bosch thought she was quite beautiful, so totally lost in the majesty of the music. Clean or not, the sound took her away, and he admired her for letting it. He knew that what he saw in her face was what a man would see if he made love to her. She had what other cops called a getaway face. So beautiful it would always be a shield. No matter what she did or what was done to her, her face would be her ticket. It would open doors in front of her, close them behind her. It would let her get away. The song ended, and she opened her eyes and clapped. No one else had applauded until she began. Then everyone in the bar, Bosch included, joined in. Such was the power of the getaway face. Bosch turned and flagged the bartender for another shot and beer. When it was down in front of him, he took a glance over at the woman, but she was gone. He turned and checked the bar's door and saw it closing. He'd missed her. On the way home, he worked his way up to Sunset and took that all the way into the city. Traffic was sparse. He had stayed out later than he had planned. He smoked and listened to the all-news channel on the radio. There was a report about Grant High finally reopening in the valley. It was where Sylvia had taught before going to Venice. Bosch was tired and guessed that he probably wouldn't pass a breath test if stopped. He dropped his speed to below the limit as Sunset cut through Beverly Hills. He knew the cops in BH wouldn't cut him a break, and that would be all he'd need on top of the involuntary stress leave. He turned left at Laurel Canyon and took the winding road up the hill. At Mulholland, he was about to turn right on red when he checked the traffic from the left and froze. He saw a coyote step out of the brush of the arroyo to the left of the roadway and take a tentative look around the intersection. There were no other cars. Only Bosch saw this. The animal was thin and ragged, worn by the struggle to sustain itself in the urban hills. The mist rising from the arroyo caught the reflection of the streetlights and cast the coyote in almost a dim blue light, and it seemed to study Bosch's car for a moment, its eyes catching the reflection of the stoplight and glowing. For just a moment, Bosch believed that the coyote might be looking directly at him. Then the animal turned and moved back into the blue mist. A car came up behind him and honked. Bosch had the green light. He waved and made the turn onto Mulholland, but then he pulled to the side. He put the car in park and got out. It was a cool evening, and he felt a chill as he walked across the intersection to the spot he had seen the blue coyote. He wasn't sure what he was doing, but he wasn't afraid. He just wanted to see the animal again. He stopped at the edge of the drop-off and looked down into the darkness below. The blue mist was all around him now. A car passed behind him, and when the noise receded, he listened and looked intently. But there was nothing. The coyote was gone. He walked back to his car and drove on Mulholland to Woodrow Wilson Drive, to home. Later, as he lay in his bed after more drinks and with the lights still on, he smoked the last cigarette of the night and stared up at the ceiling. He'd left the light on, but his thoughts were of the dark, sacred night, and the blue coyote, and the woman with the getaway face. Soon, all of those thoughts disappeared with him into the dark. Bosch got little sleep and was up before the sun. The last cigarette of the night before had nearly been his last for all time. He had fallen asleep with it between his fingers, only to be jolted awake by the searing pain of the burn. He dressed the wounds on 2 fingers and tried to return to sleep, but it wouldn't take him. His fingers throbbed, and all he could think of was how many times he had investigated the deaths of hapless drunks who had fallen asleep and self-immolated. All he could think of was what Carmen Hinojos would have to say about such a stunt. How was that for a symptom of self-destruction? Finally, as dawn's light began to leak into the room, he gave up on sleep and got up. While coffee brewed in the kitchen, he went into the bathroom and rebandaged the burns on his fingers. As he taped the fresh gauze on, he glanced at himself in the mirror and saw the deep lines under his eyes. "Shit," he said to himself. "What's going on?" He had black coffee on the back deck while watching the silent city come awake. There was a crisp chill in the air, and the earthy smell of eucalyptus was rising from the tall trees down in the pass. The marine fog layer had filled the pass, and the hills were just mysterious silhouettes in the mist. He watched the morning begin for nearly an hour, fascinated by the show he had from his deck. It wasn't until he went back inside for a second cup that he noticed the red light flashing on his phone machine. He had 2 messages that had probably been left the day before, and that he hadn't noticed after coming in last night. He pressed the play button.
Bosch, this is Lieutenant Pounds calling on Tuesday at 3:35. I have to inform you that while you are on leave and until your, status with department is decided, you will be required to return your vehicle to the Hollywood Division garage. I have here that it is a 4-year-old Chevrolet Caprice, tag number 1 Adam 3402. Please make arrangements immediately to have the car turned in and checked out. This order is per Standard Practices Manual, citation 3-13. Violation could result in suspension and/or dismissal. Again, this is an order from Lieutenant Pounds. Now, 3:36 on Tuesday. If there is any part of this message that you do not understand, feel free to contact me at the office.
The machine reported the message had actually been left at 4 p.m. Tuesday, probably right before Pounds had gone home for the day. Fuck him, Bosch thought. The car's a piece of shit anyway, he can have it. The second message was from Edgar.
Harry, you there? It's Edgar. Okay. Listen, let's forget about today, okay? I mean it. Let's just say I was a prick and you were a prick and we're both pricks and forget it. Whether it turns out you are my partner or you were my partner, I owe you a lot, man. And if I ever act like I forgot that, hit me alongside the head like you did today. And now, to the bad news. I checked everything on this Johnny Fox. I got exactly nothing, man. That's from the NCIC, DOJ, DPP, Corrections, National Warrants, everything. I ran the works on him. Looks like this guy is clean if he's alive. You say he doesn't even have a DL, so that makes me think maybe you got a phony name there, or maybe this guy ain't among the living, so that's that. I don't know what you're up to, but if you want anything else, give a call. Oh, and hang in there, buddy. I'm 10-7 after this, so you can reach me at home if...
The message cut off. Edgar had run out of time. Bosch rewound the tape and poured his coffee. Back on the deck, he mulled over the whereabouts of Johnny Fox. When he had gotten nothing on the DMV trace, Bosch had assumed Fox might be in prison, where driver's licenses weren't issued or needed. But Edgar had not found him there, nor had he found his name on any national computer that tracks criminals. Now Bosch guessed that Johnny Fox had either gone straight or, as Edgar had suggested, was dead. If Bosch was betting, he'd take the latter. Men like Johnny Fox didn't go straight. Bosch's alternative was to go down to the Los Angeles County Hall of Records and look for a death certificate, but without a date of death it would be a needle in the haystack search. It might take him days. Before he'd do that, he decided, he'd try an easier way. The L.A. Times. He went back inside to the phone and dialed a reporter named Keisha Russell. She was new on the cop beat and still struggling to find her way. She had made a subtle attempt to recruit Bosch as a source a few months earlier. The way reporters usually did that was to write an inordinate number of stories on a crime that did not merit such intense attention. But the process put them in constant contact with the detectives on the case, and that allowed them the chance to ingratiate themselves and hopefully procure the investigators as future sources. Russell had written 5 stories in a week about one of Bosch's cases. It was a domestic violence case in which a husband had disregarded a temporary restraining order and gone to his separated wife's new apartment on Franklin. He carried her to the 5th-floor balcony and threw her off. He went over next. Russell had talked to Bosch repeatedly during the stretch of stories. The resultant dispatches were thorough and complete. It was good work, and she began to earn Bosch's respect. Still, he knew that she hoped that the stories and her attention would be the building blocks of a long reporter-investigator relationship. Since then, not a week had gone by that she didn't call Bosch once or twice to bullshit, pass along departmental gossip she had picked up from other sources, and ask the one question all reporters live and die by. Anything going on? She answered on the first ring, and Bosch was a little surprised she was in so early. He was planning on leaving a message on her voicemail. Keisha, it's Bosch.
Hey, Bosch. How you doing?
Okay, I guess. I guess you heard about me.
Not everything, but I heard you went on temporary leave. But nobody would tell me why. You want to talk about it?
No, not really. I mean, not now. I have a favor to ask. If it works out, I'll give you the story. That's the deal I've made in the past with other reporters.
What do I have to do?
Just walk over to the morgue. She groaned. I mean, the newspaper morgue, right there at the Times.
Oh, that's better. What do you need?
I've got a name. It's old. I know the guy was a dirtbag in the 50s and at least the early 60s, but I've lost track of him after that. Thing is, my hunch is that he's dead.
You want an obit?
Well, I don't know if this is the type of guy the Times would write an obituary on. He was strictly small time, near as I can tell. I was thinking that there might be a story, if his death was sort of untimely.
Oh, you mean like if he got his shit blown away?
You got it.
Okay, I'll take a look.
She seemed eager, Bosch sensed. He knew that she thought that by doing this favor she would be cementing their relationship in place, and it would only pay dividends in the future. He said nothing that would dissuade her of this.
What's the name?
His name is John Fox. He went by Johnny. Last I have a trace on him is 1961. He was a pimp, general piece of trash.
White, black, yellow, or brown?
General piece of white trash, you could say.
You have a birth date? It will help narrow it down if there's more than one Johnny Fox in the clips.
He gave it to her.
Okay, where you going to be?
Bosch gave her his portable phone number. He knew that would set the hook. The number would go right onto the source list she kept in her computer like gold earrings in a jewelry box. Having the number where he could be reached at almost any time was worth the search in the morgue.
Okay, listen, I've got a meeting with my editor. That's the only reason I'm in this early, but after that, I'll go take a look. I'll call you as soon as I have something.
If there is something.
Right.
After Bosch hung up, he ate some frosted flakes from a box he took out of the refrigerator and turned on the news radio. He had discontinued the newspaper after the earthquake in case Gowdy, the building inspector, happened by early and saw it out front, a clue that someone was inhabiting the uninhabitable. There was nothing much in the top of the news summary that interested him. No homicides in Hollywood, at least. He wasn't missing out on anything. There was one story after the traffic report that caught his attention. An octopus on display at a city aquarium in San Pedro had apparently killed itself by pulling a water circulation tube out of its tank fitting with one of its tentacles. The tank emptied and the octopus died. Environmental groups were calling it suicide, a desperate protest by the octopus against its captivity. Only in L.A., Bosch thought as he turned the radio off, a place so desperate even the marine life was killing itself. He took a long shower, closing his eyes and holding his head directly under the spray. As he was shaving in front of the mirror after, he couldn't help but study the circles under his eyes again. They seemed even more pronounced than earlier, and fit nicely with the eyes cracked with red from his drinking the night before. He put the razor down on the edge of the sink and leaned closer to the mirror. His skin was as pale as a recycled paper plate. As he appraised himself, the thought he had was that he had once been considered a handsome man. Not anymore. He looked beaten. It seemed that age was gripping him, beating him down. He thought that he resembled some of the old men he'd seen after they were found dead in their beds, the ones in the rooming houses, the ones in refrigerator boxes. He reminded himself more of the dead than the living. He opened the medicine cabinet so the reflection would go away. He looked among the various items on the glass shelves and chose a squeeze bottle of Murine. He put in a heavy dose of the eye drops, wiped the excess spill off his face with a towel, and left the bathroom without closing the cabinet and having to look at himself again. He put on his best clean suit, a gray two-piece and a white button-down shirt. He added his maroon tie with gladiator helmets on it. It was his favorite tie, and his oldest. One edge of it was fraying, but he wore it 2 or 3 times a week. He'd bought it 10 years earlier when he was first assigned to homicide. He pegged it in place on his shirt with a gold tie tack that formed the number 187, the California Penal Code for homicide. As he did this, he felt a measure of control come back to him. He began to feel good and whole again, and to feel angry. He was ready to go out into the world, whether or not it was ready for him. Bosch pulled the knot of his tie tight against his throat before pulling open the back door of the station. He took the hallway to the rear of the detective bureau, and then the aisle between the tables toward the front, where Pounds sat in his office behind the glass windows that separated him from the detectives he commanded. Heads at the burglary table bobbed up as he was noticed, then at the robbery and homicide tables. Bosch did not acknowledge anyone, though he almost lost a step when he saw someone sitting in his seat at the homicide table. Burns. Edgar was there at his own spot, but his back was to Bosch's path, and he didn't see Harry coming through the room. But Pounds did. Through the glass wall he saw Bosch's approach to his office, and he stood up behind his desk. The first thing Bosch noticed as he got closer was that the glass panel that he had broken just a week before in the office had already been replaced. He thought it was strange that this could happen so quickly in a department where more vital repairs, such as replacing the bullet-riddled windshield of a patrol car, normally took a month of red tape and paper pushing. But those were the priorities of this department.
"Henry!" Pounds barked. "Come in here!"
An old man who sat at the front counter and took calls on the public line and gave general directions jumped up and doddered into the glass office. He was a civilian volunteer, one of several who worked in the station, mainly retirees that most cops referred to collectively as members of the Nod Squad. Bosch followed the old man in and put his briefcase down on the floor.
"Bosch!"
Pounds yelped.
"There's a witness here."
He pointed to old Henry, then out through the glass.
"Witness is out there as well."
Bosch could see that Pounds still had deep purple remnants of broken capillaries under each eye. The swelling was gone, though. Bosch walked up to the desk and reached into the pocket of his coat.
"Witnesses to what?" "To whatever you're doing here."
Bosch turned to look at Henry.
"Henry, you can leave now. I'm just going to talk to the lieutenant."
"Henry, you stay," Pounds commanded. "I want you to hear this."
"How do you know he'll remember it, Pounds? He can't even transfer a call to the right table."
Bosch looked back at Henry again and fixed him with a stare that left no doubt who was in charge in the glass room.
"Close the door on your way out."
Henry made a timid glance back at Pounds, but then quickly headed out the door, closing it as instructed. Bosch turned back to Pounds. The lieutenant slowly, like a cat sneaking past a dog, lowered himself into his seat, perhaps thinking or knowing from experience that there might be more safety in not being at a face-to-face level with Bosch. Harry looked down and saw that there was a book open on the desk. He reached down and turned the cover to see what it was.
"Studying for the captain's exam, Lieutenant?"
Pounds shrank back from Bosch's reach. Bosch saw it was not the captain's exam manual, but a book on creating and honing motivational skills in employees. It had been written by a professional basketball coach. Bosch had to laugh and shake his head.
"Pounds, you know, you're really something. I mean, at least you're entertaining. I gotta give you that."
Pounds grabbed the book back and shoved it in a drawer.
"What do you want, Bosch? You know you're not supposed to be in here. You're on leave."
"But you called me in, remember?"
"I did not."
"The car. You said you wanted the car."
"I said turn it in at the garage. I didn't say come in here. Now, get out."
Bosch could see the rosy spread of anger on the other man's face. Bosch remained cool and took that as a sign of a declining level of stress. He brought his hand out of his pocket with the car keys in it. He dropped them on the desk in front of Pounds.
"It's parked out by the drunk tank door. You want it back, you can have it. But you take it through the checkout at the garage. That's not a cop's job. That's a job for a bureaucrat."
Bosch turned to leave and picked up his briefcase. He then opened the door to the office with such force that it swung around and banged against one of the glass panels of the office. The whole office shook, but nothing broke. He walked around the counter saying,
"Sorry about that, Henry,"
without looking at the old man, and then headed down the front hall. A few minutes later, he was standing on the curb on Wilcox in front of the station, waiting for the cab he had called with his portable. A gray Caprice, almost a duplicate of the car he had just turned in, pulled up in front of him, and he bent down to look in. It was Edgar. He was smiling. The window glided down.
You need a ride, tough guy? Bosch got in. There's a Hertz on La Brea near the boulevard. Yeah, I know it. They drove in silence for a few minutes, then Edgar laughed and shook his head. What?
Nothing. Burns, man. I think he was about to shit his pants when you were in there with Pounds. He thought you were going to come out of there and throw his ass out of your chair at the table. He was pitiful.
Shit, I should have. I didn't think of it. Silence came back again. They were on Sunset, coming up to La Brea.
Harry, you just can't help yourself, can you?
I guess not.
What happened to your hand?
Bosch held it up and studied the bandage. I hit it last week when I was working on the deck. Hurt like a son of a bitch.
Yeah? You better be careful or Pounds is going to be on you like a son of a bitch.
He already is.
Man, he's nothing but a bean counter, a punk. Why can't you just leave it alone?
You're beginning to sound like the shrink they're sending me to. Maybe I should just sit with you for an hour today. What do you say?
Hey, maybe she's talking some sense to you.
Maybe I should have taken the cab.
I think you should figure out who your friends are and listen to them for once.
Here it is. Edgar slowed in front of the rental car agency. Bosch got out before the car was even stopped.
Harry, wait a minute.
Bosch looked back in at him.
What's going on with this Fox thing? Who is the guy?
I can't tell you now, Jerry. It's just better this way.
You sure?
Bosch heard the phone in his briefcase start to ring. He looked down at it and then back at Edgar. Thanks for the ride. He closed the car door. The call was from Keisha Russell at the Times. She said she found one small story in the morgue under Fox's name, but she said she wanted to meet with Bosch to give it to him. He knew it was part of the game, part of making the pact. He looked at his watch. He could wait to see what the story said. He told her he'd buy her lunch at the pantry in downtown. 40 minutes later, she was already in a booth near the cashier's cage when he got there. He slipped into the opposite side of the booth. "You're late," she said. "Sorry, I was renting a car." "They took your car, huh? Must be serious." "We're not going to talk about that." "No. You know who owns this place?" "Yeah, the mayor. Doesn't make the food bad." She curled her lip and looked around as if the place was crawling with ants. The mayor was a Republican. The Times had gone with the Democrat. What was worse, for her at least, was that the mayor was a supporter of the police department. Reporters didn't like that. That was boring. They wanted city hall infighting, controversy, scandal. It made things more interesting. "Sorry," he said. "I guess I could have suggested Gorky's or some more liberal establishment." "Don't worry about it, Bosch. I'm just funning with you." She wasn't more than 25, he guessed. She was a dark-complected black woman who had a beautiful grace about her. Bosch had no idea where she was from, but he didn't think it was L.A. She had the touch of an accent, a Caribbean lilt that maybe she had worked on smoothing out. It was still there, though. He liked the way she said his name. In her mouth it sounded exotic, like a wave breaking. He didn't mind that she was little more than half his age and addressed him only by his last name. "Where are you from, Keisha?" "Why?" "Why? Because I'm interested, is all. You're on the beat. I want to know who I'm dealing with." "I'm from right here, Bosch. I came from Jamaica when I was 5 years old. I went to USC. Where are you from?" "Right here. Been here all my life." He decided not to mention the 15 months he spent fighting in the tunnels in Vietnam and the 9 in North Carolina, training for it. "What happened to your hand?" "Cut it working on my house. Been doing odd jobs while I'm off." "So, what's it been like taking Bremer's place on the cop beat? He'd been there a long time." "Yeah, I know. It's been difficult, but I'm making my way, slowly. I'm making friends. I hope you'll be one of my friends, Bosch." "I'll be your friend, when I can. Let's see what you got." She brought a manila file up onto the table, but the waiter, an old bald man with a waxed mustache, arrived before she could open it. She ordered an egg salad sandwich. He ordered a well-done hamburger and fries. She frowned, and he guessed why. "You're vegetarian, right?" "Yes." "Sorry, next time you pick the place." "I will." She opened the file, and he noticed she had several bracelets on her left wrist. They were made of braided thread in many bright colors. He looked in the file and saw a photocopy of a small newspaper clipping. Bosch could tell by the size of the clip that it was one of the stories that gets buried in the back of the paper. She passed it over to him. "I think this is your Johnny Fox. The age is right, but it does not describe him like you did. White trash, you said." Bosch read the story. It was dated September 30th, 1962. Campaign Worker Victim of Hit and Run by Monty Kim, Times staff writer. A 29-year-old campaign worker for a candidate for the district attorney's office was killed Saturday when he was struck by a speeding car in Hollywood, the Los Angeles police reported. The victim was identified as Johnny Fox, who lived in an apartment on Ivar Street in Hollywood. Police said Fox had been distributing campaign literature supporting District Attorney hopeful Arno Conklin at the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and La Brea Avenue when he was cut down by the speeding car as he crossed the street. Fox was crossing the southbound lanes of La Brea about 2 p.m. when the car struck him. Police said it appeared Fox was killed on impact and his body was dragged for several yards by the car. The car that hit Fox slowed momentarily after the collision, but then sped away, police said. Witnesses told investigators the car proceeded south on La Brea at a high rate of speed. Police have not located the vehicle, and witnesses could not provide a clear description of the make and model year. Police said an investigation is continuing. Conklin campaign manager Gordon Mittell said Fox had joined the campaign only a week ago. Reached at the district attorney's office, where he is in charge of the special investigation branch under retiring DA John Charles Stock, Conklin said he had not yet met Fox, but regretted the death of the man working for his election. The candidate declined further comment. Bosch studied the clip for a long moment after reading it. "This Monty Kim, is he still at the paper?" "Are you kidding? That's like a millennium ago. Back then the newsroom was a bunch of white guys sitting around in white shirts and ties." Bosch looked down at his own shirt, then at her. "Sorry," she said. "Anyway, he's not around, and I don't know about Conklin. A little before my time. Did he win?" "Yeah. I think he had 2 terms, then I think he ran for attorney general or something and got his ass handed to him. Something like that. I wasn't here then." "I thought you said you'd been here all your life." "I went away for a while." "Vietnam, right?" "Right." "Yeah, a lot of cops your age were there. Must have been a trip. Is that why you all became cops, so you could keep carrying guns?" "Something like that." "Anyway, if Conklin's still alive, he's probably an old man. But Mittell's still around. Obviously you know that. He's probably in one of these booths eating with the mayor." She smiled, and he ignored it. "Yeah, he's a big shot. What's the story on him?" "Mittell? I don't know. First name on a big downtown law firm, friend of governors and senators and other powerful people. Last I heard, he's running the financing behind Robert Shepard." "Robert Shepard? You mean that computer guy?" "More like computer magnate. Yeah, don't you read the paper? Shepard wants to run, but doesn't want to use up his own money. Mittell is doing the fundraising for an exploratory campaign." "Run for what?" "Jesus, Bosch, you don't read the paper or watch TV." "I've been busy. Run for what?" "Well, like any egomaniac, I guess he wants to run for president. But for now he's looking at the Senate. Shepard wants to be a third-party candidate. Says the Republicans are too far right and the Democrats too left. He's right down the middle. And from what I hear, if anybody can get the money together for him to do the third candidate dance, it's Mittell." "So Mittell wants to make himself a president?" "I guess. But what are you asking me about him for, anyway? I'm a cop reporter. You're a cop. What's this have to do with Gordon Mittell?" She pointed to the photocopy. Bosch became aware that he might have asked too many questions. "I'm just trying to catch up," he said. "Like you said, I don't read the papers." "That's paper, not papers," she said, smiling. "I better not catch you reading or talking to the daily snooze." "Hell hath no fury like a reporter scorned, right?" "Something like that." He felt assured that he had deflected her suspicions. He held up the photocopy. "There was no follow-up to this? They never caught anybody?" "I guess not, or that would be its story." "Can I keep this?" "Sure." "You feel like taking another walk back to the morgue?" "For what?" "Stories about Conklin." "There'll be hundreds, Bosch. You said he was DA for 2 terms. "I only want stories from before he was elected. And if you have the time, throw in stories on Mattel, too." "You know, you're asking a lot. I could get in trouble if they knew I was doing clip searches for a cop." She put on a fake pout, and he ignored that, too. He knew what she was driving at. "You want to tell me what this is about, Bosch?" He still didn't say anything. "I didn't think so." "Well, look, I've got 2 interviews to do this afternoon. I'm going to be gone. What I can do is get an intern to get the clips together and leave it all for you with the guard in the Globe lobby. It will be in an envelope so nobody will know what it is. Would that be okay?" He nodded. He'd been to Times Square before on a handful of occasions, usually meetings with reporters. It was a block-sized building with 2 lobbies. The centerpiece of the lobby at the First and Spring entrance was a huge globe that never stopped rotating, just like the news never stopped happening. "You'll just leave it under my name? Won't that get you in trouble? You know, like you said, being too friendly with a cop? That's got to be against the rules over there." She smiled at his sarcasm. "Don't worry. If an editor or somebody asks, I'll just say it's an investment in the future. You better remember that, Bosch. Friendship is a 2-way street." "Don't worry. I never forget that." He leaned forward across the table so he was up close to her face. "I want you to remember something, too. One of the reasons I'm not telling you why I need this stuff is because I'm not sure what it means, if anything. But don't you get too curious. Don't you go making any calls. You do that and you might mess things up. I might get hurt. You might get hurt. Got it?" "Got it." The man with the waxed mustache appeared at the side of the table with their plates. "I noticed you arrived early today. Am I to take that as a sign that you want to be here?" "Not especially. I was downtown having lunch with a friend, so I just came over." "Well, it's good to hear you were out with a friend. I think that is good." Carmen Hinojos was behind her desk. The notebook was out and open, but she sat with her hands clasped together in front of her. It was as if she was going out of her way to make no move that could be construed as threatening to the dialogue. "What happened to your hand?" Bosch held it up and looked at the bandages on his fingers. "I hit it with a hammer. I was working on my house." "That's too bad. I hope it's okay." "I'll live." "Why are you so dressed up? I hope you don't feel you have to do that for these sessions." "No, I just like following my routine. Even if I'm not going to work, I got dressed like I was." "I understand." After she made an offer of coffee or water and Bosch declined, she got the session going. "Tell me, what would you like to talk about today?" "I don't care. You're the boss." "I'd rather that you not look at the relationship in that way. I'm not your boss, Detective Bosch. I'm just a facilitator, someone to help you talk about whatever you want to get off your chest." Bosch was silent. He couldn't think of anything to volunteer. Carmen Hinojos drummed her pencil on her yellow tablet for a few moments before taking up the slack. "Nothing at all, huh?" "Nothing comes to mind." "Then why don't we talk about yesterday? When I called you to remind you of our session today, you obviously seemed upset about something. Was that when you hit your hand?" "No, that wasn't it." He stopped but she said nothing, and he decided to give in a little bit. He had to admit to himself that there was something about her that he liked. She was not threatening, and he believed she was telling the truth when she said she was there only to help him. What happened when you called was that I had found out earlier that my partner before all of this, had been paired up with a new man. I've been replaced already. And how'd that make you feel? You heard how I was. I was mad about it. I think anybody would be. Then I called my partner up later, and he treated me like yesterday's news. I taught that guy a lot, and... And what? I don't know. It hurt, I guess. I see. No, I don't think you do. You'd have to be me to see it the way I did. I guess that's true. But I can sympathize. Let's leave it at that. Let me ask you this. Shouldn't you have expected your partner to be paired up again? After all, isn't it a department rule that detectives work in pairs? You are on leave for a so far unknown period of time. Wasn't it a given that he'd get a new partner, whether permanent or otherwise? I suppose. Isn't it safer to work in pairs? I suppose. What is your own experience? Did you feel safer the times you were with a partner on the job as opposed to those times when you were alone? Yes, I felt safer. So what happened was inevitable and inarguable, yet still it made you angry. It wasn't that it happened that brought it on. I don't know. It was the way he told me, and then the way he acted when I called. I really felt left out. I asked him for a favor and I don't know. He what? He hesitated. Partners don't do that. Not with each other. They're supposed to be there for each other. It's supposedly a lot like a marriage, but I've never been married. She paused to write some notes, which made Bosch wonder what had just been said that was so important. You seem, she said while still writing, to have a low threshold for the toleration of frustrations. Her statement immediately made him angry, but he knew that if he showed it then, he would be confirming her statement. He thought maybe it was a trick designed to elicit such a response. He tried to calm himself. Doesn't everybody? He said in a controlled voice. I suppose, to a degree. When I reviewed your records, I saw that you were in the Army during the Vietnam War. Did you see any combat? Did I see any combat? Yes, I saw combat. I was in the middle of combat, too. I was even under it. Why do people always ask, did you see combat, like it was a goddamn movie they took you to over there? She was quiet for a long time, holding the pen but doing no writing. It seemed like she was simply waiting for the sails of his anger to lose the wind. He waved his hand in a gesture he hoped told her that he was sorry, that it was behind him, that they should move on. Sorry, he said, just to make sure. She still didn't say anything, and her stare was beginning to weigh on him. He looked away from her to the bookshelves along one wall of the office. It was filled with heavy, leather-bound psychiatry texts. I am sorry to intrude on such an emotionally sensitive area, she finally said. The reason... But that's what this is all about, right? What you have is a license to intrude, and I can't do anything about it. So then accept it, she said sternly. We've been over this before. To help you, we have to talk about you. Accept it, and maybe we can move on. Now, as I was saying, the reason I mentioned the war was that I wanted to ask you if you are familiar with post-traumatic stress syndrome. Have you ever heard of it? He looked back at her. He knew what was coming. Yes, of course, I've heard of it. Well, detective, in the past it's primarily been associated with servicemen returning from the war, but it's not just a war or post-war problem. It can happen in any kind of stressful environment. Any kind. And I have to say, I think that you are a walking, talking example of this disorder's symptoms. Jesus, he said, shaking his head. He turned in his seat so he wasn't looking at her or her bookcase. He stared at the sky through the window. It was cloudless. You people sit up here in these offices and have no idea. He didn't finish. He just shook his head. He reached to his neck and loosened his tie. It was like he couldn't get enough air into his chest. Hear me out, detective, okay? Just look at the facts here. Can you think of anything more stressful to be in this city during the last few years than a police officer? Between Rodney King and the scrutiny and villainy that brought, the riots, fires, floods, and earthquakes, each officer on this force has had to write the book on stress management and, of course, mismanagement. You left out killer bees. I'm being serious, so am I. It was on the news. With all that's happened and gone on in this city, with every one of these calamities, who is in the middle every time? The police officers, the ones who have to respond, the ones who can't stay at home, duck down and wait until it's over. So let's go from that generalization to the individual. You, detective, you have been a front-line contender with all of these crises. At the same time, you've had your real job to contend with, homicide. It's one of the highest stress jobs in the department. Tell me, how many murders have you investigated in the last 3 years? Look, I'm not looking for an excuse. I told you before that I did what I did because I wanted to. It had nothing to do with riots or... How many dead bodies have you looked at? Just answer my question, please. How many dead bodies? How many widows did you break the news to? How many mothers did you tell about their dead children? He brought his hands up and rubbed his face. All he knew was that he wanted to hide from her. A lot, he finally whispered. More than a lot. He exhaled loudly. Thank you for answering. I'm not trying to corner you. The point of my questions and the treatise on the social, cultural, and even geologic fragmentation of this city is that what I'm saying here is that you've been through more than most, okay? And this doesn't even include the baggage you might still have from Vietnam or the loss of the romantic relationship. But whatever the reasons, the symptoms of stress are showing. They are there, plain as day. Your intolerance, your inability to sublimate frustrations, most of all, your assault on your commanding officer. She paused, but Bosch didn't say anything. He had a feeling she wasn't finished. She wasn't. There are other signs as well, she continued. Your refusal to leave your damaged home can be perceived as a form of denial of what is happening around you. There are physical symptoms. Have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately? I don't think I need to ask to know that you're drinking too much. And your hand. You didn't hurt yourself with a hammer. You fell asleep with a cigarette in your hand. That is a burn, and I'd bet my state license on it. She opened a drawer and took out 2 plastic cups and a bottle of water. She filled the cups and pushed one across the desk to him. A peace offering. He watched her silently. He felt exhausted, unrepairable. He also couldn't help but be amazed by her at the same time she was so expertly cutting him open. After she took a sip of water, she continued. These things are all indicative of a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress syndrome. However, we have one problem with that. The word post, when used in such a diagnosis, indicates the time of stress has passed. That's not the case here. Not in L.A., not with your job. Harry, you are in a non-stop pressure cooker. You owe yourself some breathing room. That's what this leave is all about. Breathing room. Time to recoup and recover. So don't fight it. Grab it.
That's the best advice I can give you. Grab it and use it to save yourself. Bosch breathed out heavily and held up his bandaged hand. You can keep your state license. Thank you. They rested a moment until she continued in a voice meant to soothe him. You also have to know you are not alone. This is nothing to be embarrassed about. There has been a sharp increase in incidents of officer stress in the last 3 years. Behavioral Sciences Services just made a request to the City Council for 5 more psychologists. Our caseload went from 1,800 counseling sessions in 1990 to more than double that last year. We've even got a name for what's going on here, the Blue Angst. And you have it, Harry. Bosch smiled and shook his head, still clinging to what denial he had left. The Blue Angst. Sounds like the name of a Wombow novel, doesn't it? She didn't answer. So, what you're saying is that I'm not going to get my job back? No, I'm not saying that at all. All I am saying is that we have a lot of work ahead of us. I feel like I've been broken down by the world champ. You mind if I call you sometime when I'm trying to get a confession out of a hump who won't talk to me? Believe me, just saying that is a start. What do you want me to do? I want you to want to come here. That's all. Don't look at it as a punishment. I want you to work with me, not against me. When we talk, I want you to talk about everything and nothing. Anything that comes to mind. Hold back nothing. And one other thing. I'm not telling you to completely cut it out, but you have to cut back on the drinking. You have to have a clear mind. As you obviously know, the effects of alcohol stay with an individual long after the night they were consumed. I'll try. All of it. I'll try. That's all I ask. And since you suddenly seem so willing, I have another thought. I have a cancellation of a session tomorrow at 3. Can you make it? Bosch hesitated, didn't say anything. We seem to finally be working well, and I think it will help. The sooner we get through with our work, the sooner you should be able to get back to your work. What do you say? 3? Yes. Okay, I'll be here. Good. Let's get back to our dialogue. Why don't you start? Whatever you want to talk about. He leaned forward and reached for the cup of water. He looked at her as he drank from it, then put the cup back on the desk. Just say anything? Anything. Whatever is happening in your life or mine that you want to talk about. He thought for a long moment. I saw a coyote last night near my house. I was drunk, I guess, but I know I saw him. Why was that significant to you? He tried to compose the proper answer. I'm not sure. I guess there's not too many left in the hills in the city, at least near where I live. So whenever I see one, I get this feeling that it might be the last one left out there. You know? The last coyote. And I guess that would bother me if it ever turned out to be true, if I never saw one again. She nodded as if he had scored some point in a game he wasn't sure how to play. There used to be one that lived in the canyon below my house. I'd see him down there, and how do you know it was a he? And I think you called the one you saw last night a he. How are you sure? Well, I'm not sure. I guess I don't even know. It's just a guess. Okay, go on. It lived down there below my house, and I used to see him from time to time. After the earthquake, it was gone. I don't know what happened to it. Then I saw this one last night. Something about the
mist and the light out there, it looked like its coat was blue. He looked hungry. There's something kind of sad and threatening at the same time, you know? Yes, I do. Anyway, I thought about him when I got in bed after I got home. That was when I burned my hand. I fell asleep with a cigarette. But before I woke up, I had this dream. I mean, I think it was a dream. Maybe like a daydream, like I was still kind of awake. And in it, whatever it was, the coyote was there again. But it was with me, and we were in the canyon or on a hill or something, and I wasn't really sure. He held up his hand. And then I felt the fire. She nodded, but didn't say anything. So, what do you think? He asked. Well, interpretation of dreams is not something I do often. Frankly, I'm not sure of its value. The real value I think I see in what you just told me was the willingness to tell me. It shows me a 180-degree turn in your approach to these sessions. For what it's worth, I think it's clear you identify with the coyote. Perhaps there are not many policemen like you left, and you feel the same threat to your existence or your mission. I don't really know. But look at your own words. You called them sad and threatening at the same time. Could that be you also? He drank from his cup before answering. I've been sad before, but I've found comfort in it. They sat in silence for a while, digesting what had been said. She looked at her watch. We still have some time. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Maybe something related to this story? He contemplated the question for a while and took out a cigarette. How much time do we have? As long as you want. Don't worry about the time. I want to do this. You talked about my mission. You told me to think about my mission? And you said the word again just a minute ago? Yes? He hesitated. What I say here is protected, right? She furrowed her brow. I'm not talking about anything illegal. What I mean is, whatever I tell you in here, you're not going to tell people, right? It won't get back to Irving. No. What you tell me stays right here. That's an absolute. I told you, I make a single, narrowly focused recommendation for or against return to duty that I give to Assistant Chief Irving. That's it. He nodded, hesitated again, and then made his decision. He would tell her. Well, you were talking about my mission and your mission and so on, and, well, I think I've had a mission for a long time. Only I didn't know it. Or, I didn't accept it. I didn't acknowledge it. I don't know how to explain it right. Maybe I was afraid or something. I put it off for a lot of years. Anyway, what I'm telling you is that I've accepted it now. I'm not sure I'm following you. Harry, you have to come out and tell me what you're talking about. He looked down at the gray rug in front of him. He spoke to it because he didn't know how to say it to her face. I'm an orphan. I never knew my father, and my mother was murdered in Hollywood when I was a kid. There never was any arrest made. You're looking for her killer, aren't you? He looked up at her and nodded. That's my mission right now. She showed no shock on her face, which in turn surprised him. It was as if she expected him to say what he had just said. Tell me about it. Bosch sat at his dining room table with his notebook out and the newspaper clips that Keisha Russell had a Times intern gather for him sitting in front of him in two separate stacks. One stack for Conklin stories and one for Mattel stories. There was a bottle of Henry's on the table, and through the evening he had been nursing it like cough syrup. The one beer was all he would allow himself. The ashtray, however, was loaded, and there was a pall of blue smoke around the table. He had placed no limit on cigarettes. Hinojos had said nothing about smoking. She'd had plenty to say about his mission, though. She flatly counseled him to stop until he was better emotionally prepared to face what he might find. He told her that he was too far down the road to stop. Then she'd said something that he kept thinking about as he drove home, and it intruded even now. "You better think about this and make sure it's what you want," she said. "Subconsciously or not, you may have been working toward this all your life. It could be the reason you are who you are, a policeman, a homicide investigator. Resolving your mother's death could also resolve your need to be a policeman. It could take your drive, your mission away from you. You have to be prepared for that, or you should turn back." Bosch considered what she had said to be true. He knew that all his life it was there. What had happened to his mother had helped define everything he did after, and it was always there in the dark recesses of his mind. A promise to find out, a promise to avenge. It was never anything that had been spoken aloud or even thought about with much focus, for to have done that was to plan, and this was no part of a grand agenda. Still, he was crowded with the feeling that what he was doing was inevitable, something scheduled by an unseen hand a long time ago. His mind put Hinojos aside and focused on a memory. He was under the surface of the water, eyes open and looking up toward the light above the pool. Then the light was eclipsed by a figure standing above, the image murky, a dark angel hovering above. Bosch kicked off the bottom and moved toward the figure. Bosch picked up the bottle of beer and finished it in one pull. He tried to concentrate again on the newspaper clips in front of him. He had initially been surprised at how many stories there were about Arno Conklin prior to his ascendance to the throne of the district attorney's office. But as he started to read through them, he saw most of the stories were mundane dispatches from trials in which Conklin was the prosecuting attorney. Still, Bosch got somewhat of a feel for the man through the cases he tried and his style as a prosecutor. It was clear that his star rose both in the office and the public's eyes with a series of highly publicized cases. The stories were in chronological order, and the first dealt with the successful prosecution in 1953 of a woman who poisoned both her parents and then stored their bodies in trunks in the garage until neighbors complained about the smell to the police a month later. Conklin was quoted at length in several articles on the case. One time he was described as the dashing deputy district attorney. The case was one of the early forerunners of the insanity defense. The woman claimed diminished capacity, but judging by the number of articles, there was a public furor over the case, and the jury only took a half hour to convict. The defendant received the death penalty, and Conklin's place in the public arena as a champion of public safety, a seeker of justice, was secured. There was a photo of him talking to the reporters after the verdict. The paper's earlier description of him had him down perfect. He was a dashing man. He wore a dark three-piece suit, had short blonde hair, and was clean-shaven. He was lean and tall, and had the ruddy, all-American look that actors pay surgeons thousands for. Arno was a star in his own right. There were more stories about more murder cases in the clips after that first one. Conklin won every one of them, and he always asked for and got the death penalty. Bosch noticed that in the stories from the later 50s, he had been elevated in title to senior deputy district attorney, and then by the end of the decade to assistant, one of the top jobs in the office. It was a meteoric rise to have taken place in only a decade. There was one report on a press conference in which D.A. John Charles Stock announced he was placing Conklin in charge of the Special Investigations Unit and charging him with cleaning up the myriad vice problems that threatened the social fabric of Los Angeles County. "I've always gone to Arno Conklin with the toughest jobs," the D.A. said, "and I go to him again.
The people of the Los Angeles community want a clean community, and by God, we will have it. To those who know we are coming for you, my advice is move out. San Francisco will have you. San Diego will have you. But the City of Angels won't have you. Following that, there were several stories spread over a couple years with splashy headlines about crackdowns on gambling parlors, pipe dens, whorehouses, and the street prostitution trade. Conklin worked with a task force of 40 cops comprised of loners from all departments in the county. Hollywood was the main target of Conklin's Commandos, as the Times dubbed the squad, but the scourge of the law came down on wrongdoers all over the county. From Long Beach to the desert, all those who labored for the wages of sin were running scared, at least according to the newspaper articles. Bosch had no doubt that the Vice Lord's Conklin's Commandos were targeting operated business as usual, and that it was only the bottom feeders, the replaceable employees, that were getting the hook. The last Conklin story in the stack was on his February 1st, 1962 announcement that he would run for the top spot in the district attorney's office on a campaign of renewed emphasis on ridding the county of the vices that threatened any great society. Bosch noted that part of the august speech he delivered on the steps of the old downtown courthouse was a well-known police philosophy that Conklin, or his speechwriter, had apparently appropriated as original thought.
People sometimes say to me, "What's the big deal, Arno? These are victimless crimes. If a man wants to place a bet or sleep with a woman for money, what's wrong with that? Where's the victim?" Well, my friends, I'll tell you what's wrong with that and who the victim is. We're the victim. All of us. When we allow this kind of activity to occur, when we simply look the other way, then it weakens us all, every one of us. I look at it this way. These so-called little crimes are each like a broken window in an abandoned house. Doesn't seem like a big problem, right? Wrong. If nobody fixes that window, pretty soon kids come along and think nobody cares, so they throw a few rocks and break a few more windows. Next, the burglar drives down the street and sees the house and thinks nobody around there cares, so he sets up shop and starts breaking into houses while the owners are at work. Next thing you know, another miscreant comes along and steals cars right off the street, and so on and so on. The residents start to see their own neighborhood with different eyes then. They think nobody cares anymore, so why should I? They wait an extra month before cutting the grass. They don't tell the boys hanging on the corner to put the cigarettes out and go back to school. It's gradual decay, my friends. It happens all across this great country of ours. It sneaks in like weeds in our yard. Well, when I'm district attorney, the weeds are coming out by the roots.
The story ended by reporting that Conklin had chosen a young firebrand from his office to manage his campaign. He said that Gordon Mattel would resign from the DA's office and begin work immediately. Bosch reread the story and immediately became transfixed by something that hadn't registered during his first read. It was in the second paragraph. For the well-known and not press-shy Conklin, it will be his first run for public office. The 35-year-old bachelor and Hancock Park resident said he has planned the run for a long time and has the backing of retiring DA John Charles Stock, who also appeared at the press conference. Bosch turned the pages of his notebook back to the list of names he had written before and wrote Hancock Park after Conklin's name. It wasn't much, but it was a little piece of verification of Catherine Register's story. And it was enough to get Bosch's juices going. It made him feel that at least he had a line in the water. "Fucking hypocrite," he whispered to himself. He drew a circle around Conklin's name on the notebook. He absent-mindedly kept circling it as he tried to decide what he should do next. Marjorie Lowe's last known destination was a party in Hancock Park.
According to Catherine Register, she was more specifically going to meet Conklin. After she was dead, Conklin called the detectives on the case to make an appointment, but any record of the interview, if any occurred, was missing. Bosch knew it was all a general correlation of facts, but it served to deepen and solidify the suspicion he had felt from the night he had first looked through the murder book. Something was not right about the case. Something didn't fit, and the more he thought about it, the more he believed Conklin was the wrong piece. He reached into his jacket, which was on the chair back behind him, and took out his small phone book. He took it into the kitchen where he dialed the home line of Deputy District Attorney Roger Goff. Goff was a friend who shared Bosch's affection for the tenor saxophone. They'd spent many days in court sitting side by side during trials, and many nights in jazz bars side by side on stools. Goff was an old-line prosecutor who had been with the office nearly 30 years. He had no political aspirations inside or outside of the office. He just liked his job. He was a rarity because he never tired of it. 1,000 deputies had come in, burned out, and gone on to corporate America during Goff's watch, but he stayed. He now labored in the criminal courts building with prosecutors and public defenders 20 years his junior, but he was still good at it and, more importantly, still had the fire in his voice when he stood before a jury and called down the outrage of God and society against those in the defendant's chair. His mixture of tenacity and plain fairness had made him a legend in downtown legal and law enforcement circles, and he was one of the few prosecutors Bosch had unconditional respect for. "Roger, Harry Bosch."
Hey, God damn it, how you doing?
"I'm fine. What are you up to?"
Watching the tube like everybody else. What are you doing?
"Nothing. I was just thinking, you remember Gloria Jeffries?"
Shit, of course I do. Let's see. She's the one with the husband got quadded in the motorcycle accident, right?
Recalling the case, it sounded as if he was reading it off one of his yellow tablets.
She got tired of caring for him, so one morning he's in bed and she sits on his face until she smothers him. It was about to go by as a natural, but a suspicious detective named Harry Bosch wouldn't let it go. He came up with a witness who Gloria had told everything to. The clincher, the thing that got the jury, was that she told the wit that when she smothered him, it was the first orgasm the poor devil had ever been able to give her. Yeah, how's that for a memory?
Damn, you're good.
So, what about her?
She's raising up at Frontera. Getting ready to. I was wondering if you'd have time to write a letter.
Fuck, already? What was that, 3, 4 years ago?
Almost 5. I hear she's got the book now and goes to the board next month. I'll write a letter, but it'd be good if there was one from the prosecutor, too.
Don't worry about it. I got a standard in my computer. All I do is change the name and the crime, throw in a few of the gruesome details. The basic line is that the crime was too heinous for parole to be considered at this time. It's a good letter. I'll send it out tomorrow. It usually works charms.
Good, thanks.
You know, they gotta stop giving the book to those women. They all get religion when they're coming up. You ever go to one of those hearings?
A couple.
Yeah, sit through a half day of them if you have the time and aren't feeling particularly suicidal sometime. They sent me out to Frontera once when one of the Manson girls was up. See, with the big ones like that, they send a body out instead of a letter. So I went out and I sat through about 10 of these things waiting for my girl to come up. And let me tell you, everybody's quoting Corinthians, they're quoting Revelations, Matthew, Paul, John 3:16, John this, John that. And it works. It goddamn works. These old guys on the board eat that shit up. Plus, I guess they're all sitting up there getting thick in their pants, having all these women groveling in front of them. Anyway, you got me started, Harry. It's your fault, not mine.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So, what else is new? Haven't seen you in the building. You got anything coming my way?
It was the question Bosch had been waiting for Goff to get to so he could nonchalantly steer the conversation toward Arno Conklin. Ah, nothing much. It's been slow. But hey, let me ask you, did you know Arno Conklin?
Arnold Conklin? Sure, I knew him. He hired me. What are you asking about him for?
Nothing. I was going through some old files, making room in one of the cabinets, and I came across some old newspapers. They were pushed into the back. There were some stories about him, and I thought of you. Thought it was about when you started.
Yeah, Arno. Tried to be a good man. A little high and mighty for my taste, but I think he was a decent man overall, especially considering he was both a politician and a lawyer.
Goff laughed at his own line, but Bosch was silent. Goff had used the past tense. Bosch felt a heavy presence push into his chest, and he only realized then how strong the desire to avenge could be. He's dead? He closed his eyes. He hoped Goff wouldn't detect the urgency he had let slip into his voice.
Oh, no, he's not dead. I meant, when I knew him. He was a good man then.
He's still practicing law somewhere?
Oh, no, he's an old man. Retired. Once a year, they wheel him out at the annual prosecutor's banquet. He personally hands out the Arno Conklin Award.
What's that?
Some piece of wood with a brass plate on it that goes to the administrative prosecutor of the year, if you can believe that. That's the guy's legacy, an annual award to a so-called prosecutor who doesn't set foot inside a courtroom all year. It always goes to one of the division heads. I don't know how they decide which one. Probably whoever got his or her nose farthest up the DA's ass that year.
Bosch laughed. The line wasn't that funny, but he was also feeling the relief of learning that Conklin was still alive.
It's not funny, Bosch. It's fucking sad. Administrative prosecutor. Whoever heard of such a thing? An oxymoron. Like Andrew and his screenplays. He deals with these studio people called, get this, creative executives. There's your classic contradiction. Well, there you go, Bosch. You got me going again.
Bosch knew Andrew was Goff's roommate, but he had never met him. Sorry, Roger. Anyway, what do you mean they wheel him out?
Arno? Well, I mean they wheel him out. He's in a chair. I told you, he's an old man. Last I heard, he was in some full-care retirement home, one of the classy ones in Park La Brea. I keep saying I'm going to see him one day, thank him for hiring me way back when. Who knows? Maybe I could put in a word for that award or something.
Funny guy. You know, I heard that Gordon Mattel used to be his front man.
Oh, yeah, he was the bulldog outside the door. Ran his campaigns. That's how Mattel got started. Now that's one mean... I'm glad he got out of criminal law and into politics. He'd be a motherfucker to come up against in court.
Yeah, I've heard, Bosch said.
Whatever you've heard, you can double it.
You know him?
Not now and not then. I just knew to keep clear. He was already out of the office by the time I came in, but there were stories. Supposedly, in those early days, when Arno was the heir apparent and everybody knew it, there was a lot of maneuvering, to get next to him. There was one guy, Sinclair, I think his name was, that was set to run Arno's campaign. Then one night, the cleaning lady found some porno shots under his blotter. There was an internal investigation, and the photos proved to be stolen from another prosecutor's case files. Sinclair was dumped. He always claimed he was set up by Mattel.
Think he was?
Yes, it was Mattel's style. But who knows?
Bosch sensed that he had said and asked enough to pass it off as conversation and gossip. Anything further, and Goff might get suspicious about the call. So, what's the deal, he asked. You zipped up for the night, or you want to go by the Catalina? I heard Redmond's in town to do Leno. I'd bet you the cover charge that he and Branford dropped by to sit in on the late set.
Sounds tempting, Harry, but Andrew's making a late dinner now, and I think we're just going to stay at home tonight. He's counting on it. You mind?
Not at all. Anyway, I'm trying not to bend the elbow so much lately. I need to give it a rest.
Now that, sir, is quite admirable. I think you deserve a piece of wood with a brass plate on it.
Yeah, or a shot of whiskey. After hanging up, Bosch sat back down at the desk and wrote notes on the highlights of the conversation with Goff into his notebook. Next, he pulled the stack of clips on Mattel in front of him. These were more recent clips than those on Conklin because Mattel did not make a name for himself until much later. Conklin had been his first step up the ladder. Most of the stories were just mentions of Mattel as being in attendance at various galas in Beverly Hills, or as host of various campaign or charity dinners. From the start, he was a money man, a man politicians and charities went to when they wanted to cast their nets into the rich enclaves of the West Side. He worked both sides, Republican, Democrat, it didn't seem to matter. His profile grew, though, when he started working for candidates on a larger scale. The current governor was a client, so too were a handful of congressmen and senators from other western states. A profile written several years earlier, and apparently without his cooperation, ran under the headline, "The President's Main Money Man." It said Mattel had been tapped to round up California contributors for the president's re-election war chest. It said the state was one of the cornerstones of the national campaign's funding plan. The story also noted the irony that Mattel was a recluse in the high-profile world of politics. He was a backstage man who abhorred the spotlight, so much so that he had repeatedly turned down patronage jobs from those he'd helped elect. Instead, Mattel elected to stay in Los Angeles, where he was the founding partner of a powerful financial district law firm, Mattel, Anderson, Jennings, and Roundtree. Still, it seemed to Bosch that what this Yale-educated lawyer did had little to do with law, as Bosch knew it. He doubted Mattel had been inside a courtroom in years. That made Harry think of the Conklin Award, and he smiled. Too bad Mattel had quit the DA's office. He might have been in line for it someday. There was a photo that ran with the profile. It showed Mattel at the bottom of the steps of Air Force One, greeting the then-president at LAX. Though the article had been published years earlier, Bosch was nevertheless startled by how young Mattel was in the photo. He looked at the story again and checked the man's age. Doing the arithmetic, he realized that currently Mattel was barely 60 years old. Bosch pushed the newspaper clips aside and got up. For a long time he stood at the sliding glass door to the deck and stared at the lights across the pass. He began to consider what he knew about circumstances 33 years old. Conklin, according to Catherine Register, knew Marjorie Lowe. It was clear from the murder book that he had somehow reached into the investigation of Lowe's death for reasons unknown. His reach was then apparently covered up for reasons unknown. This had occurred only 3 months before he announced his candidacy for district attorney and less than a year before a key figure in the investigation, Johnny Fox, died while in his political employ. Bosch thought that it was obvious that Fox would have been known to Mattel, the campaign manager. Therefore, he further concluded, whatever it was that Conklin did or knew, it was likely that Mattel, his front man and the architect of his political run, had knowledge of it as well. Bosch went back to the table and turned to the list of names in his notebook. Now he picked up the pen and circled Mattel's name as well. He felt like having another beer, but he settled for a cigarette. In the morning, Bosch called the LAPD personnel office and asked them to check whether Eno or McKittrick was still current. He doubted they were still around, but knew he had to make the check. It would be embarrassing if he went through a search for them only to find one or both still on the payroll. The clerk checked the roll and told him no such officers were currently on the force. He decided he would have to put on his Harvey Pounds pose after that. He dialed the DMV in Sacramento, gave the lieutenant's name, and asked for Ms. Sharp again. By the tone she inflected in the single word hello after picking up the phone, Bosch had no doubt that she remembered him. "Is this Miss Sharp?"
That's who you asked for, isn't it?
"I did indeed."
Then it's Ms. Sharp. What can I do for you?
"Well, I wanted to mend our fences, so to speak. I have a few more names I need driver's license addresses for, and I thought that directly working with you would expedite the matter and perhaps repair our working relationship."
Honey, we don't have a working relationship. Hold the line, please."
She punched the button before he could say anything. The line was dead for so long that he began to believe his scam to burn pounds wasn't worth it. Finally, a different clerk picked up and said Ms. Sharp had instructed her to help. Bosch gave her Pounds's serial number and then the names Gordon Mattel, Arno Conklin, Claude Eno, and Jake McKittrick. He said he needed the home addresses on their licenses. He was put on hold again. During the time he waited, he held the phone to his ear with his shoulder and fried an egg over easy in a pan on the stove. He made a sandwich out of it with 2 slices of white toast and cold salsa from a jar he kept in the refrigerator. He ate the dripping sandwich while leaning over the sink. He had just wiped his mouth and poured himself a second cup of coffee when the clerk finally picked back up.
"Sorry it took so long."
No problem. He then remembered he was Pounds and wished he hadn't said that. The clerk explained that she had no addresses or license information on Eno or McKittrick, then gave him addresses for Conklin and Mattel. Goff had been right. Conklin lived in Park La Brea. Mattel lived above Hollywood on Hercules Drive in a development called Mount Olympus. Bosch was too preoccupied at that point to continue the Pounds charade. He thanked the clerk without further confrontation and hung up. He thought about what his next move should be. Eno and McKittrick were either dead or out of state. He knew he could get their addresses through the department's personnel office, but that might take all day. He picked up the phone again and called Robbery Homicide, asking for Detective Leroy Rubin. Rubin had nearly 40 years in on the department, half of it in RHD. He might know something about Eno and McKittrick. He might also know Bosch was on stress leave.
"Reuben, can I help you?"
"Leroy, it's Harry Bosch. What do you know?"
"Oh, not much, Harry. Enjoying the good life?"
Right away he was telling Bosch he knew of his situation. Bosch knew now that his only alternative was to be straight with him. To a point. "It ain't bad, but I'm not sleeping late every day."
"No? What are you getting up for?"
"I'm kind of freelancing on an old case, Leroy. That's why I called. I want to try to track down a couple of old dicks. Thought maybe you'd know of them. They were out of Hollywood."
"Who are they?"
"Claude Eno and Jake McKittrick. Remember them?"
Eno and McKittrick. No. I mean, yeah, I think I remember McKittrick. He checked out, it must have been 10, 15 years ago. He went back to Florida, I think. Yeah, Florida. He was here in RHD for a year or so, at the end there. The other one, Eno, I don't remember any Eno.
"Well, it was worth a try. I'll see what I can find in Florida. Thanks, Leroy."
Hey, Harry, what gives anyway?
"It's just an old case I had in my desk. It's giving me something to do while I see what happens."
Any word?
"Not yet. They got me talking to the shrink. If I can talk my way past her, I'll get back to the table. We'll see."
Okay, well, good luck. You know, me and some of the boys here, when we heard the story, we laughed our asses off. We heard about that guy Pounds. He's an asshole. You done good, kid.
Well, let's hope I didn't do so good that I lost my job.
You'll be all right. They send you to Chinatown a few times, brush you off, and send you back into the ring. You'll be okay.
Thanks, Leroy. After hanging up, Bosch got dressed for the day, putting on a fresh shirt and the same suit as the day before. He headed downtown in his rented Mustang and spent the next 2 hours in a bureaucratic maze. He first went to the personnel office at Parker Center, told the clerk what he wanted, and then waited half an hour for a supervisor to tell all over again. The supervisor told him he had wasted his time and that the information he sought was at City Hall. He walked across the street to the City Hall annex, took the stairs up, and then crossed on the tramway over Main Street into the white obelisk of City Hall. He took the elevator up to the finance department on 9, showed his ID card to another counter clerk, and told her that, in the interest of streamlining the process, maybe he should talk to his supervisor first. He waited on a plastic chair in a hallway for 20 minutes before he was ushered into a small office cramped with 2 desks, 4 file cabinets, and several boxes on the floor. An obese woman with pale skin and black hair, sideburns, and the slight hint of a mustache sat behind one of the desks. On her calendar blotter, Bosch noticed a food stain from some prior mishap. There was also one of those reusable plastic quart soda containers with a screw-on top and straw on her desk. A plastic nameplate on the desk said Mona Totsi. "I'm Carla's supervisor. She said you are a police officer?" "Detective." He pulled a chair away from the empty desk and sat down in front of the fat woman. "Excuse me, but Cassidy is probably going to need her chair when she gets back. That's her desk." "When's she coming back?" "Any time. She went up for coffee." "Well, maybe if we hurry we'll be done by then and I'll be out of here." She gave a short, "Who do you think you are?" laugh that sounded more like a snort. She said nothing. "I've spent the last hour and a half trying to get just a couple addresses from the city, and all I get are a bunch of people who want to send me to someone else or make me wait out in the hall. And what's funny about that is that I work for the city myself, and I'm trying to do a job for the city, and the city isn't giving me the time of day. And you know, my shrink tells me I've got this post-traumatic stress stuff and should take life easier. But Mona, I gotta tell you, I'm getting pretty fucking frustrated with this." She stared at him a moment, probably wondering if she could possibly make it out the door if he decided to go nuts on her. She then pursed her lips, which served to change her mustache from a hint to an announcement, and took a hard pull on the straw of her soda container. Bosch saw a liquid the color of blood go up through the straw into her mouth. She cleared her throat before talking in a comforting tone. "Tell you what, Detective, why don't you tell me what it is you are trying to find?" Bosch put on his hopeful face. "Great. I knew there was somebody who cared. I need to get the addresses where pension checks for 2 different retired officers are sent each month." Her eyebrows mated as she frowned. "I'm sorry, but those addresses are strictly confidential, even within the city. I couldn't get Mona—" "Let me explain something. I'm a homicide investigator. Like you, I work for the city. I have leads on an old, unsolved murder that I am following up on. I need to confer with the original case detectives. We're talking about a case more than 30 years old. A woman was killed, Mona. I can't find the 2 detectives that originally worked the case, and the police personnel people sent me over here. I need the pension addresses. Are you going to help me?" "Detective, is it Bosch?" "Bosch. Detective Bosch, let me explain something to you. Just because you work for the city does not give you access to confidential files. I work for the city, but I don't go over to Parker Center and say, 'Let me see this' or 'Let me see that.' People have a right to privacy. Now, this is what I can do, and it is all I can do. If you give me the 2 names, I will send a letter to each person asking them to call you. That way, you get your information, I protect the files. Would that work for you? They'll go out in the mail today, I promise." She smiled, but it was the phoniest smile Bosch had seen in days. "No, that wouldn't work at all, Mona. You know, I'm really disappointed." "I can't help that." "But you can, don't you see?" "I have work to do, Detective. If you want me to send the letter, give me the names. If not, that's your decision." He nodded that he understood and brought his briefcase up from the floor to his lap. He saw her jump when he angrily unsnapped the locks. He opened it and took out his phone. He flipped it open and dialed his home number, then waited for the machine to pick up. Mona looked annoyed. "What are you doing?" He held his hand up for silence. "Yes, can you transfer me to Whitey Springer?" he said to his tape. He watched her reaction while acting like he wasn't. He could tell she knew the name. Springer was the City Hall columnist for the Times. His specialty was writing about the small, bureaucratic nightmares, the little guy against the system. Bureaucrats could largely create these nightmares with impunity, thanks to civil service protections, but politicians read Springer's column, and they wielded tremendous power when it came to patronage jobs, transfers, and demotions at City Hall. A bureaucrat vilified in print by Springer might be safe in his or her job, but there likely would never be advancement, and there was nothing stopping a city council member from calling for an audit on an office, or a council observer to sit in the corner. The word to the wise was to stay out of Springer's column. Everybody knew that, including Mona. "Yeah, I can hold," Bosch said into the phone. Then to Mona, he said, "He's gonna love this one. He's got a guy trying to solve a murder, the victim's family waiting for 33 years to know who killed her, and some bureaucrat sitting in her office sucking on a quart of fruit punch isn't giving him the addresses he needs just to talk to the other cops who worked the case. I'm not a newspaper man, but I think that's a column. He'll love it. What do you think?" He smiled and watched her face flush almost as red as her fruit punch. He knew it was going to work. "Okay, hang up the phone," she said. "What? Why?" "Hang up! Hang up and I'll get the information." Bosch flipped the phone closed. "Give me the names." He gave her the names, and she got up angrily and silently to leave the room. She could barely fit around the desk, but made the maneuver like a ballerina, the pattern instilled in her body's memory by repeated practice. "How long will this take?" he asked. "As long as it takes," she answered, regaining some of her bureaucratic bluster at the door. "No, Mona, you got 10 minutes. That's all. After that, you better not come back, 'cause Whitey's going to be sitting here waiting for you." She stopped and looked at him. He winked. After she left, he got up and went around the side of the desk. He pushed it about 2 inches closer to the opposite wall, narrowing her path back to her chair. She was back in 7 minutes, carrying a piece of paper, but Bosch could see it was trouble. She had a triumphant look on her face. He thought of that woman who had been tried a while back for cutting off her husband's penis. Maybe it was the same face she had when she ran out the door with it. "Well, Detective Bosch, you've got a little problem." "What is it?" She started around the desk and immediately rammed her thick thigh into its formica-topped corner. It looked more embarrassing than painful. She had to flail her arms for balance, and the impact of the collision shook the desk and knocked her container over. The red liquid began leaking out of the straw onto the blotter. "Shit!" She quickly moved the rest of the way around the desk and righted the container. Before sitting down, she looked at the desk, suspicious that it had been moved. "Are you all right?" Bosch asked. "What is the problem with the addresses?" She ignored his first question, forgot her embarrassment, and looked at Bosch and smiled. She sat down. She spoke as she opened a desk drawer and took out a wad of napkins stolen from the cafeteria. "Well, the problem is you won't be talking to former Detective Claude Eno any time soon. At least, I don't think you will." "He's dead." She started wiping up the spill. "Yes, the checks go to his widow." "What about McKittrick?" "Now, McKittrick is a possibility. I have his address here. He's over in Venice." "Venice? So what's the problem with that?" "That's Venice, Florida." She smiled, delighted with herself. "Florida," Bosch repeated. He had no idea there was a Venice in Florida. "It's a state over on the other side of the country." "I know where it is." "Oh, and one other thing. The address I have is only a P.O. box. Sorry about that." "Yeah, I bet. What about a phone?" She tossed the wet napkins into a trash can in the corner of the room. "We have no phone number. Try information." "I will. Does it say there when he retired?" "You didn't ask me to get that." "Then give me what you got." Bosch knew he could get more, that they'd have to have a phone number somewhere, but he was handicapped because this was an unauthorized investigation. If he pushed things too far, then he'd only succeed in having his activities discovered and then halted. She floated the paper across the desk to him. He looked at it. It had 2 addresses on it, the P.O. box for McKittrick and the street address in Las Vegas for Eno's widow. Her name was Olive. Bosch thought of something. "When did the checks go out?" "Funny you should ask." "Why?" "Because today's the last day of the month. They always go out the last day of the month." That was a break, and he felt like he deserved it, that he had worked for it. He picked up the paper she had given him and slipped it into his briefcase. Then he stood up. Always a pleasure to do work with the public servants of the city.
Likewise. And, Detective, could you return the chair to the place you found it? As I said, Cassidy will need it.
Of course, Mona. Pardon my forgetfulness. After the bout with bureaucratic claustrophobia, Bosch decided he needed some air to recover. He took the elevator down to the lobby and walked out the main doors to Spring Street. As he walked out, he was directed by a security officer to walk down the right side of the wide-staired entrance to the great building because there was a film location shoot taking place on the left side. Bosch watched what they were doing as he stepped down the stairs and then decided to take a break and have a smoke. He sat down on one of the concrete sidings along the stairs and lit a cigarette. The film shoot involved a group of actors posing as reporters who rushed down the stairs of City Hall to meet and question two men getting out of a car at the curb. They rehearsed it twice and then shot it twice while Bosch sat there and smoked 2 cigarettes. Each time the reporters all yelled the same thing at the two men. "Mr. Bars! Mr. Bars! Did you do it? Did you do it?" The two men refused to answer and pushed through the pack and up the stairs with the reporters backtracking. On one of the takes, one of the reporters stumbled as he moved backwards, fell on his back on the stairs, and was partially trampled by the others. The director kept the scene going, perhaps thinking that the fall added a touch of realism to the scene. Bosch figured that the filmmakers were using the steps and front facade of City Hall as a courthouse setting. The men coming from the car were the defendant and his high-priced lawyer. He knew that City Hall was frequently used for such shots because it actually looked more like a courthouse than any real courthouse in the city. Bosch was bored after the second take, though he guessed there would be many more. He got up and walked down to First and then over to Los Angeles Street. He took that back to Parker Center. Along the way, he was asked for spare change only 4 times, which he thought was a low count for downtown and possibly a sign of improving economic times. In the lobby of the police building, he passed the bank of payphones and on a whim stopped, picked one of the phones off the hook and dialed 305-555-1212. He had dealt with Metro-Dade police in Miami several times over the years, and 305 was the only Florida area code that readily came to mind. When the operator came on, he asked for Venice, and she informed him that 813 was the proper area code. He then redialed and got information in Venice. First, he asked the operator what the nearest large city to Venice was. She told him that was Sarasota, and he asked what the nearest large city was to that. When she said St. Petersburg, he finally started getting his bearings. He knew where St. Petersburg was on a map, the west coast of Florida, because he knew the Dodgers occasionally played spring training games there, and he had looked it up once. He finally gave the operator McKittrick's name and promptly got a tape recording saying the number was unlisted at the customer's request. He wondered if any of the detectives he had dealt with by phone at Metro-Dade could get the number for him. He still had no idea exactly where Venice was or how far it was from Miami. Then he decided to leave it alone. McKittrick had taken steps to make it difficult to be contacted. He used a P.O. box and had an unlisted phone. Bosch didn't know why a retired cop would take such steps in a state 3,000 miles away from where he had worked, but he felt sure that the best approach to McKittrick was going to have to be in person. A telephone call, even if Bosch got the number, was easy to avoid. Someone standing right at your door was different. Besides, Bosch had caught a break. He knew McKittrick's pension check was in the mail to his P.O. box. He was sure he could use it to find the old cop. He clipped his ID card to his suit and went up to the Scientific Investigation Division. He told the woman behind the counter that he had to talk to someone in latent prints and pushed through the half door and down the hall to the print lab like he always did, without waiting for her go-ahead. The lab was a large room with 2 rows of work tables with overhead fluorescent lights. At the end of the room were 2 desks with AFIS computer terminals on them. Behind them was a glass-walled room with the mainframes inside. There was condensation on the glass because the mainframe room was kept cooler than the rest of the lab. Because it was lunchtime, there was only one technician in the lab, and Bosch didn't know him. He was tempted to turn around and come back later when someone else might be there, but the tech looked up from one of the computer terminals and saw him. He was a tall, skinny man with glasses and a face that had been ravaged by acne when he was younger. The damage gave him a permanently sullen expression. Yes? Yeah, hi, how you doing? I'm doing fine. What can I do for you? Harry Bosch, Hollywood Division. He put out his hand, and the other man hesitated, then shook it tentatively. Brad Hirsch. Yeah, I think I've heard your name. We've never worked together, but that probably won't last. I work homicide, so it seems I basically get around to working with everybody in here eventually. Probably. Bosch sat down on a chair to the side of the computer module and pulled his briefcase onto his lap. He noticed that Hirsch was looking into his blue computer screen. He seemed more comfortable looking there than at Bosch. Reason I'm here is, at the moment, it's kind of slow out in Tinseltown, and so I've been going through some old cases. I came across this one from 1961. 1961? Yeah, it's old. A female, cause of death, blunt force trauma. Then he made it look like a strangulation, a sex crime. Anyway, nobody was ever popped for it. It never went anywhere. In fact, I don't think anyone's really looked at it since the due diligence in '62. A long time. Anyway, the thing is, the reason I'm here, is that back then the cops on this pulled a decent set of prints at the crime scene. They got a bunch of partials and some full rounds, and I've got them here. Bosch took the yellowed print card out of the briefcase and held it out to the man. Hirsch looked at it, but didn't take it. He looked back at the computer screen, and Bosch placed the print card down on the keyboard in front of him. And, well, as you know, that was before we had these fancy computers and all of this technology you got here. All they did with this back then was use it to compare these to a suspect's prints. They got no match, they let the guy go, and then they just shoved these in an envelope. They've been sitting in the case file ever since. So what I was thinking was we could... You want to run them through APHIS? Yeah, right. You know, take a shot at it, spin the dice. Maybe we get lucky and pick up a hitchhiker on the information highway. Yeah, it's happened before. Edgar and Burns out on the Hollywood table nailed an old one this week with an APHIS run. I was talking to Edgar, and he said one of you guys down here, I think it was Donovan, said the computer has access to millions of prints from all across the country. Hirsch nodded unenthusiastically. And that's not just criminal print files, right? Bosch asked. You've got military, law enforcement, civil service, everything, that right? Yes, that's right. But look, Detective Bosch, Harry. Okay, Harry. This is a great tool that's getting better all the time. You're correct about that, but there still are human and time elements here. The comparison prints have to be scanned and coded, and then those codes have to be entered into the computer, and right now we have a backup that's running 12 days. He pointed to the wall above the computer. There was a sign with changeable numbers on it, like the signs in the union office that say X number of days since the last death in the line of duty. Automated fingerprint identification system. Search requests will take 12 days to process. No exception. So you see, we can't take everybody who walks in here and put them at the front of the pack, okay? Now, if you want to fill out a search request form, I could... Look, I know there are exceptions, especially in homicide cases. Somebody made that run for Burns and Edgar the other day. They didn't wait 12 days. They were put through right away, and they cleared 3 homicides just like that. Bosch snapped his fingers. Hirsch looked at him and then back to the computer. Yes, there are exceptions, but that comes from on high. If you want to talk to Captain LaValle, maybe she'll approve it. If Burns and Edgar didn't talk to her, somebody just did it for them. Well, then that was against the rules. They must have known somebody who did it for them. Well, I know you, Hirsch. Why don't you just fill out a request, and I'll see what... I mean, what's it take, 10 minutes? No. In your case, much longer. This print card you have is an antique. It's obsolete. I'd have to run it through the live scan machine, which would then assign codes to the prints. Then I'd have to hand enter the codes it gives me. Then, depending on the restrictions on the run you want, it could take... I don't want any restrictions. I want it compared to all databases. Then the computer time can run as long as 30, 40 minutes. With a finger, Hirsch punched his glasses back up his nose as if punctuating his resolve not to break the rules. "Well, Brad," Bosch said, "the problem is I don't know how much time I've got on this. Certainly not 12 days. No way. I'm working on it now because I have the time, but the next time I get a fresh call, that will be it. I'll be off it. That's the nature of homicide, you know? So, are you sure there isn't something we can do right now?" Hirsch didn't move. He just stared at the blue screen. It reminded him of the youth hall when kids would literally shut down like a computer on standby when the bullies taunted them. "What are you doing now, Hirsch? We could do it right now." Hirsch looked at him for a long moment before talking. "I'm busy. And look, Bosch, I know who you are, okay? That's an interesting story about pulling old cases, but I know it's a lie. I know you're on a stress leave. The story's getting around, and you shouldn't even be here, and I shouldn't be talking to you, so could you please leave me alone? I don't want to get into trouble. I don't want people to get the wrong idea, you know?" Bosch looked at him, but Hirsch's eyes had moved back onto the computer screen. "Okay, Hirsch, let me tell you a real story. One, I really don't want any more stories, Bosch. Why don't you just... I'm going to tell you this story, then I'm leaving, okay? Just this one story." "Okay, Bosch, okay, you tell the story." Bosch looked at him silently and waited for Hirsch to make eye contact, but the latent print technician's eyes remained on the computer screen as if it were his security blanket. Bosch told the story anyway. "One time, a long time ago, I was almost 12, and I'm swimming in this pool, you see, and I'm under the water, but I've got my eyes open, and I look up, and I see up through the water up to the edge of the pool. I see this dark figure. You know, it was hard to figure out what it was, all wavy and all, but I could tell it was a man, and there wasn't supposed to be a man up there. So I came up for air at the side of the pool, and I was right. It was a man. He was wearing this dark suit, and he reached down and grabbed me by the wrist. I was just a scrawny little runt. It was easy for him to do. He pulled me out, and he gave me this towel to put on my shoulders, and he led me over to a chair, and he told me that my mother was dead. Murdered. He said they didn't know who did it, but whoever he was, he left his fingerprints. He said, 'Don't worry, son. We got the fingerprints, and they're as good as gold. We'll get him.' I remember those words exactly. We'll get him. Only they never did, and now I'm going to. That's my story, Hirsch." Hirsch's eyes dropped down to the yellowed print card on the keyboard. "Look, man, it's a bad story, but I can't be doing this. I'm sorry." Bosch stared at him a moment and then slowly stood up. "Don't forget the card," Hirsch said. He picked it up and held it up to Bosch. "I'll leave it here. You're going to do the right thing, Hirsch. I can tell." "No, don't. I can't do—" "I'm leaving it here!" The power of his voice shocked even Bosch, and it seemed to have scared Hirsch. The print tech replaced the card on the keyboard. After a few seconds of silence, Bosch leaned down and spoke quietly. "Everybody wants the chance to do the right thing, Hirsch. It makes them feel good inside. Even if doing it doesn't exactly fit inside the rules, sometimes you have to rely on the voice inside that tells you what to do." Bosch stood back up and took out his wallet and a pen. He pulled out a business card and wrote some numbers on it. He put it down on the keyboard next to the print card. "That's got my portable and my home on it. Don't bother calling the office. You know I won't be there. I'll be waiting to hear from you, Hirsch." He slowly walked out of the lab. Waiting for the elevator, Bosch guessed that his effort to persuade Hirsch had fallen on deaf ears. Hirsch was the type of guy whose exterior scars masked deeper interior wounds. There were a lot in the department like him. Hirsch grew up intimidated by his own face. He'd probably be the last person to dare go outside the bounds of his job or the rules. Another department automaton. For him, doing the right thing was ignoring Bosch or turning him in. He punched at the elevator button with his finger again and contemplated what else he could do. The APHIS search was a long shot, but he still wanted it done. It was a loose end, and any thorough investigation took care of loose ends. He decided he would give Hirsch a day, and then he'd make another run at him. If that didn't work, he'd try another tech. He'd try them all until he got the killer's prints into that machine. The elevator finally opened, and he squeezed on. That was one of the only things you could rely on inside Parker Center. Cops would come and go, chiefs, even political power structures, but the elevators would always move slowly and always be crowded when they got to you. Bosch pushed the unlighted button marked B as the doors slowly closed and the square room started to descend. While everyone stood and stared blankly at the lighted numbers over the door, Bosch looked down at his briefcase. No one in the small space spoke. Until, as the car slowed to its next stop, Bosch heard his first name spoken from behind. He turned his head slightly, not sure if it had been someone speaking to him or the name had been directed towards someone else. His eyes fell on Assistant Chief Irvin S. Irving standing in the rear of the elevator. They exchanged nods just as the doors opened on the first floor. Bosch wondered if Irving had seen him push the button for the basement. There was no reason for a man on involuntary stress leave to be going to the basement. Bosch decided the car was too crowded for Irving to have seen what button he had pushed. He stepped off the elevator into the alcove off the main lobby, and Irving followed him out and caught up with him. "Chief? What brings you all the way in, Harry?" It was said casually, but the question signaled that there was more than passing interest from Irving. They started walking toward the exit, Bosch quickly putting a story together. "I have to go over to Chinatown anyway, so I dropped by to go to payroll. I wanted to see about them sending my check to my house instead of out to Hollywood, since I'm not sure when I'll be back." Irving nodded, and Bosch was pretty sure he had bought it. He was about Bosch's size, but had the standout feature of a completely shaved head. That feature and his reputation for intolerance for corrupt cops got him the nickname within the department of Mr. Clean. "You're in Chinatown today? I thought you were Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That was the schedule I approved." "Yes, that's the schedule, but she had an opening come up today and wanted me to come in." "Well, I'm glad to hear you being so cooperative. What happened to your hand?" "Oh, this?" Bosch held up his hand like it was someone else's that he had just noticed at the end of his arm. "I've been using some of my free time to do some work around the house, and I cut it on a piece of broken glass. I'm still doing cleanup from the quake." "I see." Bosch guessed that he didn't buy that one, but he didn't really care. "I'm getting a quick lunch in the Federal Plaza," Irving said. "You want to come along?" "Thanks just the same, Chief. I already ate." "Okay. Well, take care of yourself. I mean that." "I will. Thanks." Irving started off and then stopped. "You know, we're handling this situation with you a little differently because I hope to get you back in there at Hollywood Homicide without any change in grade or position. I'm waiting to hear from Dr. Hinojos, but I understand it will be a few more weeks at least." "That's what she tells me." "You know, if you're willing to do it, an apology in the form of a letter to Lieutenant Pounds could be beneficial. When push comes to shove, I'm going to have to sell him on letting you back in there. That will be the hard part. I think getting you a clean bill from the doctor won't be a problem. I can simply issue the order and Lieutenant Pounds will have to accept it, but that won't ease the pressure there. I would rather work it that he accepts your return and everybody's happy." "Well, I heard he's already got a replacement for me." "Pounds?" "He paired my partner with somebody off of autos. Doesn't sound to me like he's expecting or planning on me coming back, Chief." "Well, that's news to me. I'll talk to him about that. What do you think about this letter? It could go a long way toward helping your situation." Bosch hesitated before answering. He knew Irving wanted to help him. The two of them shared an unspoken bond. Once they were complete enemies in the department, but contempt had eroded into a truce which now was more a line of wary mutual respect. "I'll think about the letter, Chief," Bosch finally said. "I'll let you know." "Very well."
You know, Harry, pride gets in the way of a lot of the right decisions. Don't let that happen to you.
I'll think about it. Bosch watched him bound off around the Fountain Memorial to officers killed in the line of duty. He watched until Irving got to Temple and started to cross Los Angeles Street to the Federal Plaza, where there was an array of fast food emporiums. Then Bosch figured it was safe and turned to go back inside. He skipped waiting for the elevator again and went down the stairs to the basement. Most of the underground floor of Parker Center was taken up by the Evidence Storage Division. There were a few other offices, like the Fugitives Division, but it was generally a quiet floor. Bosch found no pedestrian traffic on the long, yellow linoleum hallway and was able to get to the steel double doors of ESD without running into anyone else he knew. The police department held physical evidence on investigations that had not yet gone to the district attorney or city attorney for filing. Once that happened, the evidence usually stayed with the prosecutor's office. Essentially, that made ESD the city's temple of failure. What was behind the steel doors Bosch opened was the physical evidence from thousands of unsolved crimes, crimes that had never resulted in prosecution. It even smelled of failure. Because it was in the basement of the building, there was a damp odor here that Bosch always believed was the rank stink of neglect and decay, of hopelessness. Bosch stepped into a small room that was essentially a wire mesh cage. There was another door on the other side, but there was a sign on it that said, ESD staff only. There were 2 windows cut in the mesh. One was closed, and a uniformed officer sat behind the other, working on a crossword puzzle. Between the 2 windows was another sign that said, Do not store loaded firearms. Bosch walked up to the open window and leaned on the counter. The officer looked up after filling in a word on the puzzle. Bosch saw the name tag on his uniform said Nelson. Nelson read Bosch's ID card, so Bosch didn't have to bother to introduce himself either. It worked out nicely. How you say that? Hieronymus. Rhymes with anonymous. Hieronymus. Isn't there a rock and roll band named that? Maybe. What can I do for you, Hieronymus from Hollywood? I got a question. Shoot. Bosch put the pink evidence check slip on the counter. I want to pull the box on this case. It's pretty old. Would it still be around anywhere? The cop took the slip, looked at it, and whistled when he saw the year. While writing the case number down on a request log, he said, Should be here. Don't see why not. Nothing gets tossed, you know. You want to look at the Black Dahlia case? We got that. That's what? 50-something years old? We got him going back even further. If it ain't solved, it's here. He looked up at Bosch and winked. Be right back. Why don't you fill out the form? Nelson pointed with his pen out the window to a counter on the back wall where the standard request forms were. He got up and disappeared from the window. Bosch heard him yell to someone else in the back. Charlie! Hey, Charlie! A voice from somewhere in the back yelled a response that was unintelligible. Take the window, Nelson called back. I'm taking the time machine. Bosch had heard about the time machine. It was a golf cart they used to get back to the deep recesses of the storage facility. The older the case, the farther back in time it went, the farther away it was from the front windows. The time machine got the window cops back there. Bosch walked over to the counter and filled out a request form, then reached in the window and put it on the crossword puzzle. While he was waiting, he looked around and noticed another sign on the back wall. Narcotics evidence not released without 492 form. Bosch had no idea what that form was. Somebody came through the steel doors then, carrying a murder book. A detective, but Bosch didn't recognize him. He opened it on the counter, got a case number, and then filled out a form. He then went to the window. There was no sign of Charlie. After a few minutes, the detective turned to Bosch. Anybody working back there? Yeah, one guy went to get me a box. He told another guy to watch. I don't know where he is. Shit. He rapped sharply with his knuckles on the counter. In a few minutes, another uniformed cop came to the window. He was an old horse with white hair and a pear shape. Bosch guessed he'd been working in the basement for years. His skin was as white as a vampire's. He took the other detective's evidence request slip and was gone. Then both Bosch and the other detective were left waiting. Bosch could tell the other man had started looking at him, but was acting like he wasn't. "You're Bosch, right?" he finally asked. "From Hollywood?" Bosch nodded. The other man put out his hand and smiled. "Tom North, Pacific. We've never met." "No." Bosch shook his hand, but didn't act enthusiastic about the introduction. "We never met, but listen, I worked Devonshire burglary for 6 years before I got my homicide gig in Pacific. Know who my CO was up there back then?" Bosch shook his head. He didn't know and he didn't care, but North didn't seem to realize that. "Pounds. Lieutenant Harvey, 98 pounds. The fuck. He was my CO. So, anyway, I heard through the network, you know, what you did to his ass? Put his face right through the fucking window? That's great, man. Fucking great. More power to you. I laughed my ass off when I heard that." "Well, I'm glad it entertained you." "No, really, I know you're getting piped for it. I heard about that too, but I just wanted to let you know you made my day, and a lot of people are with you, man." "Thanks." "So, what are you doing down here? I heard they had you on the 5150 list." It annoyed Bosch to realize that there were those in the department who he didn't even know who knew what had happened to him and what his situation was. He tried to keep calm. "Listen, Bosch, you got a box." It was the time traveler, Nelson. He was at the window, pushing a light blue box through the opening. It was about the size of a boot box and was held closed with red tape that was cracking with age. It looked like the box was powdered with dust. Bosch didn't bother finishing his sentence. He waved off North and went to the box. "Sign here," Nelson said. He put a yellow slip down on top of the box. It kicked up a small dust cloud which he waved away with his hand. Bosch signed the paper and took the box in 2 hands. He turned and saw North looking at him. North just nodded once. He seemed to know it wasn't the right time to ask questions. Bosch nodded back and headed to the door. Bosch?" North said. "I didn't mean anything about what I said. About the list. No offense, okay?" Bosch stared at him as he pushed through the door with his back, but he didn't say anything. He then proceeded down the hall, carrying the box with 2 hands, as if it contained something precious. Carmen Hinojos was in her waiting room when Bosch got there a few minutes late. She ushered him in and waved off his apology for lateness as if it was unnecessary. She wore a dark blue suit, and as he passed her in the doorway, he smelled a light, soapy fragrance. He took the seat on the right side of the desk near the window again. Hinojos smiled, and Bosch wondered why. There were 2 chairs on the other side of the desk from her. So far, in 3 meetings, he had taken the same one each time, the one closest to the window. He wondered if she had taken note of this and what, if anything, it meant. "Are you tired?" she asked. "You don't look like you got much sleep last night." "I guess I didn't, but I'm fine." "Have you changed your mind about anything we discussed yesterday?" "No, not really." "You are continuing this private investigation?" "For now." She nodded in a way that told him she expected his reply. "I want to talk about your mother today." "Why? It's got nothing to do with why I'm here, why I'm on leave." "I think it's important. I think it will help us get to what is happening with you. What has made you take on this private investigation of yours? It might explain a lot about your recent actions." "I doubt it." "What do you want to know?" "When you spoke yesterday, you made several references to her lifestyle, but you never really came out and said what she did, what she was. Thinking about it after the session, I was wondering if you have trouble accepting what she was, to the point of not being able to say she was a prostitute? There, I said it. She was a prostitute. I'm a grown man, Doctor. I accept the truth. I accept the truth in anything as long as it's the truth. I think you're going far afield here." "Perhaps. What do you feel about her now?" "What do you mean?" "Anger, Hatred, love? I don't think about it. Certainly not hate. I loved her at the time. After she was gone, that didn't change. What about abandonment? I'm too old for that. What about back then, back when it happened? Bosch thought a moment. I'm sure there was some of that. Her lifestyle, her line of work got her killed, and I was left behind the fence. I guess I was mad about that and felt abandoned. I was also hurt. The hurt was the worst part. She loved me. What do you mean, left behind the fence? I told you yesterday I was in McLaren, the youth hall. Right. So her death prevented you from leaving there, correct? For a while. How long? I was there on and off until I was 16. I lived a few months, 2 different times with some fosters, but I always got sent back. Then when I was 16, another couple took me. I was with them until I was 17. I found out later that they kept getting the DPSS checks for a year after I'd split. DPSS? Department of Public Social Services. Now they call it the Division of Youth Services. Anyway, when you took a kid into your home as foster parents, you got a monthly support check. A lot of people took kids in just for those checks. I'm not saying these people did, but they never told DPSS I wasn't in their home anymore after I left. I understand. Where were you? Vietnam. Wait a minute. Let's go back. You said that 2 different times before this you lived with foster parents but were then sent back. What happened? Why were you sent back? I don't know. They didn't like me. They said it wasn't working out. I went back into the dorms behind the fence and waited. I think getting rid of a teenage boy was about as easy as selling a car with no wheels. The fosters always wanted the younger ones. Did you ever run away from the hall? Couple times. I always got caught in Hollywood. If placing teenagers was so difficult, how did it happen to you the 3rd time, when you were even older, 16? Bosch laughed falsely and shook his head. You'll get a kick out of this. I was chosen by this guy and his wife because I was left-handed. Left-handed? I don't follow. I was a lefty and I could throw a pretty good fastball. What do you mean? Jesus. It was... See, Sandy Koufax was with the Dodgers then. He was a lefty, and I guess they were paying him about a zillion bucks a year to pitch. This guy, the foster, his name was Earl Morse. He had played semi-pro baseball or something and never really made it, so he wanted to create a left-handed major league prospect. Good left-handers were pretty rare back then, I guess. Or he thought that. Anyway, they were the hot commodity. Earl thought he'd grab some kid with some potential, slap him into shape, and then be his manager or agent or something when it came to contract time. He saw it as his way back into the game. It was crazy. But I guess he'd seen his own big league dream crash and burn. So he came out to McLaren and took a bunch of us into the field for a catch. We had a team. We played other halls. Sometimes the schools in the valley let us play them. Anyway, Earl took us out to throw the ball around, and it was a tryout, but none of us knew it at the time. Didn't even enter my mind what was going on until later. Anyway, he glommed on to me when he saw I was a lefty and could throw. He forgot the others like they were last season's program. Bosch shook his head again at the memory. What happened? You went with him? Yeah, I went with him. There was a wife, too. She never said much to me or him. He used to make me throw 100 balls a day at a tire hanging in the backyard. Then every night he'd have these coaching sessions. I put up with it for about a year and then I split. You ran away? Sort of. I joined the Army. I had to get Earl to sign for me, though. At first he wouldn't do it. He had major league plans for me. But then I told him I was never going to pick up another baseball as long as I lived. He signed. Then he and the wife kept cashing those DPSS checks while I was overseas. I guess the extra money helped make up for losing the prospect. She was quiet for a long time. It looked to Bosch like she was reading her notes, but he had not seen her write anything during this session. "You know," he said into the silence, "about 10 years later, when I was still in patrol, I pulled over a drunk driver coming off the Hollywood freeway onto Sunset. He was all over the place. When I finally got him over and got up there to the window, I bent over to look in, and it was Earl. It was a Sunday. He was coming home from the Dodgers. I saw the program on the seat." She looked at him, but didn't say anything. He was looking at the memory still. I guess he'd never found that lefty he was looking for. Anyway, he was so drunk he didn't recognize me. "What did you do?" "Took his keys and called his wife. I guess it was the only break I ever gave the guy." She looked back down at the pad while asking her next question. "What about your real father?" "What about him?" "Did you ever know who he was? Did you have any relationship at all?" "I met him once. I was never curious about it until I came back from overseas. Then I traced it down. Turned out he was my mother's lawyer. He had a family and all of that. He was dying when I met him. Looked like a skeleton. Yeah, so, I never really knew him." "His name was Bosch?" "No. My name was just something she came up with. The painter, you know. She thought L.A. was a lot like his paintings. All the paranoia, the fear. Once she gave me a book that had his paintings in it." More silence followed as she thought about this one, too. "These stories, Harry," she finally said, "these stories that you tell are heartbreaking in their own way. It makes me see the boy who became the man. It makes me see the depth of the hole left by your mother's death. You know, you would have a lot to blame her for, and no one would blame you for doing it." He looked at her pointedly while composing a response. "I don't blame her for anything. I blame the man who took her from me. See, these are stories about me, not her. You can't get the feel for her. You can't know her like I did. All I know is that she did all she could to get me out of there. She never stopped telling me that. She never stopped trying. She just ran out of time." She nodded, accepting his answer. A few moments passed. "Did there come a time when she told you what she did for a living?" "Not really." "How did you know?" "I can't remember. I think I really didn't know for sure what she did until she was gone and I was older. I was 10 when they took me away. I didn't really know why." "Did she have men stay with her while you were together?" "No, that never happened." "But you must have had some idea about this life she was leading, that you both were leading." "She told me she was a waitress. She worked nights. She used to leave me with a lady who had a room at the hotel, Mrs. Dettori. She watched 4 or 5 kids whose mothers were doing the same thing. None of us knew." He finished there, but she didn't say anything, and he knew he was expected to continue. "One night, I snuck out when the old lady fell asleep, and I walked down to the boulevard to the coffee shop where she said she worked. Ivar's. She wasn't in there. I asked, and they didn't know what I was talking about." "Did you ask your mother about it?" "No." "The next night I followed her. She left in her waitress uniform, and I followed her. She went to her best friend's place upstairs, Meredith Roman. When they came out, they were both wearing dresses, makeup, the whole thing. Then they both left in a cab, and I couldn't follow them." "But you knew?" "I knew something. But I was like 9 or something. How much could I know?"
What about the charade she followed, dressing every night like a waitress? Did that anger you? No. The opposite. I thought that was, I don't know, there was something noble about her doing that for me. She was protecting me, in a way. Hinojos nodded that she saw his point. Close your eyes. Close my eyes? Yes, I want you to close your eyes and think back to when you were a boy. Go ahead. What is this? Indulge me, please. Bosch shook his head as if annoyed, but did as she asked. He felt stupid. Okay. Okay. I want you to tell me a story about your mother. Whatever image or episode with her that you have the clearest in your mind, I want you to tell it to me. He thought hard. Images of her passed through and disappeared. Finally, he came to one that stayed. Okay. Okay, tell it. It was at McLaren. She had come to visit, and we were out at the fence at the ball field. Why do you remember this story? I don't know. Because she was there, and that always made me feel good. Even though we always ended up crying. You should have seen that place on visiting day, everybody crying. And I remember it too because it was near the end. It wasn't too long after that she was gone. Maybe a few months. Do you remember what you talked about? Oh, a lot of stuff. Baseball. She was a Dodgers fan. I remember one of the older kids had taken my new sneakers that she had given me for my birthday. She noticed I didn't have them on, and she got pretty mad about it. Why did the older boy take your sneakers? She asked the same thing. What did you tell her? I told her the kid took my shoes because he could. You see, they could call that place whatever they wanted, but basically it was a prison for kids, and it had the same societies as a prison has. Your dominant cliques, your submissives, everything. What were you? I don't know. I pretty much kept to myself. But when some older, bigger kid took my shoes, I was a submissive. It was a way of surviving. Your mother was unhappy about this? Yeah, but she didn't know the score. She wanted to go complain or something. She didn't know that if she did that, it would only make it worse for me there. Then she suddenly did realize what the deal was. She started crying. Bosch was silent, picturing the scene perfectly in his mind. He remembered the dampness in the air and the smell of the orange blossoms from the nearby groves. Hinojos cleared her throat before breaking into his memory. What did you do when she started crying? I probably started crying too. I usually did. I didn't want her to feel bad, but there was a comfort in knowing she knew what was happening to me. Only mothers can do that, you know? Make you feel good when you're sad. Bosch still had his eyes closed and was seeing only the memory. What did she tell you? She just told me she was going to get me out. She said that her lawyer was going to go to court soon to appeal the custody ruling and the unfit mother finding. She said there were other things she could do, too. The point was she was getting me out. That lawyer was your father? Yes, but I didn't know it. Anyway, what I'm saying is that the courts were wrong about her. That's the thing that bothers me. She was good to me, and they didn't see that. Anyway, I remember she promised me that she would do what she had to do, but she would get me out. But she never did. No. Like I said, she ran out of time. I'm sorry.
Bosch opened his eyes and looked at her. So am I. Bosch had parked in a public lot off Hill Street. It cost him $12 for his car. He then got onto the 101 and headed north toward the hills. As he drove, he occasionally looked over at the blue box on the seat next to him, but he didn't open it. He knew that he had to, but he would wait for home. He turned the radio on and listened as the DJ introduced a song by Abbey Lincoln. Bosch had never heard it before, but he immediately liked the words and the woman's smoky voice. Bird alone, flying high, flying through a clouded sky, sending mournful, soulful sounds, soaring over troubled grounds. After he got to Woodrow Wilson and followed his usual routine of parking a half-block away from his home, Bosch brought the box inside and placed it on the dining room table. He lit a cigarette and paced the room, looking down occasionally at the box. He knew what was in it. He had the evidence list from the murder book, but he couldn't overcome a feeling that by opening the box he was invading some secret privacy, committing a sin that he didn't understand. Finally, he took his keys out. There was a small penknife on the ring, and he used it to slice through the red tape that sealed the box. He put the knife down and, without thinking about it any further, lifted the top off the box. The victim's clothes and other belongings were wrapped individually in plastic bags, which Bosch took out of the box one by one and placed on the table. The clear plastic was yellowed, but he could see through it. He did not remove anything from the bags, but instead just held each piece of evidence up and studied it in its sterile covering. He opened the murder book to the evidence list and made sure nothing was missing. It was all there. He held the small bag containing the gold earrings up to the light. They were like frozen teardrops. He put the bag back down, and at the bottom of the box he saw the blouse, folded neatly in plastic, the spot of blood exactly where the evidence sheet said it was, on the left breast, about 2 inches from the center button. Bosch ran his finger over the plastic where the spot was. It was then that he realized something. There was no other blood. He knew that it was the thing that had bothered him as he read the murder book, but he had been unable to get a hold of the thought then. Now he had it. The blood. No blood on the undergarments, the skirt or the stockings or pumps, only on the blouse. Bosch also knew the autopsy had described a body with no lacerations. Then where had the blood come from? He wanted to look at the crime scene and autopsy photos, but knew that he couldn't. There was no way he would open that envelope. Bosch pulled the bag containing the blouse from the box and read the evidence tag and other markings. Nowhere did it mention or give any reference code for any analysis ever being done on the blood. This invigorated him. There was a good chance that the blood spot came from the killer, not the victim. He had no idea whether blood that old could still be typed or even submitted for DNA analysis, but he intended to find out. The problem, he knew, was comparison. It didn't matter if the blood could still be analyzed if there was nothing to compare it to. To get blood from Conklin or Mattel, or anyone for that matter, he would need a court order, and to get that, he needed evidence, not just suspicions and hunches. He had gathered the evidence bags together to replace in the box when he stopped to study the one containing the belt that had been used to strangle the victim. Bosch studied it a few moments as if it were a snake he was trying to identify, before cautiously reaching into the box and picking it up. He could see the evidence tag tied through one of the belt holes. On the smooth, silver seashell buckle there was black powder. He could see that part of the ridgelines from a thumbprint were still there. He held the belt up to the light. It pained him to look at it, but he did. The belt was 1 inch in width, made of black leather. The seashell buckle was the largest ornamentation, but smaller silver shells were attached along its length. Looking at it brought back the memory. He hadn't really chosen it. Meredith Roman had taken him to the May Company on Wilshire. She had seen the belt on a rack with many others and told him his mother would like it. She paid for it and allowed him to give it to his mother as a birthday present. Meredith had been right. His mother wore the belt often, including every time she visited him after the court took him away, and including the night she was murdered. Bosch read the evidence tag, but all it said was the case number and McKittrick's name. On the tongue, he noticed that the second and fourth holes were imperfect circles, distended by the spoke of the buckle during wear. He guessed that maybe his mother wore it tighter at times, maybe to impress someone, or looser at times over bulkier clothing. He now knew everything about the belt, except who had used it last to kill her. He realized then that whoever had held this belt, this weapon, before the police had been responsible for taking a life and indelibly changing his own. He carefully replaced it in the box and put the other clothing in on top of it. He then put the lid back on top. Bosch couldn't stay in the house after that. He felt he had to get out. He didn't bother changing his clothes. He just got in the Mustang and started driving. It was dark now, and he took Cahuenga down into Hollywood. He told himself he didn't know or care where he was going, but that was a lie. He knew. When he got to Hollywood Boulevard, he turned east. The car took him to Vista, where he turned north and then cut into the first alley. The headlights sliced through the darkness, and he saw a small homeless encampment. A man and woman huddled under a cardboard lean-to. Two other bodies, wrapped in blankets and newspapers, lay nearby. A small glow from dying flames came from the rim of a trash can. Bosch cruised by slowly, his eyes further down the alley, to the spot he knew from the crime scene drawing that was in the murder book. The Hollywood Souvenir Store was now an adult book and video store. There was an alley entrance for shy customers, and several cars were parked alongside the rear of the building. Bosch stopped near the door and killed the lights. He just sat in the car, feeling no need to get out. He had never been to the alley, to the spot, before. He just wanted to sit and watch and feel for a few moments. He lit a cigarette and watched as a man carrying a bag walked quickly out of the door of the adult shop to a car parked at the end of the alley. Bosch thought about a time when he was a small boy and still with his mother. They had a small apartment on Camrose then, and during the summer they'd sit in the back courtyard on the nights she wasn't working, or on Sunday afternoons, and listen to the music coming over the hill from the Hollywood Bowl. The sound was bad, attacked by traffic and the white noise of the city before it got to them, but the high notes were clear. What he liked about it wasn't the music, but that she was there. It was their time together. She always told him that she would take him one day to the bowl to hear Scheherazade. It was her favorite. They never got the chance. The court took him away from her, and she was dead before she could get him back. Bosch finally heard the Philharmonic perform Scheherazade the year he spent with Sylvia. When she saw tears welling in the corners of his eyes, she thought it was because of the pure beauty of the music. He never got around to telling her it was something else. A blur of motion caught his attention, and someone banged a fist on the driver's side window. Bosch's left hand instinctively went under his jacket to his waist, but there was no gun there. He turned and looked into the face of an old woman whose years were etched like hash marks on her face. It looked like she was wearing 3 sets of clothes. When she was done knocking on the window, she opened her palm and held it out. Still startled, Bosch quickly reached into his pocket and pulled out a 5. He started the car so he could put the window down and handed the money out to her. She said nothing. She just took it and walked away. Bosch watched her go and wondered how had she ended up in this alley. How had he? Bosch drove out of the alley and back out to Hollywood Boulevard. He started cruising again. At first, aimlessly, but soon he found his purpose. He wasn't yet ready to confront Conklin or Mattel, but he knew where they were, and he wanted to see their homes, their lives, the places they had ended up. He stayed on the boulevard until Alvarado, and then took that down to 3rd, where he started west. The drive took him from the third-world poverty of the area known as Little Salvador, past the faded mansions of Hancock Park, and then to Park La Brea, a huge complex of apartments, condominiums, and attendant rest homes. Bosch found Ogden Drive and cruised slowly down it until he saw the Park La Brea Life Care Center. There's another irony, he thought. Life care. The only thing the place probably cared about was when you were going to die, so your space could be sold to the next one. It was a nondescript 12-story building of concrete and glass. Through the glass facade of the lobby, Bosch could see a security guard at a post. In this town, even the elderly and infirm weren't safe. He glanced up the front of the building and saw most of the windows were dark. Only 9 o'clock and the place was already dead. Someone honked at him from behind, and he sped up and away, thinking about Conklin and what his life might be like. He wondered if the old man in his room up there ever gave a thought to Marjorie Lowe after so many years. Bosch's next stop was Mount Olympus, the gaudy outcropping of modern Roman-style homes above Hollywood. The look was supposed to be neoclassical, but he had heard it referred to more than once as neoclassical. The huge, expensive homes were jammed side by side as close as teeth. There were ornate columns and statues, but the only thing that seemed classic about most of the place was the quiche. Bosch took Mount Olympus Drive off of Laurel Canyon, turned on Electra, and then went to Hercules. He was driving slow, looking for addresses on curbs to match the one he had written in his notebook that morning. When he found Mattel's house, he stopped on the street, stunned. It was a house that he knew. He had never been inside it, of course, but everyone knew it. It was a circular mansion that sat atop one of the most recognizable promontories in the Hollywood Hills. Bosch looked at the place with awe, just imagining its interior size and its exterior ocean to mountain views. Its rounded walls lit from the outside with white lights, it looked like a spaceship that had alighted on a mountaintop and was poised to take to the air once again. Classic quiche, it wasn't. This was a home that bespoke its owner's power and influence. An iron gate usually guarded a long driveway that went up a hill to the house, but tonight the gate was open, and Bosch could see several cars and at least 3 limousines parked along one side of the drive. Other cars were parked in the circle at the top. It only dawned on Bosch that there was a party underway at the house when a red blur passed the car window and the door was suddenly sprung open. Bosch turned and looked into the face of a swarthy Latino man in a white shirt and red vest. "Good evening, sir. We'll take your car here. If you could walk up the drive on the left side, the greeters will find you." Bosch stared at the man, unmoving, thinking. "Sir?" Bosch tentatively stepped out of the Mustang, and the man in the vest gave him a slip of paper with a number on it. He then slipped into the car and drove away. Bosch stood there, aware that he was about to let events control him, something he knew he should avoid. He hesitated and looked back at the taillights of the Mustang gliding away. He let the temptation take him. Bosch fastened his top button and pulled his tie back into place as he walked up the driveway. He passed a small army of men in red vests, and as he came all the way up past the limousines, a startling view of the lighted city came into view. He stopped and just looked for a moment. He could see from the moonlit Pacific in one direction to the towers of downtown in the other. The view alone was worth the price of the house, no matter how many millions that was. The sound of soft music, laughter, and conversation came from his left. He followed it down a stone path that curved along the form of the house. The drop-off to the houses down the hill was steep and deadly. He finally came to a flat yard that was lighted and full of people milling about beneath a tent as white as the moon. Bosch guessed there were at least 150 well-dressed people sipping cocktails and taking small hors d'oeuvres off of trays carried by young women wearing short black dresses, sheer stockings, and white aprons. He wondered where the red vests were putting all the cars. Bosch immediately felt underdressed and was sure he would be identified in seconds as a gatecrasher. But there was something so otherworldly about the scene that he held his ground. A surfer in a suit approached him. He was about 25 with short, sun-bleached hair and a dark tan. He wore a custom-fit suit that looked like it cost more than every piece of clothing Bosch owned combined. It was light brown, but the wearer probably described it as cocoa. He smiled the way enemies smile.
Yes, sir. How are we doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. I don't know about you yet. The surfer in a suit smiled a little more brightly at that.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Johnson, and I'm providing security for the benefit tonight. Might I inquire if you brought your invitation with you?
Bosch hesitated for only a moment. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I needed to bring that along. I didn't think Gordon would need security at a benefit like this. He hoped dropping Mattel's first name would give the surfer pause before he did anything rash. The surfer frowned for only a moment.
Well, then, could I ask you just to sign in for me?
Of course. Bosch was led to a table to the side of the entrance area. Taped across the front of it was a red, white, and blue banner that said, "Robert Shepard, now." It told Bosch all he needed to know about the affair. There was a guest registry on the table, and a woman sat behind it in a black, crushed velvet cocktail dress that did little to camouflage her breasts. Mr. Johnson seemed more intent on these two items than on Bosch as he signed the name Harvey Pounds in the registry. As he signed, Bosch noticed a stack of pledge cards and a champagne goblet filled with pencils on the table. He picked up an information sheet and started to read about the unannounced candidate. Johnson finally pulled his eyes away from the table hostess and checked the name Bosch had written.
Thank you, Mr. Pounds. Enjoy yourself.
He disappeared into the crowd then, probably to check on whether a Harvey Pounds was on the invite list. Bosch decided he'd stay a few minutes, see if he could spot Mattel, and then leave before the surfer came looking for him. He stepped away from the entrance and out from beneath the tent. After crossing a short lawn to a retainer wall, he tried to act like he was just enjoying the view. And it was a view. The only higher one would have been from a jet coming into LAX. But on the jet, you wouldn't have the breadth of vision, the cool breeze, or the sounds from the city below. Bosch turned around and looked back at the crowd under the tent. He studied the faces but could not spot Gordon Mattel. There was no sign of him. There was a large knot of people beneath the center of the tent, and Bosch realized that it was a grouping of people trying to reach their hands toward the unannounced candidate, or at least the man Bosch assumed was Shepard. Harry noticed that while the crowd seemed to exhibit solidarity in terms of wealth, it cut across all age lines. He guessed that many were there to see Mattel as much as Shepard. One of the women in black and white came out from under the white canopy and toward him with a tray of champagne glasses. He took one, thanked her, and turned back to the view. He sipped at it and supposed that it was top quality, but he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. He decided he should gulp it and go when a voice from his left interrupted. Wonderful view, isn't it? Better than a movie. I could stand here for hours. Bosch turned his head to acknowledge the speaker, but didn't look at him. He didn't want to get involved. Yeah, it's nice, but I'll take the mountains I have. Really? Where is that? The other side of the hill, on Woodrow Wilson. Oh, yes. There are some very nice properties there. Not mine, Bosch thought, unless you like neo-earthquake classic. The San Gabriels are brilliant in the sun, the conversationalist said. I looked there, but then I bought here. Bosch turned. He was looking at Gordon Mattel. The host put out his hand. Gordon Mattel. Bosch hesitated, but then figured Mattel was used to people losing a step or stuttering in his presence. Harvey Pounds, Bosch said, taking his hand. Mattel was wearing a black tuxedo. He was as overdressed for the crowd as Bosch was underdressed. His gray hair was cropped short, and he had a smooth machine tan. He was as trim and tight as a rubber band stretched around a stack of hundreds, and looked at least 5 to 10 years younger than he was. Glad to meet you. Glad you could come, he said. Did you meet Robert yet? No, he's kind of in the middle of the pack there. Yes, that's true. Well, he'll be happy to meet you when he gets the chance. I guess he'll be happy to take my check as well. That too, Mattel smiled. Seriously, though, I hope you can help us out. He's a good man, and we need people like him in office. His smile seemed so phony that Harry wondered if Mattel had already pegged him as a crasher. Bosch smiled back and patted the right breast of his jacket. "I've got the checkbook right here." Doing that, Bosch remembered what he really had in his pocket and got an idea. The champagne, though only a single glass, had emboldened him. He suddenly realized he wanted to spook Mattel and maybe get a look at his real colors. "Tell me," he said, "is Shepard the one?" "I don't quite follow. Is he going all the way to the White House someday? Is he the one that's going to take you?" Mattel sloughed off a frown, or maybe it was a glimmer of annoyance. "I guess we shall see. We've got to get him into the Senate first. That's the important thing." Bosch nodded and made a show of scanning the crowd. "Well, it looks like you have the right people here. But, I don't see Arno Conklin. Are you still tight with him? He was here first, wasn't he?" Mattel's forehead creased with a deep furrow. "Well," Mattel seemed to be uncomfortable, but then it quickly passed. "To tell the truth, we haven't spoken in a long time. He's retired now, an old man in a wheelchair. Do you know Arno?" "Never spoken to him in my life." "Then tell me, what prompts a question about ancient history?" Bosch hiked his shoulders. "I guess I'm just a student of history, that's all." "What do you do for a living, Mr. Pounds, or are you a full-time student?" "I'm in law." "We have something in common, then." "I doubt it." "I'm a Stanford man. How about you?" Bosch thought a moment. "Vietnam." Mattel frowned again, and Bosch saw the interest go out of his eyes like water down a drain. "Well, I tell you, I ought to mingle a little more. Watch the champagne, and if you decide you don't want to drive, one of the boys on the driveway can get you home. Ask for Manuel." "The one in the red vest?" Yes, one of them." Bosch held up his glass. "Don't worry, this is only my third." Mattel nodded and disappeared back into the crowd. Bosch watched him cross beneath the tent, stop to shake a few hands, but eventually make it to the house. He entered through a wall of French doors into what looked like a living room or some sort of viewing area. Mattel walked to her couch and bent down to speak quietly to a man in a suit. This man looked to be about the same age as Mattel, but with a harder, harsher appearance. He had a sharp face, and though sitting, it was clear to see he had a much heavier body. As a younger man, he had probably used his strength, not his brain. Mattel straightened up, and the other man just nodded. Mattel then disappeared into the further recesses of his house. Bosch finished his glass of champagne and started moving through the crowd under the tent toward the house. As he got near the French doors, one of the black and white women asked if he needed help finding something. He said he was looking for the bathroom, and she directed him to another door to the left. He went where he was told and found the door was locked. He waited for a few moments, and the door finally opened, emitting a man and a woman. They giggled when they saw Bosch waiting and headed back to the tent. Inside the bathroom, Bosch opened his jacket and took a folded piece of paper from the inside pocket on the left. It was a photocopy of the Johnny Fox story that Keisha Russell had given him. He unfolded it and took out a pen. He circled the names Johnny Fox, Arno Conklin, and Gordon Mattel, then under the story wrote, "What prior work experience got Johnny the job?" He refolded the page twice and ran his fingers tightly over the creases. Then, on the outside, he wrote, "For Gordon Mattel only." Back under the tent, Bosch found a black and white woman and gave her the folded paper. "You have to find Mr. Mattel right away," he told her. "Give him this note. He's waiting on it." He watched her go, and then made his way back out through the crowd to the sign-in table at the entry area. He quickly bent over the guest registry and wrote his mother's name down. The table hostess protested that he had already signed in. "This is for somebody else," he said. For an address, he wrote Hollywood and Vista. He left a line for a telephone number blank. Bosch scanned the crowd again and saw neither Mattel or the woman he had given the note to. Then he looked into the room beyond the French doors, and Mattel appeared with the note in his hand. He walked slowly into the room, studying it. Bosch could tell by the direction of his eyes he was studying the note scribbled on the bottom. Even with his phony tan, he seemed to Bosch to go pale. Bosch took a step back into the entrance alcove and watched. He could feel his heart beating at a quicker pace. He felt like he was watching some secret play on a stage. There was a look of perplexed anger on Mattel's face now. Bosch saw him hand the page to the rough man who still sat in the cushioned chair. Then Mattel turned to the glass panels and looked out at the people under the tent. He said something, and Bosch thought he could read his lips. Son of a bitch. Then he started talking more quickly, barking orders. The man on the chair rose, and Bosch knew instinctively that it was his cue to leave. He walked quickly back out to the driveway and trotted down to the group of men in red vests. He handed his valet ticket and a $10 bill to one of them and said in Spanish that he was in a great hurry. Still, it seemed to take forever. As he waited nervously, Bosch kept his eyes on the house, waiting for the rough man to appear. He had watched which direction the valet had gone for his car, and he was ready to bolt that way if necessary. He began to wish he had his gun. Whether he really needed it or not did not matter. In this moment, he knew it gave him a sense of security that he felt naked without. The surfer in a suit appeared at the top of the driveway and strode down toward Bosch. At the same time, Bosch saw his Mustang approaching. He walked out into the street, ready to take it. The surfer got to him first. "Hey, buddy, hold on a sec." Bosch turned from his approaching car and hit him in the jaw, sending him backward onto the driveway. He moaned and rolled onto his side, both hands clutching his jaw. Bosch was sure the jaw was dislocated, if not broken. He shook away the pain in his hand as the Mustang screeched to a stop. The man in the red vest was slow in getting out. Bosch pulled him away from the open door and jumped in. As he settled in behind the wheel, he looked up the driveway and saw the rough man was now coming. When he saw the surfer on the ground, he started running, but his steps were unsteady on the downgrade of the driveway. Bosch saw his heavy thighs pressing the fabric of his pants, and suddenly he slipped and fell. Two of the red vests went to help him up, but he angrily shoved them away. Bosch gunned the car and sped away. He worked his way up to Mulholland and turned east toward home. He could feel adrenaline surging through him. Not only had he gotten away, but it was clear he had struck a nerve with a hammer. Let Mattel think about that for a while, he thought. Let him sweat. Then he yelled out loud in the car, though no one could hear except himself. "Spooked you, didn't I, you fuck?" He banged his palm triumphantly on the steering wheel. He dreamed of the coyote again. The animal was on a mountain path where there were no homes, no cars, no people. It was moving very quickly through the dark as if it was trying to get away. But the path and place were his. He knew the land and knew he would escape. What it was he fled from was never clear, never seen, but it was there behind him in the dark, and the coyote knew by instinct it must get away. The phone woke Bosch, breaking into the dream like a knife stabbed through paper. Bosch pulled the pillow off his head, rolled to his right, and his eyes were immediately assaulted by the light of dawn. He had forgotten to close the blinds. He reached for the phone on the floor. "Hold on," he said. He put the phone down on the bed, sat up, and rubbed a hand across his face. He squinted at the clock. It was 10 minutes after 7. He coughed and cleared his throat, then picked the phone back up. "Yeah?"
Detective Bosch?
"Yeah?"
It's Brad Hirsch. I'm sorry to call so early.
Bosch had to think a moment. Brad Hirsch. He had no idea who it was. Yeah, it's okay," he said, while he continued to search his mind for the name. A silence followed.
I'm the one in Layton's. Remember you...
Hirsch! Yeah, Hirsch. I remember. What's up?
I wanted to tell you I made the APHIS run you wanted. I came in early and ran it with another search I'm doing for Devonshire homicide. I don't think anybody will know.
Bosch kicked his legs over the side of the bed, opened a drawer in the bed table, and took out a pad and a pencil. He noticed that he had taken the pad from the Surf and Sand Hotel in Laguna Beach. He remembered he had spent a few days with Sylvia there the year before. "Yeah, you made the run? What did you get?"
Well, that's the thing. I'm sorry, but I got nothing.
Bosch threw the pad back into the open drawer and threw himself backwards on the bed. No hits?
Well, the computer came up with 2 candidates. I then did a visual comparison and it was no good. No matches. I'm sorry. I know this case means...
He didn't finish. You took it through all the databases?
Everyone on our network.
Let me ask you something. All those databases, do they include DA's employees and LAPD personnel? There was silence as Hirsch must have been mulling over what the question might mean. You there, Hirsch?
Yes. The answer is yes.
How far back? You know what I mean? These bases have prints going how far back?
Well, each database is different. The LAPD's is extensive. I'd say we have prints on everybody who's worked here since World War II.
Well, that clears Irving and the rest of the cops, Bosch thought. But that didn't bother him much. His sights were definitely somewhere else. What about people working for the DA?
The DA's office would be different. I don't think they started printing employees until the middle 60s.
Conklin was there during that time, Bosch knew, but he would have already been elected DA. It would seem that he would not have submitted his own prints, especially if he knew there was a print card in a murder book somewhere that could possibly be matched to him. He thought of Mattel. He would have been out of the DA's office by the time employees' prints were taken as a matter of course. What about the federal base? What if some guy worked for a president and got the kind of clearance you need to go visit the White House? Would those prints be in that base?
Yes, they'd be in twice, in the federal employees base and in the FBI's. They keep prints on record of everyone they do background investigations on, if that's what you mean. But remember, just because somebody visits the president, it doesn't mean they get printed.
Well, Mattel isn't a scratch, but it's close, Bosch thought. So what you're saying is that whether or not we have complete data files going back to 1961, whoever belongs to those prints I gave you hasn't been printed since then?
That's not 100%, but it's close. The person who left these prints probably hasn't been printed, at least by any contributor to the databanks. We can only reach so far with this. One way or another, we can pull prints on 1 out of about every 50 or so people in the country. But I just didn't get anything this time. Sorry.
That's okay, Hirsch. You tried.
Well, I guess I'll be getting back to work now. What do you want me to do with the print card?
Bosch thought a moment. He wondered if there was any other avenue to chase down. Tell you what, can you just hold on to it? I'll come by the lab and pick it up when I can, probably be by later today.
Okay, I'll put it in an envelope for you in case I'm not here. Goodbye.
Hey, Hirsch?
Yeah?
It feels good, don't it?
What's that?
You did the right thing. You didn't get a match, but you did the right thing.
Yeah, I guess.
He was acting like he didn't understand because he was embarrassed, but he understood. Yeah. I'll see you, Hirsch. After hanging up, Bosch sat on the side of the bed, lit a cigarette, and thought about what he was going to do with the day. The news from Hirsch was not good, but it wasn't daunting. It certainly didn't clear Arno Conklin. It may not have even cleared Gordon Mattel. Bosch wasn't sure whether Mattel's work for presidents and senators would have required a fingerprint check. He decided his investigation was still intact. He wasn't changing any plans. He thought about the night before and the wild-ass chance he had taken confronting Mattel the way he had. He smiled at his own recklessness and thought about what Hinojos might make of it. He knew she'd say it was a symptom of his problem. She wouldn't see it as a tactful way of flushing the bird from the bush. He got up and started the coffee and then showered, shaved, and got ready for the day. He took his coffee and the box of cereal from the refrigerator out to the deck, leaving the sliding door open so he could hear the stereo. He had KFWB news on. It was cool and crisp outside, but he could tell it would get warmer later. Blue jays were swooping in and out of the arroyo below the deck, and he could see black bees the size of quarters working in the yellow flowers of the primrose jasmine. There was a story on the radio about a building contractor making a $14 million bonus for completing the rebuilding of the 10 freeway 3 months ahead of schedule. The officials who gathered to announce the engineering feat likened the fallen freeway to the city itself. Now that it was back upright, so too was the city. The city was on the move again. They had a lot to learn, Bosch thought. Afterward, he went in and got out the yellow pages and started working the phone in the kitchen. He called the major airlines, shopped around, and made arrangements to fly to Florida. But flying on one-day notice, the best deal he could get was still $700, a shocking amount to him. He put it on a credit card so that he could pay it off over time. He also reserved a rental car at Tampa International Airport. When he had that finished, he went back out to the deck and thought about the next project he had to tackle. He needed a badge. For a long time he sat on the deck chair and contemplated whether he needed it for his own sense of security or because it was a bona fide necessity to his mission. He knew how naked and vulnerable he had felt this week without the gun and the badge, extremities he had carried on his body for more than 20 years. But he had avoided the temptation to carry the backup gun that he knew was in the closet next to the front door. That he could do, he knew, but the badge was different. More so than the gun, the badge was the symbol of what he was. It opened doors better than any key. It gave him more authority than any words, than any weapon. He decided the badge was a necessity. If he was going to Florida and was going to scam McKittrick, he had to look legit. He had to have a badge. He knew his badge was probably in a desk drawer in Assistant Chief Irvin S. Irving's office. There was no way he could get to it and not be discovered. But he knew where there was another one that would work just as well. Bosch looked at his watch. 9:15. It was 45 minutes until the daily command meeting at Hollywood Station. He had plenty of time. Bosch pulled into the rear parking lot of the station at 5 minutes after 10. He was sure that Pounds, who was punctual about everything he did, would have already gone down the front hall to the captain's office with the overnight logs. The meeting was held every morning and included the station's CO, patrol captain, watch lieutenant, and detective commander, who was Pounds. They were routine affairs and never lasted longer than 20 minutes. The members of the station's command staff simply drank coffee and went through the overnight reports and ongoing problems, complaints, or investigations of particular note. Bosch went in the back door by the drunk tank and then up the hallway to the detective bureau. It had been a busy morning. There were already 4 men handcuffed to benches in the hallway. One of them, a drug hype Bosch had seen in the station before and used as an unreliable informant on occasion, asked Bosch for a smoke. It was illegal to smoke in any city-owned building. Bosch lit a cigarette anyway and put it in the man's mouth because both his needle-scarred arms were cuffed behind his back. "What is it this time, Harley?" Bosch asked. "Shit, a guy leaves his garage open. He's asking me to come in. Isn't that right?" "Tell that one to the judge." As Bosch walked away, one of the other lockdowns yelled at him from down the hallway. "What about me, man? I need a smoke." "I'm out," Bosch said. "Fuck you, man." Yeah, that's what I thought. He came into the detective bureau through the rear door. The first thing he did was confirm that Pounds's glass office was empty. He was at the command meeting. Then he checked the coat rack up at the front and saw he was in business. As he walked down the aisle formed by the separation of the investigation tables, he exchanged nods with a few of the other detectives. Edgar was at the homicide table sitting across from his new partner, who was in Bosch's old chair. Edgar heard one of the "Hi, Harry" greetings and turned around.
Harry, what's up?
"Hey, man, just came in to get a couple of things. Hang on a sec, it's hot outside." Bosch walked to the front of the bureau where old Henry of the Nod Squad sat at the desk behind the counter. He was working on a crossword puzzle, and Bosch could see several erasure marks had turned the grid gray. "Henry, how's it hanging? You getting anywhere with that?" "Detective Bosch?" Bosch slipped his sport coat off and hung it on a hook on the rack next to a jacket with a gray crosshatch pattern. It was on a hanger, and Bosch knew it belonged to Pounds. As he put his coat on the hook with his back to Henry and the rest of the bureau, he snaked his left hand inside the other coat, felt for the interior pocket, and then pulled out Pounds's badge wallet. He knew it would be there. Pounds was a creature of habit, and Bosch had seen the badge wallet in the suit coat once before. He put the wallet into his pants pocket and turned around as Henry continued talking. Bosch had only a momentary tinge of hesitation at the seriousness of what he was doing. Taking another cop's badge was a crime, but Bosch looked at Pounds as being the reason he did not have his own badge. In the inventory of his morality, what Pounds had done to him was equally wrong.
If you want to see the lieutenant, he's down the hall at a meeting, Henry said.
No, I don't want to see the lieutenant, Henry. In fact, don't even tell him I was here. I don't want his blood pressure to go up, you know. I'm just going to get a few things and get out of here, okay?
That's a deal. I don't want him cranky either.
Bosch didn't have to worry about anyone else in the bureau telling Pounds he had been in. He gave Henry a friendly clasp on the shoulder as he walked behind him, sealing the agreement. He went back to the homicide table, and as he approached, Burns began to rise from Bosch's old spot.
You need to get in here, Harry?
He asked. Bosch thought he could detect nervous energy in the other man's voice. He understood his predicament and wasn't going to make it a difficult time for him. Yeah, if you don't mind, he said. I figured I'd get my personal stuff out of there so you can move in the right way. Bosch came around and opened the drawer at the table. There were 2 boxes of Junior Mints candy on top of old paperwork that had been shoved in long ago.
Oh, those are mine. Sorry,
Burns said. He reached in for the 2 boxes of candy and stood next to the table, holding them like a big kid in a suit while Bosch went through the paperwork. It was all a show. Bosch took some of the paperwork and dumped it in a manila file and then pointed with his hand, signaling to Burns he could put his candy back. Be careful, Bob.
It's Bill.
Careful of what? Ants. Bosch went to the bank of file cabinets that ran along the wall to the side of the table and opened one of the drawers with his business card taped to it. It was 3 up from the bottom, waist high, and it was one he knew was almost empty. With his back to the table again, he pulled the badge wallet out of his pocket and put it in the drawer. Then, with his hands in the drawer and out of sight, he opened the wallet and took out the gold badge. He then put it in one pocket and the wallet back in the other. For good measure, he pulled a file out of the drawer and closed it. He turned around and looked at Jerry Edgar. Okay, that's it. Just some personal stuff I might need. Anything going on? Nah, quiet. Back at the coat rack, Bosch turned his back on the bureau again and used one hand to reach for his coat while using the other to take the badge wallet from his pocket and slip it back into Pounds's coat. He then put his coat on, said goodbye to Henry, and went back to the homicide table. I'm out of here, he said to Edgar and Burns while picking up the 2 files he had pulled. I don't want 98 to see me and throw a fit. Good luck, boys. On the way out, Bosch stopped and gave the hype another cigarette. The lockdown who had complained before was no longer on the bench, or Bosch would have given him one, too. Back in the Mustang, he dumped the files on the back seat and took his empty badge wallet out of his briefcase. He slipped Pounds's badge into place next to his own ID card. It would work, he decided, as long as no one looked too closely at it. The badge said Lieutenant across it. Bosch's ID card identified him as a detective. It was a minor discrepancy, and Bosch was happy with it. Best of all, he thought, there was a good chance Pounds would not notice that the badge was missing for some time. He rarely left the station to go to crime scenes, and so rarely had to open the wallet or show his badge. There was a good chance its disappearance would go unnoticed. All he had to do was get it back into place when he was done with it. Bosch ended up outside the door of Carmen Hinojos' office early for his afternoon session. He waited until exactly 3:30 and knocked. She smiled as he entered her office, and he noticed that the late afternoon sun came through the window and splashed light directly across her desk. He moved toward the chair he usually took, but then stopped himself and sat on the chair to the left of the desk. She noticed this and frowned at him as if he were a schoolboy. "If you think I care which chair you sit in, you are wrong." "Am I? Okay." He got up and moved to the other chair. He liked being near the window. "I might not be here for Monday's session," he said after settling in. She frowned again, this time more seriously. "Why not?" "I'm going away. I'll try to be back." "Away? What happened to your investigation?" "It's part of it. I'm going to Florida to track down one of the original investigators. One's dead, the other one's in Florida, so I've got to go to him." "Couldn't you just call?" "I don't want to call. I don't want to give him the chance to put me off." She nodded. "When do you leave?" "Tonight. I'm taking a red-eye to Tampa." "Harry, look at you. You practically look like the Walking Dead. Can't you get some sleep and take a plane in the morning?" "No, I've got to get out there before the mail arrives." "What's that mean?" "Nothing. It's a long story. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something. I need your help." She contemplated this for several seconds, apparently weighing how far she wanted to go into the pool without knowing how deep it was. "What is it you want?" "Do you ever do any forensic work for the department?" She narrowed her eyes, not seeing where this was going. "A little. From time to time somebody would bring me something, or maybe ask me to do a little profiling of a suspect, but mostly the department uses outside contractors, forensic psychiatrists who have experience with this." "But you've been to crime scenes?" "Actually, no. I've only looked at photos brought to me and worked from them." "Perfect." Bosch pulled his briefcase onto his lap and opened it. He took out the envelope of crime scene and autopsy photos that had been in the murder book and gently placed them on her desk. "Those are from this case. I don't want to look at them. I can't look at them. But I need someone to do it and tell me what's there. There's probably nothing, but I'd like another opinion. The investigation these two guys did on this case was... well, it was almost like there was no investigation." "Oh, Harry," she shook her head. "I'm not sure this is wise. Why me?" "Because you know what I'm doing. And because I trust you. I don't think I can trust anybody else." "Would you trust me if there was no ethical constraint on me telling others about what we've talked about here?" Bosch studied her face. "I don't know," he finally said. "I thought so." She slid the envelope to the side of the desk. "Let's put these aside for now and go on with the session. I really have to think about this." "Okay, you can take them, but let me know, okay? I just want your feel for them, as a psychiatrist and as a woman." "We'll see." "What do you want to talk about?" "What is happening with the investigation?" "Is that a professional question, Dr. Enohos, or are you just curious about the case?" "No, I'm curious about you, and I'm worried about you. I'm still not convinced that what you are doing is safe, either psychologically or physically. You're mucking around in the lives of powerful people, and I'm caught in the middle. I know what you're doing, but I'm almost powerless to make you stop. I'm afraid you tricked me." "Tricked you?" "You pulled me into this. I bet you've wanted to show me these pictures since you've told me what you're doing." "You're right, I have. But there was no trick. I thought this was a place where I could talk about anything. Isn't that what you said?" "Okay, I wasn't tricked. Just led down the path. I should have seen it coming. Let's move on. I want to talk more about the emotional aspect of what you are doing. I want to know more about why finding this killer is so important to you after so many years." "It should be obvious." "Make it more obvious for me." I can't put it into words. All I know is that everything changed for me after she was gone. I don't know how things would have been if she hadn't been taken away, but
Everything changed. Do you understand what you're saying and what it means? You're looking at your life in two parts. The first part is with her, which you seem to have imbued with a happiness I'm sure was not always there. The second part is your life after, which you acknowledge has not met expectations or is in some way unsatisfactory. I think you've been unhappy for a long time, possibly all of that time. This recent relationship you had may have been a highlight, but you were still, and I think, have always been an unhappy man. She rested a moment, but Bosch didn't speak. He knew she wasn't done. Now, maybe the traumas of the last few years, both personally for you and for your community at large, have made you take stock of yourself. And I fear that you believe, whether subconsciously or not, that by going back and bringing some form of justice to what happened to your mother, you will be righting your life. And there's the problem. Whatever happens with this private investigation of yours, it's not going to change things. It just can't be done. You're saying that I can't blame what happened then for what I am now? No, listen to me, Harry. All I'm saying is you are the sum of many parts, not the sum of one. It's like dominoes. Several different blocks must click together for you to arrive at the end, at the point you are at now. You don't jump from the first domino to the last. So I should just give it up? Just let it go? I'm not saying that. But I am finding it hard to see the emotional benefit or healing you will get from this. In fact, I think there is the possibility that you may do yourself more damage than repair. Does that make any sense? Bosch stood up and went to the window. He stared out, but didn't compute what he saw. He felt the warmth of the sun on him. He didn't look at her as he spoke. I don't know what makes sense. All I know is that on every level it seems to make sense that I do this. In fact, I feel... I don't know what the word is. Maybe ashamed. I feel ashamed that I haven't done this long before now. A lot of years have gone by and I just let them go. I feel like I let her down somehow, but I let myself down. That's understand. Remember what I told you the first day? Everybody counts or nobody counts. Well, for a long time she didn't count. Not with this department, this society, not even with me. I have to admit that. Not even with me. Then I opened that file this week and I could see that her death was just put away. It was buried, just like I had buried it. Somebody put the fix in because she didn't count. They did it because they could. And then when I think about how long I've let it go, it makes me want to, I don't know, just hide my face or something. He stopped, unable to put into words what he wanted to say. He looked down and noticed there were no ducks in the butcher shop window. You know, he said, she might have been what she was, but sometimes I feel like I didn't even deserve that. I guess I got what I deserved in life. He stayed at the window, not looking at her. It was several moments before Inojo spoke. I guess this is the point where I should tell you that you're being too hard on yourself, but I don't think that would help much. No, it wouldn't. Could you come back here and sit down, please? Bosch did as he was asked. Finally, after he was seated, his eyes met hers. She spoke first. What I want to say is that you are mixing things up, putting the cart before the horse. You can't take the blame because this case may have been covered up. First of all, you had nothing to do with that. And secondly, you didn't even realize that until you read through the file this week. But don't you see? Why didn't I look at it before? I'm not new here.
I've been a cop 20 years. I should have been there before this. I mean, so what that I didn't know the details? I knew she was killed, and nothing was ever done about it. That was enough. Look, Harry, think about this, okay? On the plane over tonight, just give it some thought. You've engaged yourself in a noble pursuit, but you have to safeguard against damaging yourself further. The bottom line is that it's not worth that. It's not worth the toll you may have to pay. Not worth it. There's a killer out there. He thinks he made it away free. For years he has thought that. Decades. And I'm going to change that. You're not understanding what I'm saying. I don't want any guilty person to get away, especially with murder. But what I am talking about here is you. You are my only concern here. There is a basic rule of nature. No living thing sacrifices itself or hurts itself needlessly. It's the will of survival, and I fear the circumstances of your life may have blunted your own survival skills. You may be throwing it to the wind, not caring what happens to you emotionally, physically, in every way in this pursuit. I don't want to see you hurt. She took a breather. He said nothing. I have to say, she continued quietly, I'm very nervous about this. I've never had this situation come up before, and I've counseled a lot of cops in 9 years here. Well, I got bad news for you. He smiled. I went and crashed a party last night at Mattel's. I think I may have spooked him. At least, I spooked myself. Shit. Is that some new psychiatric term? I'm not familiar with it. This isn't funny. Why'd you do that? Bosch thought a moment. I don't know. It was kind of a whim type of thing. I was just driving by his house, and there was a party. It just made me angry for some reason. Him having a party, and my mother... Did you speak to him about the case? No. I didn't even tell him my name. We just kind of sparred around for a few minutes, but then I left him something. Remember that newspaper clip I showed you Wednesday? I left that for him. I saw him read it. I think it struck a nerve. She exhaled loudly. Now, step outside yourself and look as an uninvolved observer at what you did, if you can. Was that a smart thing to do, going there like that? I already have thought about it. No, it wasn't smart. It was a mistake. They'll probably warn Conklin. They'll both know somebody's out there coming for them. They'll close ranks. You see, you are proving my point for me. I want you to promise me you won't do anything foolish like that again. I can't. Well, then I have to tell you that a patient-doctor relationship can be broken if the therapist believes the patient is endangering himself or others. I told you I was almost powerless to stop you, not completely. You'd go to Irving? I will if I believe you are being reckless. Bosch felt anger as he realized she had an ultimate control over him and what he was doing. He swallowed the anger and held up his hands, surrendering. All right. I won't go crashing any parties again. No, I want more than that. I want you to stay away from these men that you think may have been involved. What I'll promise you is that I won't go to them until I have the whole thing in the bag. I mean it. So do I. I hope so. They were silent for nearly a minute after that. It was a cooling-off period. She turned slightly in her chair, not looking at him, probably thinking what to say next. Let's move on, she finally said. You understand that this whole thing, this pursuit of yours, has eclipsed what we're supposed to be doing here? I know. So we're prolonging my evaluation. Well, that doesn't bother me as much anymore. I need the time off the job for this other thing. Well, as long as you are happy, she said sarcastically. Okay, then I want to go back to the incident that brought you to me. The other day, you were very general and very short in your description of what happened. I understand why. I think we were both feeling each other out at that point, but we are far past that now. I'd like a fuller story. You said the other day that Lieutenant Pounds set things into motion?
That's right.
How? First of all, he's a commander of detectives who has never been a detective himself. Oh, technically, he probably spent a few months on a table somewhere along the line so he'd have it on his resume, but basically, he's an administrator. He's what we call a robocrat, a bureaucrat with a badge. He doesn't know the first thing about clearing cases. The only thing he knows about is how to draw a line through the case on this little chart he keeps in his office. He doesn't know the first thing about the differences between an interview and an interrogation. And that's fine. The department is full of people like him. I say, let them do their job and let me do mine. The problem is, Pounds doesn't realize where he's good and where he's bad. It's led to problems before. Confrontations. It finally led to the incident, as you keep calling it. What did he do? He touched my suspect. Explain what that means. When you've got a case and you bring someone in, he's all yours. Nobody goes near him, understand? The wrong word, the wrong question, and it could spoil a case. That's a cardinal rule. Don't touch somebody else's suspect. It doesn't matter if you're a lieutenant or the damn chief. You stay clear until you check first with the guys with the collar. So what happened? Like I told you the other day, my partner Edgar and I brought in this suspect. A woman had been killed, one of these ones who puts ads in the sex tabs you can buy on the boulevard. She gets called to one of those shithole motel rooms on Sunset, has sex with the guy, and ends up stabbed to death. That's the short story. The stab wounds to the upper right chest. The John, he plays it cool, though. He calls the cops and says it was her knife and she tried to rob him with it. He says he turned her arm and put it into her. Self-defense. Okay? So that's when me and Edgar show up, and right away we see some things don't fit with that story. Like what? First of all, she's a lot smaller than he is. I don't see her coming at him with a knife. Then there's the knife itself. It's a serrated steak knife, about 8 inches long, and she had one of those little purses without a strap. A clutch. Yeah, I guess. Anyway, that knife wouldn't have fit in it, so how'd she bring it in? As they say on the street, her clothes fit tighter than the rubbers in her purse, so she wasn't hiding it on her either. And there was more. If her purpose was to rip the guy off, why have sex first? Why not pull the knife, take his shit, and go? But that didn't happen. His story was that they did it first, then she came at him, which explained why she was still naked, which, of course, raised another question. Why rob the guy when you're naked? Where are you going to run like that? The guy was lying. Seemed obvious. Then we got something else. In her purse, the clutch, was a piece of paper on which she had written down the motel's name and the room number. It was consistent with a right-handed person. Like I said, the stab was to the upper right chest of the victim, so it doesn't add up. If she came at him, the chances are the knife would be in her right hand. If the John then turns it into her, it's likely the wound would be on the left side of the chest, not the right. Bosch made a motion of pulling his right hand toward his chest, showing how awkward it would be for it to stab his right side. There was all kinds of stuff that wasn't right. It was a downward grade wound, also inconsistent with it being in her hand. That would have been upward grade. Hinojos nodded that she understood. The problem was we had no physical evidence contradicting his story. Nothing. Just our feeling that she wouldn't have done it the way he said. The wound stuff wasn't enough. And then, in his favor, was the knife. It was on the bed. We could see it had fingerprints in the blood. I had no doubt they'd be hers. That's not hard to do once she's dead. So while it didn't impress me, that didn't matter. It's what the DA would think, and then what a jury would think after that. Reasonable doubt is a big black hole that swallows cases like this. We needed more. So what happened? It's what we call a he said, she said. One person's word against the other, but only the other is dead in this case. Makes it even harder. We had nothing but his story. So what you do in a case like that is you sweat the guy. You turn him. And there's a lot of ways to do it. But basically, you got to break him down in the rooms. The rooms? The interrogation rooms, in the bureau. We took this guy into a room as a witness. We didn't formally arrest him. We asked if he'd come down, that we had to straighten a few things out about what she did, and he said, sure. You know, Mr. Cooperative. Still cool. We stuck him in a room, and then Edgar and I went down to the watch office to get some of the good coffee. They've got good coffee there, one of those big urns that was donated by some restaurant that got wrecked in the quake. Everybody goes in there to get coffee. Anyway, we're taking our time talking about how we're going to go at this guy, which one of us wanted him first, and so on. Meantime, fucking Pound, sees the guy in the room through the little window and goes in and informs him. And what do you mean, informs him? Reads him his rights. This is our goddamn witness, and Pounds, who doesn't know what the hell he's doing, thinks he's got to go in there and give the guy the spiel. He thinks like we forgot or something. Bosch looked at her with outrage on his face, but immediately saw she didn't understand. Wasn't that the right thing to do? She asked. Aren't you required by law to inform people of their rights? Bosch struggled to contain his anger, reminding himself that Hinojos might work for the department, but she was an outsider. Her perceptions of police work were likely based more on the media than the actual reality. Let me give you a quick lesson on what's the law and what's real. We, the cops, have the deck stacked against us. What Miranda and all the other rules and regs amount to is that we have to take some guy we know is, or at least think is, guilty and basically say, hey, look, we think you did it, and the Supreme Court and every lawyer on the planet would advise you not to talk to us, but how about it? Will you talk to us? It just doesn't work. You gotta get around that. You gotta use guile and some bluffing, and you gotta be sneaky. The rules of the courts are like a tightrope that you're walking on. You have to be very careful, but there is a chance you can walk on it to get to the other side. So when some asshole who doesn't know shit walks in on your guy and informs him, it can pretty much ruin your whole day, not to mention the case. He stopped and studied her. He still saw skepticism. He knew then that she was just another citizen who would be scared shitless if she ever got a dose of the way things really are on the street. When someone is informed, that's it, he said. It's over. Me and Edgar came back in from coffee, and the John sits there and says he thinks he wants his lawyer. I said, what lawyer? Who's talking about lawyers? You're a witness, not a suspect. And he tells us that the lieutenant just read him his rights. I don't know at that moment who I hated more, Pounds for blowing it, or this guy for killing the girl. Well, tell me this. What would have happened if Pounds had not done what he did? We would have made friendly with the guy, asked him to tell his story in as much detail as possible, and hoped there would be inconsistencies when compared to what he'd told the uniforms. Then we would have said, the inconsistencies in your statements make you a suspect. Then we would have informed him and hopefully clubbed the shit out of him with the inconsistencies and the problems we found with the scene. We would have tried and maybe succeeded in finessing a confession. Most of what we do is just get people to talk. It's not like the stuff on TV. It's 100 times harder and dirtier. But just like you, what we do is get people to talk. Anyway, that's my view. But we'll never know now what could have happened because of Pounds. Well, what did happen after you found out he'd been informed? I left the room and walked straight into where Pounds was, in his office. He knew something was wrong because he stood up. I remember that. I asked him if he'd informed my guy, and when he said yes, we got into it, both of us screaming. Then, I don't really remember how it happened. I'm not trying to deny anything, I just don't remember the details. I must have grabbed him and pushed him, and his face went through the glass. What did you do when that happened? Well, some of the guys came running in and pulled me out of there. The station commander sent me home. Pounds had to go to the hospital to fix his nose. IAD took a statement from him and I was suspended, and then Irving stepped in and changed it to ISL. Here I am. What happened with the case? The John never talked. He got his lawyer and waited it out. Edgar went with what we had to the DA last Friday, and they kicked it. They said they weren't going into court with a no-witness case with a few minor inconsistencies.
Her prints were on the knife. Big surprise. What it came down to is that she didn't count. At least not enough for them to take the chance of losing. Neither of them spoke for a few moments. Bosch guessed that she was thinking about the corollaries between this case and his mother's. "So what we've got," he finally said, "is a murderer out there on the street, and the guy who allowed him to go free is back behind his desk. The broken glass already replaced, business as usual. That's our system. I got mad about it, and look what it got me. Stress leave and maybe the end of my job." She cleared her throat before going into her appraisal of the story. "As you have set down the circumstances of what happened, it is quite easy to see your rage, but not the ultimate action you took. Have you ever heard the phrase, 'a mad minute'?" Bosch shook his head. "It's a way of describing a violent outburst that has its roots in several pressures on an individual. It builds up and is released in a quick moment, usually violently, often against a target not wholly responsible for the pressure. If you need me to say Pounds was an innocent victim, I'm not going to say it. I don't need that. I just need you to look at this situation and how it could happen." "I don't know. Shit just happens." "When you physically attack someone, don't you feel that you lower yourself to the same level as the man who was set free?" "Not by a long shot, Doctor. Let me tell you something. You can look at all parts of my life. You can throw in earthquakes, fires, floods, riots, and even Vietnam, but when it came down to just me and Pounds in that glass room, none of that mattered. You can call it a mad minute or whatever you want. Sometimes the moment is all that matters, and in that moment I was doing the right thing. And if these sessions are designed to make me see I did something wrong, forget it. Irving buttonholed me the other day in the lobby and asked me to think about an apology. Fuck that. I did the right thing." She nodded, adjusted herself in her seat, and looked more uncomfortable than she had through his long diatribe. Finally, she looked at her watch, and he looked at his. His time was up. "So," he said, "I guess I've set the cause of psychotherapy back a century, huh?" "No, not at all. The more you know of a person and the more you know of a story, the more you understand how things happen. It's why I enjoy my job." "Same here." "Have you spoken to Lieutenant Pounds since the incident?" "I saw him when I dropped off the keys to my car. He had to take it away. I went into his office and he practically got hysterical. He's a very small man, and I think he knows it." "They usually do." Bosch leaned forward, ready to get up and leave, when he noticed the envelope she had pushed to the side of her desk. "What about the photos?" "I knew you'd bring that up one more time." She looked at the envelope and frowned. "I need to think about it, on several levels. Can I keep them while you go to Florida, or will you need them?" "You can keep them." At 4:40 in the morning, California time, the air carrier landed at Tampa International Airport. Bosch leaned bleary-eyed against a window in the coach cabin, watching the sun rising in the Florida sky for the first time. As the plane taxied, he took off his watch and moved the hands ahead 3 hours. He was tempted to check into the nearest motel for some real sleep, but knew he didn't have the time. From the AAA map he had brought with him, it looked like it was at least a 2-hour drive down to Venice. "It's nice to see a blue sky." It was the woman next to him on the aisle seat. She was leaning over toward him, looking out the window herself. She was in her mid-40s with prematurely gray hair. It was almost white. They had talked a bit in the early part of the flight, and Bosch knew she was heading back to Florida rather than visiting, as he was. She had given L.A. 5 years, but had had enough. She was going home. Bosch didn't ask who or what she was coming home to, but had wondered if her hair was white when she had first landed in L.A. 5 years before. "Yeah," he replied. "These night flights take forever." "No, I meant the smog. There is none." Bosch looked at her and then out the window, studying the sky. "Not yet." But she was right. The sky was a quality of blue he rarely saw in L.A.
It was the color of swimming pools, with billowing white cumulus clouds floating like dreams in the upper atmosphere. The plane cleared out slowly. Bosch waited until the end, got up and rolled his back to relieve the tension. The joints of his backbone cracked like dominoes going down. He got his overnighter out of the compartment above and headed out. As soon as he stepped off the plane into the jetway, the humidity surrounded him like a wet towel with an incubating warmth. He made it into the air-conditioned terminal and decided to scratch his plans to rent a convertible. A half-hour later, he was on the 275 freeway crossing Tampa Bay in another rented Mustang. He had the windows up and the air conditioning on, but he was sweating as his body still had not acclimated to the humidity. What struck him most about Florida on this first drive was its flatness. For 45 minutes not a hill rise came in sight until he reached the concrete and steel mountain called the Skyway Bridge. Bosch knew that the steeply graded bridge over the mouth of the bay was a replacement for one that had fallen, but he drove across it fearlessly and above the speed limit. After all, he came from post-quake Los Angeles, where the unofficial speed limit under bridges and overpasses was on the far right side of the speedometer. After the Skyway, the freeway merged with the 75, and he reached Venice 2 hours after landing. Cruising along the Tamiami Trail, he found the small, pastel-painted motels inviting as he struggled with fatigue, but he drove on and looked for a gift shop and a payphone. He found both in the Coral Reef Shopping Plaza. The Tacky's Gifts and Cards store wasn't due to open until 10, and Bosch had 5 minutes to waste. He went to a payphone on the outside wall of the sand-colored plaza and looked up the post office in the book. There were 2 in town, so Bosch took out his notebook and checked Jake McKittrick's zip code. He called one of the post offices listed in the book and learned that the other one catered to the zip code Bosch had. He thanked the clerk who had provided the information and hung up. When the gift shop opened, Bosch went to the cards aisle and found a birthday card that came with a bright red envelope. He took it to the counter without even reading the inside or the outside of the card. He picked a local street map out of a display next to the cash register and put that on the counter as well.
"That's a nice card," said the old woman who rang up the sale. "I'm sure she'll just love it."
She moved as if she was underwater, and Bosch wanted to reach over the counter and punch in the numbers himself just to get it going. In the Mustang, Bosch put the card in the envelope without signing it, sealed it, and wrote McKittrick's name and post office box number on the front. He then started the car and got back on the road. It took him 15 minutes working with the map to find the post office on West Venice Avenue. When he got inside, he found it largely deserted. An old man was standing at a table, slowly writing an address on an envelope. 2 elderly women were in line for counter service. Bosch stood behind them and realized that he was seeing a lot of senior citizens in Florida, and he'd only been here a few hours. It was just like he had always heard. Bosch looked around and saw the video camera on the wall behind the counter. He could tell by its positioning it was there more for recording customers and possible robbers than for surveilling the clerks, though their workstations were probably fully in view as well. He was undeterred. He took a $10 bill out of his pocket, folded it cleanly, and held it with the red envelope. He then checked his loose change and came up with 29 cents. It seemed like it was an excruciatingly long time as the one clerk waited on the women.
Next in line.
It was Bosch. He walked up to the counter where the clerk waited. He was about 60 and had a perfect white beard. He was overweight and his skin seemed too red to Bosch, like he was mad or something.
"I need a
Stamp for this." Bosch put down the change and the envelope. The $10 bill was folded on top of it. The postman acted like he didn't see it.
I was wondering, did they put the mail out yet in the boxes?"
"They're back there doing it now." He handed Bosch a stamp and swiped the change off the counter. He didn't touch the 10 or the red envelope.
"Oh, really?"
Bosch picked up the envelope, licked the stamp, and put it on. He then put the envelope back down on top of the 10. He was sure the postman had observed this. Well, geez, I really wanted to get this to my Uncle Jake. It's his birthday today. Any way somebody could run it back there? That way he'd get it when he came in today. I'd deliver it in person, but I've got to get back to work. Bosch slid the envelope with the 10 underneath it across the counter, closer to Whitebeard. Well, he said, I'll see what I can do. The postman shifted his body to the left and turned slightly, shielding the transaction from the video camera. In one fluid motion, he took the envelope and the 10 off the counter. He quickly transferred the 10 to his other hand, and it dove for cover in his pocket. Be right back, he called to the people still in line. Out in the lobby, Bosch found box 313 and looked through the tiny pane of glass inside. The red envelope was there, along with 2 white letters. One of the white envelopes was upside down, and its return address was partially visible. City of Department P.O. Ba, Los Angeles 90021. Bosch felt reasonably sure the envelope carried McKittrick's pension check. He had beaten the mail to him. He walked out of the post office, bought 2 cups of coffee and a box of donuts in the convenience store next door, and then returned to the Mustang to wait in the day's growing heat. It wasn't even May yet. He couldn't imagine what a summer must be like here. Bored with watching the post office door after an hour, Bosch turned on the radio and found it tuned to a channel featuring a Southern evangelical ranter. It took several seconds before Harry realized that the speaker's subject was the Los Angeles earthquake. He decided not to change the station.
And I ask, is it a coincidence that this cataclysmic calamity was centered in the very heart of the industry that pollutes this entire nation with the smut of pornography? I think not. I believe the Lord struck a mighty blow to the infidels engaged in this vile and multi-billion-dollar trade when he cracked the earth asunder. It is a sign, my friends, a sign of things that are to come, a sign that all is not right in...
Bosch turned it off. A woman had just come out of the post office holding a red envelope among other pieces of mail. Bosch watched her cross the parking lot to a silver Lincoln town car. Bosch instinctively jotted the plate number down, though he had no law enforcement contact in this part of the state who would run it for him. The woman was in her mid-60s, Bosch guessed. He had been waiting for a man, but her age made her fit. He started the Mustang and waited for her to pull out. She drove north on the main highway toward Sarasota. Traffic moved slowly. After about 15 minutes and maybe 2 miles, the town car took a left on Vamo Road and then almost immediately took a right on a private road camouflaged by tall trees and green growth. Bosch was only 10 seconds behind her. As he came up to the drive, he slowed but didn't turn in. He saw a sign set back in the trees. Welcome to Pelican Cove, Condominium Homes, Dockage. The town car passed by a guard shack with a red and white striped gate arm coming down behind it. Shit! Bosch hadn't anticipated anything like a gated community. He assumed that such things were rare outside of Los Angeles. He looked at the sign again, then turned around and headed out to the main road. He remembered seeing another shopping plaza right before he had turned on to Vamo. There were 8 homes in Pelican Cove listed in the for sale section of the Sarasota Herald Tribune, but only 3 were for sale by owner. Bosch went to a payphone in the plaza and called the first one. He got a tape. On the second call, the woman who answered said her husband was golfing for the day and she felt uncomfortable showing the property without him. On the third call, the woman who answered invited Bosch to come over right away and even said she'd have fresh lemonade prepared when he got there. Bosch felt a momentary pang of guilt about taking advantage of a stranger who was just trying to sell her home, but it passed quickly as he considered that the woman would never know she had been used in such a way, and he had no other alternative for getting to McKittrick. After he was cleared at the gate and got directions to the lemonade lady's unit, Bosch drove through the densely wooded complex looking for the silver town car. It didn't take him long to see the complex was mostly a retirement community. He passed several elderly people in cars or on walks, almost all of them with white hair and skin browned by the sun. He quickly found the town car, checked his location against the map given to him at the guard shack, and was about to make a cursory visit to the lemonade lady to avoid suspicion. But then he saw another silver town car. It was a popular car with the older set, he guessed. He took out his notebook and checked the plate number he had written down. Neither car had been the one he had followed earlier. He drove on and finally found the right town car in a secluded spot in the far reaches of the complex. It was parked in front of a 2-story building of dark wood siding surrounded by oak and paper trees. It looked to Bosch like there were 6 units in the building. Easy enough, he thought. He consulted the map and got back on course to the lemonade lady. She was on the 2nd floor of a building on the other side of the complex. "You're young," she said when she answered the door. Bosch wanted to say the same thing back to her, but held his tongue. She looked like she was in her mid to late 30s, which put her 3 decades behind anyone Bosch had seen around the complex so far. She had an attractive and evenly tanned face framed in brown, shoulder-length hair. She wore blue jeans, a blue Oxford shirt, and a black vest with a colorful pattern in the front. She didn't bother with much makeup, which Bosch liked. She had serious green eyes, which he also didn't disagree with. "I'm Jasmine. Are you Mr. Bosch?" "Yes, Harry. I just called." "That was quick." "I was nearby." She invited him in and started the rundown. "It's 3 bedrooms, like the paper said. Master suite has a private bath, 2nd bath off the main hall. The view is what makes the place, though." She pointed Bosch toward a wall of sliding glass doors that looked out on a wide expanse of water dotted with mangrove islands. Hundreds of birds perched in the branches of these otherwise untouched islands. She was right. The view was beautiful. "What is that?" Bosch asked. "The water." "Well, you're not from around here, are you? That's Sarasota Bay." Bosch nodded while computing the mistake he had made by blurting out the question. "No, I'm not from around here. I'm thinking of moving here, though." "Where from?" "Los Angeles." "Oh, yes, I've heard. A lot of people are bailing out because the ground won't stop shaking." "Something like that." She led him down a hallway to what must have been the master's suite. Bosch was immediately struck by how the room didn't seem to fit this woman. It was all dark and old and heavy. A mahogany bureau that looked like it weighed a ton, matching bedside tables with ornate lamps and brocaded shades. The place smelled old. It couldn't be where she slept. He turned and noticed on the wall next to the door was an oil painting that was a portrait of the woman standing next to him. It was a younger likeness of her, the face much gaunter, more severe. Bosch was wondering what kind of person hangs a painting of herself in her bedroom when he noticed that the painting was signed. The artist's name was Jazz. "Jazz? Is that you?" "Yes. My father insisted on hanging that in here. I actually should have taken it down." She went to the wall and began to lift the painting off. "Your father?" He moved to the other side of the painting to help her. "Yes, I gave this to him a long time ago. At the time I was thankful he didn't hang it out in the living room where his friends would see it, but even here is a little too much." She turned the painting so the back faced outward and leaned it against the wall. Bosch put together what she had been saying. "This is your father's place." "Oh, yes. I've just been staying here while the ad ran in the paper. You want to check out the master bath? It has a jacuzzi tub. That wasn't mentioned in the ad." Bosch moved closely by her to the bathroom door. He looked down at her hands, a natural instinct, and saw no rings on any of her fingers. He could smell her as he passed, and the scent he picked up was the same as her name, Jasmine. He was beginning to feel some kind of an attraction to her, but wasn't sure if it was the titillation of being there under false pretenses or an honest pull. He was exhausted, he knew, and decided that was it. His defenses were down. He gave the bathroom a quick once-over and stepped out. "Nice. Did he live here alone?" "My father? Yes, alone. My mother died when I was little. My father passed away over Christmas. I'm sorry. Thank you. What else can I tell you? Nothing. I was just curious about who had been living here. No, I mean, what else can I tell you about the condo? Oh, nothing. It's very nice. I'm still in the looking around stage, I guess. Not sure what I'm going to do. What are you really doing? Excuse me? What are you doing here, Mr. Bosch? You're not looking to buy a condo in here. You're not even looking at the place. There was no anger in her voice. It was a voice full of the confidence she had in reading people. Bosch felt himself turning red. He had been found out. I'm just here to look at places. It was a terribly weak comeback, and he knew it, but it was all he could think of to say. She sensed his predicament and let him off the hook. Well, I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. Do you want to see the rest of the place? Yes. Well, did you say it was 3 bedrooms? That's really too big for what I'm looking for. Yes, 3. But it said that in the newspaper ad, too. Luckily, Bosch knew he probably couldn't get any redder than he already was. Oh, he said, I must have missed that. Thanks for the tour, though. It's a very nice place. He moved quickly through the living room toward the door. As he opened it, he looked back at her. She spoke before he could say anything. Something tells me it's a good story. What's that? Whatever it is you're doing. If you ever feel like telling it, the number's in the paper. But you already know that. Bosch nodded. He was speechless. He stepped through the door and closed it behind him. By the time he drove back to where he had seen the town car, his face had returned to normal color, but he still felt embarrassed about being cornered by the woman. He tried to dismiss it and concentrate on the task at hand. He parked and went to the first-floor door that was nearest the town car and knocked. Eventually, an old woman opened the door and stared at him with frightened eyes. One hand clasped the handle of a small 2-wheeled cart that carried an oxygen bottle. 2 clear plastic tubes snaked over her ears and across both cheeks to her nose. I'm sorry to disturb you, he said quickly. I was looking for the McKittricks. She raised a frail hand, formed a fist with the thumb out, and jerked it up toward the ceiling. Her eyes went up that way, too. Upstairs? She nodded. He thanked her and headed for the stairs. The woman who had picked up the red envelope answered the next door he knocked on, and Bosch exhaled as if he had spent a lifetime looking for her. It almost felt that way. Mrs. McKittrick? Yes? Bosch pulled out his badge case and flipped it open. He held the wallet so that his first 2 fingers crossed most of the badge, obscuring that it said Lieutenant on it. My name's Harry Bosch. I'm a detective with the LAPD. I was wondering if your husband was here. I'd like to talk to him. An immediate concern clouded her face. LAPD? He hasn't been out there in 20 years. It's about an old case. I was sent out to ask him about it. Well, you could have called. We didn't have a number. Is he here? No, he's down with the boat. He's going fishing. Where's that? Maybe I can catch him. Well, he doesn't like surprises. I guess it will be a surprise whether you tell him or I tell him. Doesn't make any difference to me. I just have to talk to him, Mrs. McKittrick. Maybe she was used to the no-debate tone that cops can put into their voices. She gave in. You walk around the building here and go straight back past the next 3 buildings. Go left. You'll see the docks after that. Where's his boat? It's slip 6. It says Trophy in big letters on the side. You can't miss it. He hasn't left yet because I'm supposed to bring his lunch down. Thanks. He started away from the door to the side of the building when she called after him. Detective Bosch? Are you going to be a while? Should I make you a sandwich, too? I don't know how long I'll be, but that would be nice of you. As he headed toward the docks, he realized that the woman named Jasmine had never offered him the lemonade she had promised. It took Bosch 15 minutes to find the little inlet where the docks were. After that, McKittrick was easy enough to spot. There were maybe 40 boats in slips, but only one of them was occupied. A man with a deep tan set off by his white hair stood in the stern, bending over the outboard engine. Bosch studied him as he got closer, but saw nothing recognizable about the man. He did not fit with the image Bosch had in his mind's eye of the man who had pulled him from the pool so long ago. The cover was off the boat engine, and the man was doing something with a screwdriver. He wore khaki shorts and a white golf shirt that was too old and stained for golf, but was fine for boating. The boat was about 20 feet long, Bosch guessed, and had a small cabin near the bow, where the helm was. There were fishing rods erected in holders along the sides of the boat, 2 rods per side. Bosch stopped on the dock at the bow of the boat on purpose. He wanted to be at a distance from McKittrick when he showed the badge. He smiled. "Never thought I'd see somebody from the Hollywood homicide table so far away from home," he said. McKittrick looked up but showed no surprise. He showed nothing. "Nope, you're wrong. This is home. When I was over there, that's when I was far away." Bosch gave a "that's fair enough" nod and showed the badge. He held it the same way as when he'd showed it to McKittrick's wife. "I'm Harry Bosch from Hollywood Homicide." "Yeah, that's what I heard." Bosch was the one who showed surprise. He could not think of who in L.A. would have tipped McKittrick to his arrival. No one knew. He had only told Hinojos, and he could not fathom that she would betray him. McKittrick relieved him by gesturing to the portable phone on the dashboard of the boat. The wife called. "Oh." "So what's this all about, Detective Bosch? When I used to work there, we did things in pairs. It was safer that way. You folks that understaffed, you're going singleton?" "Not really. My partner's chasing down another old case. These are such long shots, they're not wasting money spending two." "I assume you're going to explain that?" "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. Mind if I come down there?" "Suit yourself. I'm fixing to shove off as soon as the wife comes with the food." Bosch began walking along the finger dock to the side of McKittrick's boat. He then stepped down into the craft. It wobbled on the water with the added weight, but then steadied. McKittrick lifted the engine cover and began snapping it back in place. Bosch felt grossly out of place. He wore street shoes with black jeans, an army green T-shirt, and a black, lightweight sport jacket, and he was still hot. He took the jacket off and folded it over one of the 2 chairs in the cockpit. "What are you going for?" "Whatever's biting. What are you going for?" He looked directly at Bosch when he asked this, and Harry saw that his eyes were brown like beer bottle glass. "Well, you heard about the earthquake, didn't you?" "Sure, who didn't? You know, I've been through quakes and canes, and you can keep the quakes. At least with a hurricane, you can see it coming. You take Andrew, he left a lot of devastation, but think how much it would have been if nobody knew he was about to hit. That's what you get with your earthquakes." It took Bosch a few moments to place Andrew, the hurricane that slammed the South Florida coast a couple years earlier. It was hard to keep track of all the disasters in the world. There were enough just in L.A. He looked out across the inlet. He saw a fish jump, and its re-entry created a stampede of jumping among the others in the school. He looked at McKittrick and was about to tell him when he realized it was probably something McKittrick saw every day of his life. "When do you leave L.A.? 21 years ago. I got my 20 in and I was gone. You can have L.A., Bosch. Shit. I was out there for the Sylmar quake in 71. Knocked down a hospital and a couple freeways. At the time, we were living in Tahunga, a few miles from the epicenter. I'll always remember that one. It was like God and the devil meeting in the room, and you were there with them playing referee. Goddamn. So, what's the quake got to do with you being here?" "Well, it's kind of a strange phenomenon, but the murder rate's fallen off. People are being more civil, I guess. Maybe there's nothing left there worth killing for." "Maybe. Anyway, we're usually running 70, 80 murders a year in the division. I don't know what it was like when we do less than half that. Easy." "Well, we're running way below the average this year. It's given us time to go back through some of the old ones. Everybody on the table's taken his share.
One of the ones I've got has your name on it. I guess you know your partner from back then passed away and
Eno's dead?
Goddamn. I didn't know that. I thought I would have heard about that. Not that it would have mattered a whole hell of a lot. Yeah, he's dead. His wife gets the pension checks. Sorry you hadn't heard. That's okay. Eno and me, well, we were partners, that's about it. Anyway, I'm here because you're alive and he isn't. What's the case? Marjorie Lowe. He waited a moment for a reaction from McKittrick's face and got none. You remember it? She was found in the trash in an alley off Vista, behind Hollywood Boulevard between Vista and Gower. I remember 'em all, Bosch. Clear it or not, I remember every goddamn one of them. But you don't remember me, Bosch thought, but didn't say. Yeah, that's the one, between Vista and Gower. What about it? It was never cleared. I know that, McKittrick said, his voice rising. I worked 63 cases during 7 years on the homicide table. I worked Hollywood, Wilshire, then RHD. Cleared 56. I'll put that up against anybody. Today they's lucky if they clear half of them. I'll put it up against you blind, and you'd win. That's a good record. This isn't about you, Jake. It's about the case.
Don't call me Jake. I don't know you. Never seen you before in my life.
Wait a minute. Bosch stared at him, astonished that he might actually remember the pool. But then he realized that McKittrick had stopped because of his wife's approach along the dock. She was carrying a plastic cooler. McKittrick waited silently for her to put it down on the dock near the boat, and he hoisted it aboard.
Oh, Detective Bosch, you'll be way too hot in that, she said. Do you want to come back up and borrow a pair of Jake's shorts and a white T-shirt?
Bosch looked at McKittrick, then up at her. No, thanks, ma'am. I'm fine.
You are going fishing, aren't you?
Well, I haven't exactly been invited, and...
Oh, Jake, invite him fishing. You're always looking for somebody to go out with you. Besides, you can catch up on all that blood and guts stuff you used to love in Hollywood.
McKittrick looked up at her, and Bosch could see the horses fighting against the restraints. He was able to get it under control.
Mary, thanks for the sandwiches, he said calmly. Now, could you go back up to the house and leave us be?
She threw him a frown and shook her head like he was a spoiled boy. She went back the way she came without another word. The two of them left on the boat, let some time go by before Bosch finally spoke and tried to recover the situation. Look, I'm not here for any reason other than to ask you a few questions about this case. I'm not trying to suggest there was anything wrong with the way it was handled. I'm just taking another look at it, that's all.
You left something out.
What's that?
That you're full of shit.
Bosch could feel the horses rearing up in himself. He was angry at this man questioning his motives, even though he was right to do so. He was on the verge of shedding the nice guy skin and going at him, but he knew better. He knew that for McKittrick to act this way, there must be a reason. Something about the old case was like a pebble in his shoe. He had worked it over to the side where it didn't hurt when he walked, but it was still in there. Bosch had to make him want to take it out. He swallowed his own anger and tried to stay level. Why am I full of shit? He said. McKittrick's back was to him. The former cop was reaching down under the steering console. Bosch couldn't see what he was trying to do, except he guessed he was maybe looking for a hidden set of boat keys.
Why are you full of shit? McKittrick answered as he turned around. I'll tell you why. Because you come here flashing that bullshit badge around when we both know you don't have a badge.
McKittrick was pointing a Beretta 22 at Bosch. It was small, but it would do the job at this distance, and Bosch had to believe that McKittrick knew how to use it. Jesus, man! What's the problem with you? I had no problem until you showed up. Bosch held his hands chest high in a non-threatening pose. Just take it easy. You take it easy. Put your fucking hands down. I want to see that badge again. Take it out and toss it over here. Slowly. Bosch complied, all the while trying to look around the docks without turning his head more than a few inches.
He didn't see anyone. He was alone and unarmed. He threw the badge wallet down on the deck near McKittrick's feet. "Now, I want you to walk around the bridge to the bow up there. Stand against the bow rail where I can see you. I knew somebody would try to fuck with me someday. Well, you picked the wrong guy and the wrong day." Bosch did as instructed and went up to the bow. He grabbed the railing for support and turned around to face his captor. Without taking his eyes off of Bosch, McKittrick bent and picked up the wallet. Then he moved into the cockpit and put the gun down on top of the console. Bosch knew if he tried for it, McKittrick would get there first. McKittrick reached down and turned something, and the engine kicked over. "What are you doing, McKittrick?" "Oh, now it's McKittrick. What happened to the friendly Jake?" "Well, what's doing is we're going fishing. You wanted to fish, that's what we'll do. You try to jump, and I'll shoot you in the water. I don't care." "I'm not going anywhere. Just take it easy." "Now, reach down to that cleat and unhook that line. Throw it up on the dock." When Bosch had finished completing the order, McKittrick picked up the gun and stepped back 3 paces into the stern. He untied the other line and pushed them off from a pylon. He returned to the helm and gently put the boat in reverse. It glided out of the slip. McKittrick then put it in forward, and they started moving through the inlet toward the mouth of the canal. Bosch could feel the warm, salt breezes drying the sweat on his skin. He decided he would jump as soon as they got to some open water, or where there were other boats with people on them. "Kinda surprised you're not carrying." "What kind of guy says he's a cop and doesn't carry a piece?" "I am a cop, McKittrick. Let me explain it." "You don't have to, boy. I already know all about you." McKittrick flipped open the badge wallet, and Bosch watched him study the ID card and the gold lieutenant's badge. He threw it on the console. "What do you know about me, McKittrick?" "Don't worry. I still have a few teeth left, Bosch, and I still have a few friends in the department. After the wife called, I made a call. One of my friends. He knew all about you. You're on leave, Bosch, involuntary. So I don't know about this bullshit story about earthquakes you were spinning. Makes me think maybe you picked up a little freelance work while you're off the job." "You got it wrong." "Yeah? Well, we'll see. Once we get out into some open water, you're going to tell me who sent you, or you're going to be fish food. Makes no difference to me." "Nobody sent me. I sent myself." McKittrick slapped his palm against the red ball on the throttle lever, and the boat surged forward. Its bow rose, and Bosch grabbed the railing to hold on. "Bullshit!" McKittrick yelled above the engine noise. "You're a liar! You lied before, you're lying now." "Listen to me," Bosch yelled. "You said you remember every case." "I do, goddammit, I can't forget them." "Cut it back!" McKittrick pulled the throttle back, and the boat evened off, and the noise reduced. "On the Marjorie Lowe case, you pulled the dirty work. You remember that? Remember what we called the dirty work? You had to tell the next of kin. You had to tell her kid, out at McLaren." "That was in the reports, Bosch, so—" He stopped and stared at Bosch for a long moment. Then he flipped open the badge case and read the name. He looked back at Bosch. "I remember that name. The swimming pool. You're the kid." "I'm the kid." McKittrick let the boat drift in the shallows of Little Sarasota Bay while Bosch told the story. He asked no questions, he simply listened. At a moment where Bosch paused, he opened the cooler his wife had packed and took out 2 beers, handing one to Bosch. The can felt ice cold in Bosch's hand. Bosch didn't pull the tab on his beer until he finished the story. He had told everything he knew to McKittrick, even the non-essential part about his run-in with Pounds. He had a hunch, based on McKittrick's anger and bizarre behavior, that he had been wrong about the old cop. He had flown out to Florida believing he was coming to see either a corrupt or stupid cop, and he wasn't sure which he would dislike more. But now he believed that McKittrick was a man who was haunted by memories and the demons of choices made badly many years ago. Bosch thought the pebble still had to come out of the shoe, and that his own honesty was the best way to get to it. "So that's my story," he said at the end. I hope she packed more than 2 of these. He popped the beer and drank nearly a third of it. It tasted delicious going down his throat in the afternoon sun. Oh, there's plenty more where that came from, McKittrick replied. You want a sandwich? Not yet. No, what you want is my story now. That's what I came for. Well, let's get out there to the fish. He restarted the engine, and they followed a trail of channel markers south through the bay. Bosch finally remembered he had sunglasses in the pocket of his sport coat and put them on. It seemed like the wind was cutting in on him from all directions, and on occasion its warmth would be traded for a cool breeze that would come up off the surface of the water. It had been a long time since Bosch had been on a boat or had even been fishing. For a man who had a gun pointed at him 20 minutes earlier, he realized he felt pretty good. As the bay tapered off into a canal, McKittrick pulled back on the throttle and cut their wake. He waved to a man on the bridge of a giant yacht tied up outside of a waterside restaurant. Bosch couldn't tell if he knew the man or was just being neighborly. Take it on a line even with the lantern on the bridge, McKittrick said. What? Take it. McKittrick stepped away from the wheel and into the stern of the boat. Bosch quickly stepped behind the wheel, sighted the red lantern hanging at center point beneath the span of a drawbridge a half-mile ahead, and adjusted the wheel to bring the boat into line. He looked back and saw McKittrick pull a plastic bag of small, dead fish out of a compartment in the deck. Let's see who we've got here today, he said. He went to the side of the boat and leaned well over the gunwale. Bosch saw him start slapping an open palm on the side of the boat. McKittrick then stood up, surveyed the water for about 10 seconds, and repeated the banging. What's going on? Bosch asked. Just as he said it, a dolphin crested the water off the port stern and re-entered no more than 5 feet from where McKittrick was standing. It was a slippery, gray blur, and Bosch wasn't exactly sure at first what had happened. But the dolphin quickly resurfaced next to the boat, its snout out of the water and chattering. It sounded like it was laughing. McKittrick dropped 2 of the fish into its open mouth. That's Sergeant. See the scars? Bosch took a quick look back at the bridge to make sure they were still reasonably on line, and then stepped back to the stern. The dolphin was still there. McKittrick pointed down into the water beneath its dorsal fin. Bosch could see 3 white stripes slashed across its smooth gray back. He got too close to a prop one time and it cut him up. The people up at Moat Marine took care of him, but he was left with those sergeant's stripes. Bosch nodded as McKittrick fed the dolphin again. Without looking up to see if they were off course, McKittrick said, You better get the wheel. Bosch turned and saw that they had drifted far off line. He went back to the wheel and corrected the course. He stayed there while McKittrick stayed in the back, throwing fish to the dolphin until they passed under the bridge. Bosch decided he could wait him out. Whether it was while they were going out or coming in didn't matter. He was going to get McKittrick's story. He was not going to leave without it. 10 minutes after the bridge, they came to a channel that took them out to the Gulf of Mexico. McKittrick dropped lures from 2 of the poles into the water and put about 100 yards of line on each one. He took the wheel back from Bosch then, yelling into the wind and engine noise. I want to take it out to the reefs. We'll troll until we're there, and then we'll do some drift fishing in the shallows. We'll talk then. Sounds like a plan, Bosch yelled back. Nothing hit either of the lures, and about 2 miles from the shore, McKittrick killed the engines and told Bosch to bring in one line while he handled the other. It took Bosch a few moments to get himself coordinated on the right-handed reel, but then he started smiling. I don't think I've done this since I was a kid. At McLaren, every now and then, they'd put us on a bus and take us out to the Malibu Pier. Jesus, that pier's still there? Yeah. Must be like fishing in a cesspool by now. I guess. McKittrick laughed and shook his head. Why do you stay there, Bosch? Doesn't sound like they particularly want you. Bosch thought a moment before answering. The comment was on point, but he wondered if it was on point from McKittrick or whoever the source was he had called. Who'd you call back there about me? I'm not telling you. That's why he talked to me, because he knew I wouldn't tell you. Bosch nodded, signaling he'd let it go. Well, you're right, he said. I don't think they particularly want me back there. But I don't know. It's kind of like the more they push one way, the more I push the other. I feel like if they'd stop asking or trying to make me leave, then I'd probably want to do it. I guess I know what you mean. McKittrick stowed the 2 rods they had used and set to work outfitting the other 2 with hooks and buckshot weights. We're going to use mullet. Bosch nodded. He didn't know the first thing about it, but he watched McKittrick closely. He thought it might be a good time to start. So, you punched out after your 20 in L.A. What did you do after that? You're looking at it. I moved back here. I'm from Palmetto, up the coast, originally. I bought a boat and became a fishing guide. Did that another 20, retired, and now I fish for my own damned self. Bosch smiled. Palmetto? Isn't that the name of those big cockroaches? No. Well, yeah, but it's also the name of a scrub palm. That's what the town's named for, not the bug. Bosch nodded and watched as McKittrick opened a bag of mullet strips and hooked pieces on each line. After opening fresh beers, they cast on separate sides of the boat and then sat on the gunwales, waiting. Then how'd you end up in L.A.? Bosch asked. What was that somebody said about going west, young man? Well, after Japan surrendered, I passed through L.A. on my way back home, and I saw those mountains going all the way up from the sea to the sky. Damn. I ate dinner at the Derby my first night in town. I was going to blow my whole wallet, and you know who saw me there in uniform and picked up the tab? Goddamn Clark Gable. I'm not kidding you. I fucking fell in love with that place, and it took me almost 30 years to see the light. Mary's from L.A., you know, born and raised. She likes it out here fine. He nodded to reassure himself. Bosch waited a few moments, and McKittrick was still looking off at distant memories. He was a nice guy. Who's that? Clark Gable. Bosch crunched the empty beer can in his hand and got another. So tell me about the case, he said, after popping it. What happened? You know what happened if you read the book. It was all in there. It got dumped. One day we had an investigation, the next we were writing no leads at this time. It was a joke. That's why I remember the case so well. They shouldn't have done what they did. Who's they? You know, the big shots. What did they do? They took it away from us. And Eno let them. He cut some deal with them himself. Shit. He shook his head bitterly. Jake? Bosch tried. He got no protest this time over using the first name. Why don't you start at the beginning? I need to know everything I can from you. McKittrick was quiet while he reeled in. His bait hadn't been touched. He recast it, put the rod in one of the gunwale pipes, and got another beer. From beneath the console, he grabbed a Tampa Bay Lightning cap and put it on. He leaned on the gunwale with his beer and looked at Bosch. Okay, kid. Listen, I got nothing against your mother. I'm just going to tell you this the way it fell, okay? That's all I want. You want a hat? You're going to get burned. I'm fine. McKittrick nodded and finally started. Okay, so we got the call out from home. It was a Saturday morning. One of the footbeat guys had found her. She hadn't been killed in that alley, that much was clear. She'd been dropped off. By the time I got down there from Tahunga, the crime scene investigation was already underway. My partner was there too, Eno. He was the senior man, he was there first. He took charge of it. Bosch put his rod in a pipe and went to his jacket. You mind if I take notes? No, I don't mind. I guess I've been waiting for somebody to care about this one since I walked away from it. Go ahead. Eno was in charge? Yeah, he was the man. You've got to understand something. We'd been a team maybe 3-4 months at that time. We weren't tight. After this one, we'd never be tight. I switched off after about a year. I went in for the transfer. They moved me to Wilshire Dick's homicide table. Never had much to do with him after that. He never had much to do with me. Okay. Well, what happened with the investigation? Well, it was like anything else that you'd expect. We were going through the routine. We had a list of her KAs, got it mostly from the vice guys, and we're working our way through it. The known associates, did they include clients? There was no list in the murder book. I think there were a few clients, and the list didn't go into the book because Eno said so. Remember, he was the lead. Okay. Johnny Fox was on the list? Yeah, he was at the top of it. He was her, manager, her pimp, you mean. McKittrick looked at him. Yeah, that's what he was. I wasn't sure what you... forget it. Go on. Yeah, Johnny Fox was on the list. We talked to about everybody who knew her, and this guy was described by everybody as one mean guy. He had a history. Bosch thought of Meredith Roman's report that he had beat her. We'd heard that she was trying to get away from him. I don't know, either to go out on her own or maybe go straight, who knows. We heard she wanted to be a straight citizen, Bosch interrupted. That way she could get me out of the hall. He felt foolish for saying it, knowing his saying it was not convincing. Yeah, whatever, McKittrick said. Point is, Fox was none too happy about that. That put him at the top of our list. But you couldn't find him. The Chronos says you watched his place. Yeah, he was our man. We had prints we had taken off the belt, the murder weapon, but we had no comparisons from him. Johnny had been pulled in a few times in the past, but never booked, never printed, so he really needed to bring him in. What did it tell you? That he'd been picked up but never booked. McKittrick finished his beer, crunched it in his hand, and walked the empty over to a large bucket in the corner of the deck and dropped it. To be honest, at the time it didn't hit me. Now, of course, it's obvious. He had an angel watching over him. Who? Well, on one of the days we were watching Fox's place, waiting for him to show up, we got a message on the radio to call Arnold Conklin. He wanted to talk about the case, ASAP. Now, this was a holy shit kind of call, for two reasons. One, Arnold was going great guns then. He was running the city's moral commandos at the time and had a lock on the DA's office, which was coming open in a year. The other reason was that we'd only had the case a few days and hadn't come near the DA's office with anything. So now all of a sudden, the most powerful guy in the agency wants to see us? I'm thinking... I don't really know what I was thinking. I just knew it. Hey, you got one. Bosch looked at his pole and saw it bend from a violent jerk on the line. The reel started spinning as the fish pulled against the drag. Bosch grabbed the pole out of the pipe and jerked it back. The hook was set well. He started reeling, but the fish had a lot of fight and was pulling out more line than he was reeling in. McKittrick came over and tightened the drag dial, which immediately put a more pronounced bend in the pole. "Keep the pole up! Keep the pole up!" McKittrick counseled. Bosch did as he was told and spent 5 minutes battling the fish. His arms started to ache. He felt a strain on his lower back. McKittrick put on gloves, and when the fish finally surrendered and Bosch had it alongside the boat, he bent over and hooked his fingers into the gills and brought it on board. Bosch saw a shiny blue-black fish that looked beautiful in the sunlight. "Wahoo," McKittrick said. "What?" McKittrick held the fish up horizontally. "Wahoo. Over there in your fancy L.A. restaurants, I think they call it Ono. Here we just call it wahoo. Meat cooks up white as halibut. You want to keep it?" "No." "Put it back. It's beautiful." McKittrick roughly pulled the hook from the gulping mouth of the fish and then held the catch out to Bosch. "You want to hold it? Must be 12, 13 pounds. "Nah, I don't need to hold it." Bosch stepped closer and ran his finger along the slick skin of the fish. He could almost see himself in the reflection of its scales. He nodded to McKittrick, and the fish was thrown back into the water. For several seconds it remained motionless, about 2 feet below the surface. Post-traumatic stress syndrome, Bosch thought. Finally, the fish seemed to come out of it and darted down into the depths.
Bosch put the hook through one of the eyelets on his pole and put it back in its pipe. He was done fishing. He got another beer out of the cooler. "Hey, you want a sandwich? Go ahead," McKittrick said. "No, I'm fine." Bosch wished the fish hadn't interrupted them. "You were saying that you guys got the call from Conklin?" "Yeah, Arno. Only I had it wrong. The request for a meeting was only for Claude, not me. Eno went alone." "Why only Eno?" "I never knew, and he acted like he didn't know either. I just assumed it was because he and Arno had a prior relationship of some kind." "But you don't know what?" "No. Claude Eno was about 10 years older than me. He'd been around." "So what happened?" "Well, I can't tell you what happened. I can only tell you what my partner said happened. Understand?" He was telling Bosch that he didn't trust his own partner. Bosch had known that feeling himself at times, and nodded that he understood. "Go ahead." "He came back from the meeting saying Conklin asked him to lay off Fox because Fox was clear on this case, and Fox was working as an informant on one of the commando investigations. He said Fox was important to him, and he didn't want him compromised or roughed up, especially over a crime he didn't commit." "How was Conklin so sure?" "I don't know. But Eno told me that he told Conklin that assistant DAs, no matter who they are, didn't decide whether someone was clear or not for the police, and that we weren't backing off until we talked to Fox for ourselves. Faced with that, Conklin said he could deliver Fox to be interviewed and fingerprinted, but only if we did it on Conklin's turf." "Which was?" "His office in the old courthouse. That's gone now. They built that big square thing right before I left. Horrible-looking thing." "What happened in the office? Were you there for that?" "Yeah, I was there, but nothing happened. We interviewed him. Fox was there with Conklin, so was the Nazi." "The Nazi?" "Conklin's enforcer, Gordon Mattel." "He was there?" "Yep. I guess he was sort of watching out for Conklin while Conklin was watching out for Fox." Bosch showed no surprise. "Okay, so what did Fox tell you?" "Like I said, not much. At least, that's how I remember it. He gave us an alibi and the names of the people who could verify it. I took his prints." "What did he say about the victim?" "He said pretty much what we'd already heard from her girlfriend." "Meredith Roman?" "Yeah, I think that's it. He said she went to a party, was hired as kind of a decoration to be on some guy's arm. He said it was in Hancock Park. He didn't have the address. He said he had nothing to do with setting it up. That didn't make any sense to us. You know, a pimp not knowing where one of his girls was. It was the one thing we had, and when we started leaning on him about it, Conklin stepped in like a referee." "He didn't want you leaning on him." "Craziest thing I ever saw. Here was the next DA. Everybody knew he was going to run. Here he was taking this bastard's side against us." "Sorry about that bastard comment." "Forget it." "Conklin was trying to make it seem like we were out of line, while all the time this big piece of shit Fox was sitting there smiling with a toothpick in the side of his mouth. It's what, 30-something years ago, and I can still remember that toothpick. Galled the Jesus out of me. So, to make a long story short, we never did get to brace him on having set up the date she went on." The boat rocked on a high wake, and Bosch looked around and didn't see any other boat. It was weird. He looked out across the water and for the first time realized how different it was from the Pacific. The Pacific was a cold and forbidding blue, the Gulf a warm green that invited you. "We left," McKittrick continued. "I figured we'd have another shot at him, so we left and started to work on his alibi. It turned out to be good. And I don't mean it was good because his own witnesses said it was. We did the work. We found some independent people that didn't know him. As I remember, it was rock solid." "You remember where he was?" "Spent part of the night in a bar over there on Ivar, place a lot of the pimps hung around. Can't remember the name of it. Then later he drove out to Ventura, spent most of the rest of the night in a card room until he got a phone call. Then he split."
The other thing about this was that it didn't smack of an alibi set up for this particular night. This was his routine. He was well known in all of these places. What was the phone call? We never knew. We didn't know about it until we started checking his alibi and somebody mentioned it. We never got to ask Fox about it. But to be honest, we didn't care too much at that point. Like I said, his alibi was solid and he didn't get the call until later in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock. Your mother had been dead a good long while by then. TOD was midnight. The call didn't matter. Bosch nodded, but it was the kind of detail he would not have left open if it had been his investigation. It was too curious